is kind of begging the question, but in
Well,
in a debunking
asked me this, right?
reverse
I didn't
way.
bring it up.
But the point is, it doesn't matter because that's what's being debated for us to prove one, what's being contained by gravity or a dome or whatever else. We would have to have a demonstration, a small scale demonstration or something like that, something to point to that we could say that this is the proof for our beliefs regarding the air on Earth, right?
Sure. I mean, do you think that if there is no small scale demonstration, then it can't be true?
I would think that would be empirical evidence, and all empirical evidence on Earth, small-scale demonstrations, show that gas needs a closed container.
Right, but there are some effects that only manifest themselves over larger distances than human scales.
Yes, that's a speculation.
Well, that would be your conclusion based on no evidence.
Based on you
being speculation.
So
my theory is correct because my theory is correct because on things other than human scales, my theory is correct. That is begging the question, my man.
So you asked me, how do I know that there are effects?
No. Yes or no. Yes or no, is that begging the question? I want you to answer what I just said now.
Okay,
because you haven't answered what I said before.
Can you re-ask the question?
You said on something other than human scales, my theory is correct because it's correct. Basically,
no, that's not what I said.
Is what you're saying. So restate restate what you just said. Restate what you just said about human scales and not human scales. Just say it.
Okay.
No, forget about what he said. What you
I'm clarifying.
Said.
Hold on. Can you?
So if you have to clarify, then it's not my problem that you worded things the way that you worded them, which is a begging the question fallacy. If you're going to try to now clarify, if you're going to try to reposition, it's not my fault that I called you out in the words that you previously said.
No, I am doing you a favor by restating what I stated because you clearly don't understand it.
No, not understanding it. It was a logical fallacy.
Okay. Do you have a question, or is there anything you would like me to clarify or restate?
If you restate exactly what you were just saying, then it will be a begging the question fallacy because you're trying to deny it, and I'm saying, well, what did you say? And you're trying to change your words.
It's not, even if I was trying to do that, which I deny I am, that's not begging the question fallacy. You're just saying everything is begging the question fallacy.
So if it's not a begging the question fallacy, then state it. If it's not a begging the question fallacy, then state what you just said, and it won't be, and I won't be able to use your words. Then I won't be able. Then I won't be able to use your words to formulate it in the logical fallacy that is begging the question. But you would have to state it first.
Okay, go ahead and state it in the words that you can remember.
In the words that I can remember.
Yeah, or paraphrase it if you need to.
My thesis is just because we can't demonstrate an effect in small scale doesn't mean that the effect does not exist. And I was going to give you an example if you interrupted.
Okay, so basically, all empirical observation supports what Get was saying, that gas requires a closed container, right? You're speculating, antithetical to all empirical observation, that maybe it doesn't require it, right? But you don't have any demonstration, nothing to actually point to that supports that. Is that correct?
Can I also ask, is it therefore true that if you can't demonstrate something on a small scale, that it doesn't necessarily mean it is possible on a large scale?
Correct.
So then I don't understand the point of this whole conversation.
Because I can demonstrate something on a large scale, and that's what I've been trying to get out.
But you can't.
That's the first thing done.
No, go ahead. Demonstrate something on the large scale for us. Do it.
Sure. I mean, if I get a barometer here, it'll read, something like 14 psi, or I don't even remember what pressure is at the ground.
Let him say it. Oh God, this is what I asked him to do. Please let him finish.
And then if I go to Mount Everest and I take out my same barometer, it'll say something else like 4 psi or something.
Why are you using the same barometer?
Not 4, but less than 14.
Yo, it doesn't matter. Let him reach his conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I'm making up numbers in my head.
Yeah.
I didn't actually go to Mount Everest. Okay.
Yeah, that was his conclusion. That he scaled it down, but he didn't scale down everything. You didn't scale down the barometer. You're using the same barometer. So obviously there's going to be an issue.
No. My point is that clearly pressure varies with height on Earth. That's not really something that we can easily demonstrate at a small scale.
And you say that to say what? Is there a conclusion
no one's
to
denying
that?
the pressure gradient.
My conclusion is, therefore, just because I can't demonstrate something on the small scale does not mean that large scale effects don't exist. That's it.
And what have you done? And what have you demonstrated specifically?
Again, I have demonstrated that there are effects which manifest themselves at large scales, but not at small scales.
No, you haven't demonstrated that. That's a faulty premise. Because if you adequately scale down the thing, with a barometer, then you would have shown it. It would have been equally sensitive to the, whatever volume you were gauging the pressure of, as it was in the large scale. The issue is you didn't scale it down appropriately.
Are you saying that in order to measure pressure, you have different barometers depending on your height?
No, I'm saying that if you're going to try measuring a percentage of something, right, then the tool that you're measuring it should also be that percentage sensitive.
Okay, so you're saying that when I go skydiving and I have an altimeter, every half second I should be swapping them out because I'm changing height.
I'm not saying that at all. No. Don't be ridiculous. I'm saying that there's something called sensitivity. There's something called sensitivity.
I think what you're doing is you're just taking the mick, really, because you're using, every time someone presents you with the error in what you're saying, you're representing what they present as something that it isn't. You're basically just taking the mick at every turn, and you haven't actually presented anything. Like even your example of the barometer thing just demonstrates a lack of understanding or a lack of a desire to actually converse, honestly.
So here's the bottom line. I asked you to give us an example of gas not expanding in the available volume, and you attempted to beg the question without actually giving us the conclusion. That's what's actually going on here, because you're trying to say the Earth is actually, it has a gradient, therefore this proves gravity. This is how we have air pressure around the Earth without a container, which would be begging the question if you had the balls to actually reach your conclusion. So I've reached it for you. This is why you think this is analogous with gas pressure not moving to the available volume. It's a begging the question fallacy, like I said from the beginning.
No, sir, it's proof by contradiction. Because if you assume that gas...
Why are you interrupting? Sasha, why are you interrupting? He wasn't talking to you.
He didn't interrupt at all. He interjected after he was done.
And why are you being a clown?
All right.
Why is the Earth flat?
He did interject, to be fair, but it is.
Yeah, I get it. It's so useless to correct me on that when I'm trying to actually make space for him to respond. This is where my next statement was going to be. Elijah, are you seeing the fact that this tree doesn't have any fruit on it?
Yes. Guys, I asked him a question, and I think he avoided it.
Ask it right here.
Okay. In the beginning, I asked you what are the two antecedents of gas pressure, and you told me about one, the container. But you haven't told me about the second one.
Yeah, so I recited the answers that you wanted to hear. I don't actually think they're necessary. I can tell you what I actually think the answer is. The necessary antecedent.
What was the second answer?
Yeah.
So what my real answer? Because I don't want to give you a clown answer.
No.
I'm going to answer this.
He said two. You said one was the container. What was the
second?
container?
I don't recall what the other one is. I think it might be the gas itself.
Yeah, I mean, look, come on, guys. I just wanted to mention one thing as well. You have to bear in mind that I'm going to leap to defence a little bit. White knighting. When someone goes into a room and they're opposed by multiple other people, it can be very difficult to adequately answer all of the questions put to you. So let's just have a little bit of patience because, obviously he's been in conversations with multiple people.
Well said.
Yes, of course, Crypto. No problem.
Get. Was gas the second one? Did you get that right?
So, yeah, the second one is the gas pressure gradient. Whenever you have gas pressure in a container, you will also have a gas pressure gradient. Indeed, in small containers, it will be a very small gradient. And our industrial world, this is being taken as negligible. But that does not mean that the gas pressure gradient is not present in a container, in a small container.
Correct. That's
my point.
Yeah.
Like when you scale down something, you also have to scale down the threshold for, the sensitivity of that thing. The threshold at which you expect the effect to be. It doesn't make sense to use the same barometer with this higher sensitivity threshold and say, oh, look, it doesn't exist because you're using the wrong thing. You have to scale down the sensitivity threshold.
The sensitivity, indeed. Go ahead. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a clarifying question for you, if you allow me.
Go ahead, sure.
Does that mean that if I have something like a gas canister, that the pressure is higher at the bottom of the gas canister, than at the top?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yes.
Yes.
It will be a very small gradient variation. The pressure at the top will be only fractions or thousands less.
So I have a question. So if I was somehow able to make it all a constant temperature, right? Like let's say I guarantee you that the entire gas canister is at room temperature. Will that gradient still be there?
Yeah, yes. You will never have a uniform gas pressure inside the container. That is a ideal gas, and they do not exist.
Why wouldn't you?
Show me an ideal gas.
No, but why wouldn't you have it uniform if all things were equal?
Because that is to have a uniform gas pressure inside the container, it requires to have a ideal gas. That is the behavior of an ideal gas.
I don't know.
It's not even that. That's just not how how pressure works.
Why is there higher pressure?
I mean, by definition. Well, think about it, right? Even though when it comes to gases, it's really small scale, right? The whole thing of pressure is pressing down, right? The definition includes, it's in there within. Say again?
Not really. It pressures in any direction.
Yeah, but it's pressing, right? So there's going to be more pressing if you're down at the bottom because there's more of the thing that you're in above you. Whereas if you're at the top, if you're at the top and it's not, and obviously it has a direction, it's going to go from at base level, at ground level, you have the more dense, and at the higher level you have less dense. So it's simply that. It's just simply a factor of volume.
Wait, did you say dense? So are you invoking density as to why there's more pressure at the bottom than at the top?
Or what else would it be?
Because your argument is that there is more gas at the top, so therefore the gas at the bottom will feel more.
That's
gas.
not
When you are at the top,
my question is, what else would it be?
I have an answer, but you're not gonna like it.
Well, go ahead. We can laugh. It's fun.
It's gravity.
Yeah. Okay, move on. Back to reality, right? Can we go back to reality, please?
Yeah.
I'm impressed that you guys are actually admitting that there's a pressure differential over small scales. I wouldn't have thought that.
Never denied that. First of all,
Why is that impressive?
Have you ever heard of Charles's law?
What's up?
Have you ever heard of Charles's law?
Charles's law? No, I haven't.
It's a gas law. So when I get a helium balloon and I buy it inside the store, it looks fully inflated. But then I walk outside, and because I live in Iceland, it's very cold outside. So all of a sudden, my balloon looks like it's empty. But when I bring it home, it looks inflated again. Yeah, that's Charles's law. When there's more temperature, there's more pressure. When there's lower temperature, there's less pressure.
Right, but if I predicated this entire conversation on constant temperature throughout the entire container.
You can't control that.
Let's say we could.
Yeah, but again, it's not important because, like Get said, it will still be there. The gradient will still be there.
Yeah.
The problem with you in this explanation or this topic is that everything you're saying and everything you're responding and listening to is in the framework of assuming gravity. So when you hear something, you're hearing it through the lens of the assumption, presumption, the foundation of gravity. But the problem is you don't have a demonstration, you don't have evidence, you just don't have gravity. So that's going to be your fundamental problem. If you're not able, and this is maybe a suggestion, so I won't be so strong as to say it's a definitive, but if you're not able to enter the conversation with the assumption that your preconceptions are wrong, then you're not going to be able to progress in the conversation and actually understand what's being said very well.
I understand that it might seem.
Was that clear? Whether you agree or not?
I understand that it might seem that I am not open to changing my mind. I can't convince you otherwise that I am actually open to changing my mind. Other than that, I can just ask you to trust me.
Okay.
Insofar as that
can I try to change your mind?
Sure.
Okay. Have you heard of Mariana Trench?
The Mariana Trench? I think so. Is
that big deep hole in the ocean is the deepest ocean hole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I've heard of it.
So you probably heard that when we do scuba diving there, the deeper you go, the pressure increases because there's more water on top of you. Yeah. And if you just dive like that, it can kill you, that kind of pressure.
Yeah. That's why I don't go diving. It's too scary for me.
Good. Now, we have this Mariana Trench with water, but let's take another Mariana Trench and fill it with superfluid liquid helium. The pressure inside this liquid is almost like the air that we breathe, about 14 psi in superfluid liquid helium. If you had a jar of it. Now, the problem is, if you had the Mariana Trench filled with this liquid, and you will be diving all the way down to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, what do you think the pressure will be there?
So I honestly don't know what superfluids do or how they're different. You have to explain.
Well, superfluid liquid helium is liquid helium which is cooled below the lambda point, 2.17 Kelvin. It is the coldest liquid that exists.
So it's super cold?
Yes.
Yeah, it's near absolute zero.
It has zero viscosity and it has two opposite direction flow, frictionless flow in opposite directions. So yeah.
So
literally.
What would happen? I honestly don't know.
Yeah, what do you think would happen if you were diving in an ocean? Yeah, with this liquid all the way to the bottom. According to your theory of gravity, yeah, the more liquid you have on top of you, the harder it will be pressing on you, correct?
At a simplified level, yeah.
Yeah. Well, explain to me now with gravity why the pressure inside this liquid remains constant no matter how deep you dive. Because this is a worldly fact.
I didn't know that. I cannot explain that, and I don't want to bullshit you. I honestly don't know.
What was the fact? I missed it.
He's saying that if you were to fill the Mariana Trench with superliquid helium, that you could dive down and you wouldn't feel any pressure difference.
Yeah, you will be experiencing 14 psi pressure, almost 14 psi.
Why?
It's constant all over. Why? It's quantum phenomena
that asserts it.
Wouldn't it require the liquid to be incompressible?
I think it is incompressible. I'm not sure about that, but I know it is.
I don't think so.
It has a frictionless flow and zero viscosity. Yeah.
It's not perfectly frictionless though, and for it to be incompressible, it would have to have perfectly elastic collisions. It would have to be perfectly frictionless. So I do think there would be a pressure gradient. What you're talking about basically is instead of an ideal gas, you're talking about an ideal liquid. And so far, as far as I know, that doesn't exist.
Well,
this might be
with a propeller, you cannot generate a current inside this liquid, and this is a fact that it has frictionless flow. So you cannot generate current by spinning a propeller inside it.
I understand, but
you
this
cannot
kind of
push yourself from it.
But this kind of goes back to like the sensitivity threshold thing that we were talking about before. It's, as far as I know, it's not perfectly frictionless. It's not perfectly elastic collisions, and as such, there would be, by definition, a pressure gradient due to the compressibility of it. As far as I know, there is no incompressible medium at all.
Based on what you make this claim that is not a frictionless medium?
Because they say it's not perfectly frictionless, and also it has.
Who said? Yeah, can you give me a citation?
You realize
Sure.
It's impossible for something to be perfectly frictionless. Like, I don't think that's physically possible.
Actually, yes. This is the only medium which has where we can achieve.
Why is this relevant? Why are we arguing about that?
Yeah.
This was just gonna say.
Yeah, this
can we get back to the
I'm about to call fallacy on you.
On everyone.
Is it where did gravity go?
My question was simple, but it derailed. Yeah, they ask questions on top of questions, and all I stated is the constant pressure inside this liquid. It's unlike any other liquids known in the world or gases.
So it's a cool liquid.
So
you may or may not have a warehouse full of it that you're trying to sell.
Yeah,
but back to the relevant thing of pressure itself and the necessity for containment, and the fact that we don't need to explain it away with gravity because we have actual demonstrations and actual ways to verify this. So just to get it back, because I agree with Elijah. Go ahead.
Let's go back to when you were talking about when I was saying gas will fill the available volume, and then you saying, well, it will still be subject to mass attracting mass. Am I correct so far?
Yes.
Okay. Well, begging the question, or circular argument posits as granted that which is in question, simply restates the question, obviously what you try to do numerous times, under debate in different words as if it were a settled conclusion.
Okay, I'm not going to convince you otherwise, but if you think that's what I'm doing, I guess that's what you think I'm doing.
Okay, chat, is that what he's doing? For those that have been here.
Yeah, whether he knows it or not, he's been begging the whole evening. Or morning, depending on where you are.
So my argument is that
That mass strikes fast.
He just lags.
No. My argument was that two objects.
If it's not mass attract mass, then you're off topic because that's
No. I'm saying that was my argument was that two objects can be attractive because you asked the question, how is it possible for a gas to fill a container if it's supposed to be attractive to itself? Right? And I'm answering your question. My answer to your question is, it's because two objects can have an attractive force but still be moving apart.
Posits as granted that which is in question.
Man, he's just like addicted to the begging. Should we just give him? Give him a free burger and like send him on his way? Like, what's going on here?
It doesn't have to be gravity. This has to do with the fact that velocity and acceleration can point in different directions.
Yeah, but that's a really disingenuous way to frame it, because it doesn't have to be gravity, but you're using it to back up your belief in gravity.
Right. When I say
that's where you're going, isn't it? Yes or no?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're begging every time.
That's not what it is.
Do you understand why it's been said so many times, and to the point where now people are getting exasperated?
Begging the question takes the form.
Mate, there's a little Brummy mouse in the room.
Brummy, you're extremely low.
Yeah, you're like a little borrower. We can't hear you enough.
Is that better? I was going to say, did he say, did I just hear him correctly? Did he say that something that doesn't go down doesn't mean it's not going down? The same way as something going forward isn't actually still.
Yes.
No,
basically, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is.
I said something accelerating down doesn't have to be moving down.
Yeah, I can show you a velocity is the rate of change of its position with respect to the frame of reference, while acceleration is the rate of change of velocity per unit of time. So both is a rate of change. So it's moving up and down at the same time and splitting apart?
No, I'm saying... No, my claim is velocity and acceleration don't have to be pointing in the same direction. That's my claim, and I can give you examples.
Rate of change, either it's changing in the rate, either it's changing and going up or going down.
If I throw a ball, what you're saying is like the force and the velocity that I throw the ball at you, and it can also be going down as well as it's going across, so it arches. That's what you want to say.
I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you. Your volume is really low.
I said, are you trying to say that like when I throw a ball, for example, it arches because the gravity is pulling down on the ball, but also it's doing the force that's pushing it forwards. So you've got one velocity setting it forwards for the acceleration, and then you've got the other force, got gravity pulling down on it. So even though it's not going down, it's still eventually going to go down.
Yeah, it's decelerating.
It's yeah. I mean, that's a good example.
Okay, that's a good example when it comes to gases that are unheated by any other matter, they will continue to move in the same direction unless impeded by something.
Unless acted on by an external force, and you got to remember that molecular motion remains in motion. So you got to think all the centrifugal forces of the Earth's rotation spinning on the gas molecules outwards, and the way that the whole atmosphere is. It's fucking chaotic.
Yep.
So
we've
isn't escaping out of space as well as it's traveling through space as well. A giant vacuum we're traveling through, and yet you're saying this little force called gravity holding on the whole atmosphere like a glue.
Hold on.
But he's only asserted it. He hasn't actually gave some kind of real world example, and us asking about it and then him simply asserting it is begging the question. This is what I'm saying.
I don't realise that a chance to respond. It's a question that can't be answered, so don't try and answer it. It's just to see if you're an idiot or not. If you're trying to answer the fact that obviously you can't have gas pressure container, that's a no-brainer. It's not like up for debate. It's obviously that's the answer. So when somebody goes, "Oh, you can have a gas pressure container," they're an idiot, and you know whatever about to say is retarded.
Ding, ding, ding.
You can't have gas pressure.
Can you have motion without energy?
That's the end of the argument. We're not contained, are we? I mean, sorry, we are contained. I mean, by some sort of physicality. How I don't know. Maybe a different material. I don't know. We need to go there to space ourselves and have a look. But I don't believe that it's what they're saying is. You know, you're sitting there saying, "Oh, fucking, what was you going to try and convince us about?" There's a globe in here, isn't
Yeah,
there?
his example was the atmosphere. Didn't understand how that was begging the question.
The fact that it's atmo, as in air, and sphere, as in spherical shaped air.
I didn't say atmosphere with the exception of using units, right? But I could replace what I said with just at sea level.
You said one atmosphere. You said one atmosphere.
Yeah, and then I'm telling you, I can make the same argument without using the word atmosphere.
Okay, so
it's
at one atmosphere level around the entire sphere, right?
No. So somebody asked, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Right? And then I asked somebody, well, you're at 14 psi right now, right? And he said, yeah.
He's
right. Asked him, are you inside a container?
Listen, even though we, ourselves are in our house or we can go outside and we're not contained, so to speak, on the grand scheme of things, eventually when you go high enough, there'll be containment. That's the point. That's the argument we're saying, because entropy would increase over time and fit in the available space. Now, what we're supposedly surrounded by is available space. So the gas has had plenty of time to fill that, and it hasn't. So that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So because it violates the actual second law, that's something we need to. That sets off a red flag. You have to look into it seriously.
Wait, so
and at the end of it all, listen, stop asking the question. We're obviously saying that pressure needs containment because air fills available volume. So when I asked you for an example and you used the pressure here on Earth, okay, ultimately you're begging the question by saying, here's an example of gas pressure without a container. Because you're using Earth as an example, you're begging the question using the thing that's in fucking question, which is how can we have gas pressure with the vacuum of space right there?
It's not begging the question.
No, it is, because it's like me saying, how do I prove that this hat is mine? And then I pull a hat out and go, this hat's mine. Because you're just claiming it. I don't know if that's a good example. Is that what was he trying to say with the gas pressure container? You're using the world as an example of gas pressure container, but that's the thing you need to prove. You need to prove this world can be done on another example, but rather than just using the world as an example, because you're begging it, you just
prove the world.
Saying, no evidence, but the world is.
It goes back to what I said about the world is in container, so you can't rely on that to prove or disprove anything because you need.
I'm not making an argument about the world at all. I'm trying to show you you don't need gas pressure in a container.
Yeah,
you're trying to show, but you're doing anything but show.
I can't hear three people at the same time.
The world is contained, right? Listen, the world is contained until you can show us a demonstration of gas pressure without a container. Not using the world that is already contained and showing us gas that you
okay, now you're making a claim that we're contained.
We don't truly know.
You know why? You know why I'm making the claim? Because it violates the second law of thermodynamics. It's only logical to go with what the actual evidence.
Does everybody else here share his view on this?
I don't.
That we're contained.
I do agree that all empirical observation supports that, that we could infer that it's contained, but we truly don't know because none of us have been up there to verify it, right?
Yeah. How can you infer that?
Hold on. The question was, does everyone agree with entropy that the air will seek to fill its available volume? As does with yes, it was.
It wasn't.
Do we agree with Brummy's answer about entropy? That is just logical to say that you can't have gas pressure without a container. What do you mean that wasn't his question?
Absolutely.
Brummy said that the default basically is that up there's a container, like a firmament.
I think Guy Gene's onto something.
These are two options: it's either contained or it's not contained. Now, I have never seen a demonstration of gas pressure without a container independently, right? So that meaning that you could have to get a vacuum, and then you'd have to show me some sort of the gas molecules being affected by the gravitational pull, but you can't because when you put gas into a vacuum, it bounces all over the place. It fills the available space. So there's no way you can. Everyone says, "Oh, well, you put gas in a balloon, and you take air out the vacuum, and the balloon drops down." But what happens when you pop the balloon? When you uncontain the gas, how does the gas behave? In all directions, it spontaneously combust. So gravity can't be doing what you guys are saying it's doing. And apparently, if the planet is going around the sun in the solar system, a giant vacuum, you're trying to say the gravitational pull, even at surface level inside of a vacuum, you can't even show any sort of control onto this planet, and you're trying to say it's rotating and traveling through a large vacuum, being held down by gravity, and it's like all moving is like a giant glue. And everywhere you travel on the airplanes, it's all as if it's not it behaves as if it's in a contained system that's not rotating. Everything about the world behaves as if it's not rotating and moving. So when you're on an airplane, things don't go travel different when you go east to west. The only thing you got is a couple of sunsets, and that's about it, really.
Yo, Brummy, real quick.
Well,
How'd your flight go? Go ahead, Elijah.
How was your flight?
No, his fight. He had a fight.
Oh, fight.
Oh yeah, I had about a fight about a week ago. I won, man. Beat up some kid, about 25 years of age. He was bigger than me. He was like 6'3".
That's what's up, man.
Outboxed him, man. Punched him up.
If you got a video, just go ahead and share it. I'd like
It's going to be out. It's going to be out in a couple of days. I think it's just being done today. I'm phoning the editor, but he's doing the whole show. It's being dropped. The whole show's been dropped all at once. Hopefully in the next couple of days. So then, once it's all been dropped, I'm going to cut my bit out and I'm going to put my bit on my profile as well. So if you follow me on Tommy Hench YouTube channel, you can keep up to date with all the crap I do.
Yeah, I've been following you. Or what? Looking good.
Nice one, man. Nice one.
Hey, Black Globe.
I'm just caught smoking some weed. I thought I'd come and listen to the talk, and I heard Witsit going on earlier. I heard a few other people talking. I was just like, it's good to listen to the conversation. Still very prominent in people's minds, and people are still very they're debating it, even though they know the truth. Like they're still rehearsing it, and both sides claim to know each other better than each other. Like the Globers tend to think they know the Flat Earthers better than the Flat Earthers know the Globers, and they both talk about each other so passionately. And they both couldn't be more wrong from each other. They both couldn't be more similar in different ways as well. Like they just have a few different characteristics I've noticed as well between Globers. Tend to just like, oh, you're not an expert, so I wouldn't. They wouldn't speak on things unless it's they're just authoritarians. They're conformists. They conform. You know what I mean? Like if they say there's a jab, they'll be on it.
I made a new YouTube video. What's your YouTube?
Tommy Hench. Tommy_Hench.
Can you post it in the chat? And I'll follow you. I made a video the other day. I'm a dancer.
What kind of dancer?
My foundation is a crump, but I pop lock. And I took different dances from different cultures and I put it together. Yep.
That's cool.
This is awesome. The global argument is so inadequate that we're now talking about dancing.
Yeah,
that wasn't me, bro.
I define gravity with my dance, so I'm trying to learn how to break dance too.
I think Flat Earthers have got the edge though because they tend to know the moves better, and they
Well, I'm waiting for Riven to put his YouTube.
Yeah, well, while you're doing that, you could also wait for him to finish his statement because you interrupted him.
Brummy, why do you think he can't accept that he used the fallacy of begging the question? Because I told him for about an hour that he has, and he's denied it.
I don't get it, man. I don't know how that you cannot say to somebody. You said it in very plain English. You're begging the question because you're using the very example that you're trying to prove as the example. So it's like saying, I can prove that I can bake a cake by showing you a cake that's already been baked and saying, look, I baked this. I proved that you baked it. Well, I'm saying I baked it. Look at it. I baked it. That's all you're doing when you say the Earth.
Yeah, that was better.
No. What is it that I'm trying to prove?
The fucking Earth. You're trying to prove that you.
No, I'm not.
You're trying to prove that the gas pressure vac can take. Listen, just trust me. Trust me. Don't struggle. Don't struggle. Don't struggle. Just listen to the words that come out of my mouth. This is exactly what you're doing. That I baked this cake. Oh, did you? Can you show me how you baked this cake then? All right, then look at the cake. I baked it. So when people go to you, show me gas pressure out of container, you're just pointing to the Earth and saying gas pressure out of container because we ain't contained, but you ain't proved that we ain't contained. So you're using exactly the same thing to prove the same thing without showing.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, you're using the thing in contention to prove the thing in contention. Everybody can see it.
Or disprove the opponent's stance.
With the factuality of the statement. You can have
You're begging the question again. You're just saying it's a fact now.
What?
You're just saying it's a fact now. The thing that's in contention, you're just reifying it, reasserting it, saying it's a fact.
No, I'm saying whether or not it's a fact is in question. And the factuality of it is what I'm trying to demonstrate.
Excuse me. How can you not see what you're doing wrong here? You're an intelligent person, right? You're common sense, right? Could you explain to me an example of somebody who's begging the question and show me how it's not
I'll give you the definition and an example.
Go for it.
So I'll give you an example first. Eugene is the best because he's so awesome. That is an example of begging the question fallacy. Yeah. Although it would be correct because I am the best and I'm so awesome.
There's gas pressure container because there's gas pressure container.
What?
You're saying the same way that's saying he's awesome because he's awesome because you're saying he's awesome.
That's not even a good example.
So, but using the same way, using that example there, you're saying the Earth is gas pressure container. I can prove it by going, look, you're breathing air that isn't contained. You're literally using the same thing.
You're presupposing the nature of the Earth.
If I make a statement like all dogs have tails, what do you have to disprove me?
Show you one dog without a tail.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So he made a statement.
So show us gas pressure without container.
That's exactly that question. Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And so all I have to do is show you one example of gas pressure without a container.
Listen, my guy. Look, you seem like an intelligent guy. I don't see why you can't just at least admit that there is similarities between you begging the question with the Earth by saying it's uncontained and then saying the air you're breathing is uncontained.
I truly believe that you don't understand why it's not begging the question.
No, like I'm obviously very clear that that's what you're doing. Everyone else in the room agrees that you're doing it. And I'm curious why globers such as yourself are struggling with such something that's quite simply digested. Right? You are.
How's the gas staying contained then? Or isn't it?
You've got to show us an example. Of
no, the point is he's saying it's not contained. Here's an example of it not contained outside.
Unless you think the outside gas is being contained by like a massive dome, which I think is what Riven is proposing.
Yeah, physical containment. The natural antecedent of gas pressure. Can you?
Well, a dome is a shape. Seeing as that we haven't investigated the container specifically. No, nobody's called. Well, I can't say nobody's calling it a dome, but as far as we're concerned, because there's air pressure here, there must be containment.
I'll go as far as saying I've speculated that the sky is a different type of
material.
That
is begging the question.
Hold on. I've even speculated myself that the sky is a different type of
material. Whoa.
And I can demonstrate to you how it's
let me tell you how it's not begging the question. Because if I give you an example, it would be a real world example of every time I've been able to get a pressure reading, it would be from something that's contained. As a matter of fact, matter in the gaseous state must have a container, just like matter in the liquid state also has to have a container.
And bro, I don't know why you're so hostile, man. Like when I'm just trying to say to you that from my perspective, listening to you debate, you literally are saying that the air is uncontained, but we need you to show us a demonstration of gas pressure being contained.
Right, I mean, my argument doesn't work against you because you don't believe that the air outside is is not contained. And by the way, I apologize if I sound hostile.
That's what you're trying to prove with your begging the question.
It's not begging the question.
Yeah.
Maybe I can help. Let me hold this myself, please, because me and him are doing pretty well. What you've just explained, though, is why we think you're begging the question, because you consciously do know that.
What did I just explain?
You said that the gas is being held down by gravity and it's being contained by gravity.
Oh, hold on, can you be louder? Because, bro, your microphone is
you said the gas
low.
is being contained by gravity in it. You think gravity is what's containing the gas.
I think that, but to demonstrate that, I'm not invoking.
But when you explain, when you explain that you're just breathing air, right? That you need to prove already first that can happen without trying to use.
Can you slow down? I'm having trouble understanding you. Slow down.
Because you're saying the air you're breathing, right, is gas pressure that is not contained. We asked you for a demonstration of gas pressure at a container, and you says, "Oh, the air you breathe is not contained in the room."
And I believe his claim was that the gas itself is holding it in, and then it jumped to, well, then how's that staying there? And he said, "You won't like the answer. It's gravity." So the gas itself is raising to the highest gradient and then holding the.
I'm saying about the gas molecules that attract each other as well as they're repelling, but gas molecules only have kinetic energy transfers where they transfer energy from when they collide.
Correct.
And obviously, the more pressure on them, the more that they'll collide, the higher the psi. So
not necessarily, but generally true. Yes.
Just to say that basically gas pressure at a container can exist because without containment is absurd, because it would just fill the space, and if you say we've got limited amounts of space, you'd have limited amounts of gas molecules.
I don't know what you're asking me. Again, I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you.
Just at least accept that it's probably more common. It's probably more logical to believe the evidence showing you that you cannot have gas pressure at a container. It's a physical impossible. It's a physical impossibility. It's a
no. I mean, go outside. There's gas pressure.
Okay, you're presupposing
fine pressure.
Yeah. Fine pressure. Can't demonstrate it without containment.
Let's get to the core of this.
You can never demonstrate gas pressure that's not contained. So you have to understand that you must be contained. That's something you need to get in your. That's why I say that maybe the dome that we talk about. Hold on. The dome. Hold on. The dome that we talk about would be like just like a different sort of material in the space. It doesn't have to be a physical dome. It could just be something to hold the gas in.
Dude, what is in contention is whether or not there is gas pressure without a container. But if I make an argument, you can't therefore say, no, that's wrong, because there must be a container if there's gas pressure. That is begging the question.
Based on experiments.
Following the evidence, right?
You can known behavior of gases
with containment. You can't do it without containment. That's what the evidence says. So until the evidence shows me gas pressure without a container, I'm not going to believe that it's possible. You, on the other hand, believe that you do live on a spinning ball and that you have gas pressure without containment, such as gravity is your container. But I don't think that's possible, because gravity, as I said to you, gas gravity at surface level. I've already explained to you my reasons why.
Your story is arguing with
the thing with Sorry, you were first.
Yeah, I was just going to tell him that his story is arguing with the fundamental laws of nature, so the burden is on him.
Yeah, so this first started because we were talking about mass attracting mass, and like I pointed out, on the atomic level, or when you look to table of elements and you talk about gas, because Platypus initially tried to use himself sitting in a chair as proof for mass attracting mass, and I said, well, yeah, but all things matter have to be attracted to all things matter. So in the sense of gas, it actually does the opposite. It fills an available volume. That's how this whole thing started. So that being said, the logic from my understanding would be, well, if there were gas particles here on Earth, they would be contained, or they would be they wouldn't be in a constant state of movement, because they would be attracted to the Earth, and then that would be that. But everything about gas behavior is the antithesis of mass attracting mass.
Well said.
So I have a clarifying question for you. If you take a tennis ball, you raise it up above your head, you drop it.
No question. That's
What happens
hypothetical
when it hits the
rambling.
ground?
What?
You've done nothing but talk about why the effects of gravity that you keep asserting are not observed, and then you just keep reifying and reasserting them. Can you just give one demonstration where it actually happens the way that you say it does without begging the question about the nature of the Earth?
I'm not begging the question, Jesus.
That's all you know how to do. You're so steeped in it that you're like a fish in water. You don't even recognize you're doing it. It's all you know how to do. It's all you've done this entire time. Just point at the sky, the thing in question, and say, "Yeah, see, it's doing what I say it does."
Or easier, he can provide like
Look,
this.
you're spacing the whole room. Like, just concede, yeah, that everybody here can see that you got your pants down right now, and you just constantly doing it. You're reifying it. Why would everybody here say that to you in a calm manner if you wasn't doing it?
Because you're trying to protect your worldview, which I understand.
Guy, can you find me a book or information?
That's called irony. And right now, I don't see the point in continuing this. Now, seeing as Elijah was the one who,
right.
Yeah, seeing as Elijah, you were the one who not instigated but initiated this conversation. Don't you think we should just cut down this fruitless tree and move on?
He just said,
Yeah, it's over because he interrupted because Platypus didn't have an example or an answer for it. He said, honestly, I don't have an answer for you. And then this guy piped up, you won't accept that. You're committing a fallacy. It's time for you to go on mute or present something new and change the conversation, change the topic, and be advised if you commit another fallacy and I call it out and you don't accept it. Meaning, not me just say it, but you use a fallacy and then I use your words to formulate it in the fallacy and you don't accept it, you're going on mute.
Earlier,
okay, so
he had
your fallacy identification engine is perfect. Then, right? You're not making a mistake. It's impossible.
No, there's many of us, and most of us have learned logic, and we all agree.
Give an example. You still didn't accept it, and I think that it's painful for us, everyone else, to keep repeating how you're definitely reifying the model. Now, you obviously misunderstand the question.
Of wisdom to not accept reproof. So, by definition,
because I am just a man and because I'm fallible, because I am a man and I am fallible, I asked Brummy, isn't he begging the question? I asked the room, isn't he begging the question?
And you've been more than patient. So we're just gonna move on.
Okay.
Earlier, I thought he was mentioning that he was saying it's not, so the gases were moving down, right, and then therefore pushing the next ones up, and it was just on a rotation cycle. Right. But I just didn't hear him get to the point of how he thought it was happening.
It's so mind bending. Even they have to say that the reason things go up is because it's putting everything else down around it, and they just constantly jump around in circles with gravity. Like, it does everything that it needs them to do. And then when you talk about things that contradict it, it's negligible. Oh, that's negligible. Everything's negligible. That shit on their plans. Just the fact that the gas is spinning rotating with the Earth, going through a fucking giant vacuum, and this gravity that can't even do nothing at the surface level, and where gravity is the strongest, has the most influence on gas molecules, apparently is stopping it from just going off into space and filling the available space, apparently. So it's more logical to just assume that maybe it isn't gravity that's containing it. Maybe there is something else containing the gas here. That's just more logical. So it's not like a difficult thing for me to just go, must be contained then, because obviously that makes more sense to me. Logically, I can picture it in my head. I can visualize it in reality. That containment is a necessary antecedent to gas pressure.
Brummy.
Why?
He just told you. If you're not paying attention, we're not going to entertain these.
It's that there's a lot of examples of it, Guy. That you can. That's how it's tested in containment. That's why.
Right, you can't give us one example of gravity replacing the container. All you can do is talk about why we don't observe the effects of gravity that you just keep reasserting and reifying.
Right. Well, he did ask why. And so the answer is, if you vary the volume of a container, you increase or decrease the pressure. Obviously, there's a relationship there, an antecedent relationship, which is why it's logical to reason if we have pressure, it's because there's containment, period. You were also explained to that in containers there can be gas pressure gradients, especially when there's more than one gas. So there's nothing else to be said.
Yep.
We're moving on.
I was actually going to respond to you, Brummy, about what you were saying. So you were saying something about it's more logical, right?
Yeah.
But I think I would go one level deeper, one level higher than that. Basically, you don't even need to deal with the logic, because by definition, it is that you cannot have pressure without containment. It's not pressure unless it's containment, and unless there's containment. It's in the definition, right?
Yeah, no,
So you don't. Yeah. So I was just going to basically just reaffirm the position. It's immutable, I think, is the best word.
I think just by saying it's logical, though, it's just a simple way of saying to people that it just if you really are
I get it. I'm just agreeing with you.
and you want to learn about what's true and what's not true, then you follow the evidence, don't you? It's not about what you think or you feel about the situation. I couldn't care if it's round, flat, or oblong. At the end of the day, it doesn't seem to be. There seems to be a few cracks in the globe model, and I'm quite happy stepping away from it a bit. You know, most people,
anti-science guy.
Riven, can you give me an example of something that's not in a container?
Can I give you an example of something that's not in a container? Yeah. Well,
specify your question, and are we really going to entertain this circle jerk?
Because he's trying to reverse the question: gas pressure without contained. So how could I show you something that's not contained? But there's different sorts of levels of containment in it. Like I'd say that you can say like an open top, like you guys play with the words of an open top container, but at least I'll address it as an open top container. You could say that outside, gas model, you could like make a large vacuum outside, and then you could say relatively with the area around it, that would be uncontained area. You'd have a radius of how much uncontained atmosphere you could create. For example, if I had a large vacuum and I put a ball in the middle, that ball would represent the planet Earth. And then the planet Earth, I'd probably I'd have a little balloon with some air in it. Now I could pop that balloon, and I could we could look at the effects of the way the gas would behave in that vacuum, and it would just go in all directions, wouldn't it? But that would be an uncontained. I'd consider that uncontained because it's got a lot of space around it. But obviously, ultimately, you couldn't have an infinite space, could you? You couldn't show it ultimately not uncontained. So that's the trick of the question that you're trying to get at, right?
So if this is inconclusive, what's your next proof ball guy?
He's asking you for proof of his own claim. He just reversed it. He's reversing the burden of proof.
Yeah. But I don't mind playing
this is a statement for the whole room. Stop taking the bait. You're not fish. Move on.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't mean to talk about it anyway. But what else can we talk about? What do we move on to?
To another individual who's got something constructive to say, if there is any such.
I would imagine there's more to just atmosphere that would make you think that you're on a ball. It has to be more. It's just that was the only thing that turned you.
No, I mean, I'd be happy to answer, but I've been warned that if I share my opinions on this, I will be muted.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's a lie.
Even that's
a lie. That's a
straw man.
Actually, before we move on, that's a flat out lie.
Seems to be
because he's talking about what I said, right? That's the reason I'm talking through you. I'm sorry, brother.
Put a lock on that conversation, and I feel like if we just carry on talking what we're talking about, the flow of the conversation.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to say anything that's going to put me in a position where I might be muted. So if I feel that way, I'm not going to engage.
Yeah, because he wants to learn. Yeah, it's awesome.
Let the guy talk. Then he's the moderator that put the ban on. Could you fine with conversation?
He's muted. Whoops.
Go for it then. So.
Finally.
There you are.
Hey, what's up, Romy?
What's up?
Yo, Miggy.
Oh, is that Miggy? Oh, for fuck's sake, man.
Dude, man, you forgot who I was, man. What's up?
3 fucking questions, man. Them fucking 3 questions. Just he's still doing 3 questions.
Dude, they haven't been. Well, I talked to QE the other day. He's on about the sextant, so that's pretty. It's a pretty tight argument, but
I've heard the sextant because obviously it can only be a straight line to the horizon. So if it's refracted light, how can it be a straight line? So when they're drawing angles up to it, you can't have an angle without 2 straight lines. Blah blah blah.
Well, I mean, it's a knockdown.
Yeah.
But this guy Gene or whatever. I was just listening to a little bit of what he's saying. Yeah, he is kind of reversing the burden a bit. So I think he hasn't really fleshed out all his understanding of what he thinks the Earth is, and I think he's trying to figure out if there's some way that he can actually make it sound like the idea of flat Earth is somehow faulty. Yeah. So he's gonna try to shift the burden while he can, because if he stares at it's cognitive dissonance, and it's a classic case of cognitive dissonance when you're staring in the face of something that you could possibly be known to be alive for as many years as if you've been taught it. So it's easier to just shift the burden so he can try to poke holes through the understanding. But I mean, it's classic. It's something that we all known that they do. But if you just give him a little bit of time to kind of really think about what the globe is, and he'll start to see that it don't make any sense.
It don't make no sense, man.
So he's muted, isn't he? Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been multiple ticks of the clock.
He's a bit of a dude though. I mean, if somebody spoke to me and says, "Listen, mate, we all think that you're doing this thing here," and pointed it out, to then say, "I'm not begging the question." though. It's like, oh man, look,
you're giving him too much credit.
He's been here before, guys. He
does. Yeah, he's a regular at this. Comes in and begs all the time.
Just dumb, man. Just like, what's
it's
wrong with
it's intentional stupidity, Brommy. It's not actual stupidity.
So I mean, how many? You've been here like a month, guy? Like, what's the time frame? I mean, obviously, these guys in here are pretty intelligent. I don't know why you would be able to see the logical inconsistency with thinking the Earth is a globe.
I honestly and genuinely think they're wrong.
Okay,
but I've been here for like a month, maybe.
So 1 month. Well, that's on and off. Is that, or you've been like every day, kind of?
On and off.
Okay. So
sorry.
You would say you'd stand pretty firmly on the belief that the Earth is a globe, then? I mean, pretty firmly.
My credence is high on it. Yeah.
Okay, so for you, everything is a belief. Is this correct?
Yes.
Okay, nothing is founded on verified information. You can go out and test to see if the Earth is a globe. Is this correct?
I mean, you can, but it won't give you 100% informative knowledge, right? Like my worldview is such that I don't really know anything. I have different degrees of belief about things.
Guy, one thing I'm hearing here is you don't really know anything. I have beliefs. Like, how is that founded to be something you can actually stand on and defend? Like, wouldn't that be like something that you'd be like, wait a minute, I can't defend something that I would say I just believe. Secondhand information isn't good enough. I need to go and research this thing and verify the information, come back, and then give these guys a good explanation of what I know.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
I think I should clarify what I mean by believe. When I say I believe something, it doesn't mean that I don't know it in the typical way that people use the word know.
Okay, so what way do you mean then?
It means that whenever I have, for example,
law contradiction,
a question for which there is a yes or no answer, I never do the following. I don't research it and then decide it must be true or it must be false. What I do is I research it, and then I say, I am 95% sure it's yes and 5% sure that it's no.
Would that include the globe? I mean, is that what you're talking about? You include the globe in this, like the idea that the Earth is a sphere, oblate spheroid. Are you talking about the Earth being a globe? 95% sure that it is. Is that correct?
I mean, I wasn't talking about that specifically, but every question in my mind falls under that.
Okay, so including the globe. So you're not really sure if it is a globe or not. You just believe it to be a globe.
Yeah, I'm 99.99% sure that it is, but
you jumped up from 95 to 99?
Yeah, because I wasn't talking about the globe for the 95.
Well, I'm talking about the globe. So even if there's a 1% chance that it can't be a globe as they told you, why would there be any doubt? You seem pretty solid on the Earth being a globe, but why would that be something you're standing on? Why wouldn't you go ahead and finish the research and make it 100%?
Because it doesn't matter how much research I would do, I could never make anything 100%, and I can never make anything 0% in the model.
Oh,
that
really?
I have in my mind. Yep.
So
He
there's
means he
nothing,
won't accept it no matter what.
nothing that you know would be 100% true. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, the only thing that I know 100% is I think. That's it.
So you live in the Matrix.
So then nothing. Well, then all bets are off, isn't it, Guy? Because if that's true, what your statement that you just said, then everything is up for question. Everything.
Sure. Exactly. Yeah.
Wow, dude! Like, really, that's the kind of existence you think that you can come in and actually stand on some kind of argument. In other words, really, you just need to be a bench warmer. You really can't be.
Can I ask you a question?
You can't be in a forum like that, man. Like, yeah, go ahead and do.
I want to ask a question. Are you 100% sure that you ate food before?
No.
You're not.
Oh my
Guy, come on, man! Like you're kidding around, right?
I'd like to retract.
I'm really not, and I'm not trying to offend you with my worldview. I'm really trying to be honest here.
Okay.
Miggy, 1 second.
So you're not 100% sure that you've eaten food before. How did you get this far?
Yeah, bro, you need to clock out.
To go as old as you are without ever eating?
Guy, you need to clock out, man. Just go ahead.
He's building a back door. It's a back door for it.
We've got another Glober, another retard example, and how they still can't fucking respond to it.
Yeah.
Right back.
I haven't heard one of this. Guy, seriously, man, this is not a forum.
It's
Guy. What?
My name's Guy.
Okay. But this really isn't a forum for you, man. To be honest, man.
What's up?
This is not a forum for you. If you really don't know anything at all, why would you say something that you know if you don't know anything?
Because I don't need to know something 100%.
Well, you can't have a stand. Like, it's not one way or the other with you. Nobody can have a discussion because you'll never reach the end conclusion. There will never be a conclusion for you at all. It would never be that you know that the Earth is a globe. It's just you think it is. It could be, right?
Would you like me to answer your question?
I don't think there's an answer for you don't have a conclusion. There's no conclusion that you could give to anyone that would satisfy any argument. You would just be in here spinning everybody's wheels, right? Is that what you're doing?
A backdoor psychological escape.
I would say it is, because why would you? You couldn't finish any. I don't know. India would just ask you a very direct question: have you eaten before? And you were like, well, I don't really know. Dude, you're alive. Obviously, you've eaten before.
No, that's not what he asked me. He asked me if I know 100%. He asked me if I'm 100% sure that I ate before. Am I wrong about that, India?
And have you?
No, that's what I asked.
Yeah, he asked me that, and I said, no, I'm not 100% sure that I ate before. I'm 99.99999% sure that I ate before. And I can live my life having different degrees of beliefs about different things.
Well, the jar you're in, the brain your jar is in doesn't fall off the shelf, man, because you're just the brain in the jar then.
There's no, listen, logically.
It's a possibility. Unlikely.
A possibility?
That's a possibility, Indio.
You watch too much TV.
Listen, logically, 100% sure I have definitely eaten food before. And I remember doing it, and I remember doing it every single day of my life, so there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that I've not eaten food because of
Can you tell us what is that 1 point? It doesn't matter. 0.1 of doesn't knowing if he eat. Can he explain that 0.1? What's that?
He can't explain. He can't even present how he's gonna even quantify that.
I vote that we change 90%.
That's also a good point. That's also a good point, because I haven't actually.
His brain is broken.
That's a good point. I haven't actually quantified it, right? I have qualitative arguments for this stuff.
No, qualitative, dude.
You just redefining 99 to
words for a 1 penny argument, dude. There's
it's redefining stuff. It's silly. Just his 99 equals 100. So let's just go off of his 99.
I muted him because this is as fruitless, if not more fruitless, than the previous engagement we had with him.
Yeah, but it was absolutely magnifique, because when you have people who come in here, and I wish someone took up the responsibility of getting these clips. Like when people ask us, well, why do you guys exist? Why are you here? Okay, because when we ask people who believe in the globe why they believe in the globe, and do they know it's a globe, they say, no, I'm not 100% sure of that. In fact, I'm not 100% sure of anything. For example, I'm not 100% sure that I ate food today. Like, that's all you need.
Wow, dude. Like,
yeah, wow. I think ever, not just ever.
Yeah, hey, India on this. I think that for the past few hours, I think there's some good clips that you can grab for the podcast.
Yeah, I'm actually I was doing that right now. I'm grabbing the episode. I'm gonna save it.
You gonna take a snippet out of this one?
Yeah.
All right, then. So what we got then? We've got: have you ever eaten food, or can you not see how this is begging the question fallacy? I mean, which is the dumbest question? Which is the dumbest one out of the two?
So, Bromy, have you go to the other servers where the Globers are? This is basically the same type. He's a carbon copy of one of those guys, I would say.
Yeah, I know what they're all like in there, but when I spend time around them, because I used to be friends with them, it's a bit different with them. Like the strangers that I don't know. When I spend time around the Globers that I don't know, it's a bit different because I never knew them. But them Globers, I used to be friends with them because when I was a Glober, we all used to have a laugh together, so they used to get along with me. Now, obviously, I don't agree with the Globe. So it's a bit weird. So I'm still friends with them, but we argue.
99.9%. Like, what is this? This has to be the best rescue for the Globe, man. Having that 1% of just, so that's your escape route, right? Or at least that's what it sounds like for people that are listening. He said 99.9%. So he can't be wrong. Are you 100% sure you've eaten something? Oh, 99.9%. What the hell?
He said 99.99999.
Yeah, he had a bunch of nines after that.
You know them adverts that clean your bacteria, like Dettol, they clean 99% of bacteria.
What the hell is wrong with people, man?
Just leaving some room for lack of lawsuits. Or
I wanted to answer the Geppy Get's question. What constitutes the doubt? Like, where is the doubt? What is that? Whatever it is, however many decimal places of doubt his doubt is. Like, what constitutes that doubt? Like,
you have to move the decimal like 10 points.
Well, it's like, can't you commit? I mean, all of us, when they ask us questions, we leave, room for questions there. It's like, hey, I don't know fully. If they ask us questions, I don't know.
If his goal is to
it's okay to say I don't know.
Well, not have you eaten though, Helio. Like if somebody's asked you, have you eaten today or any time in your life, and you're like, well, we got to leave room for I don't know. Like,
yeah, but they just feel like, well, I'm talking to flat earthers, so everything they say is dumb, so I can just say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure potato.
So when there's people who were dropped down the stairs as children, I think this is a case of drop down like one of them large spiral staircases.
Maybe. Yeah, that might be it. That's
crazy.
What is it? What is it that triggers their brain where it's like all of a sudden they come into a flat earth room and we're trying to ask them genuine questions and they just totally flip their lid. It's really weird.
Religion.
Pagus was
he doesn't have a lid to flip.
Yeah, I remember when Pagus was in here and he just started making shit up about sex robots and shit.
Sex robots?
Yeah, you remember that one.
I don't think I was here for that.
He's trying to pretend he's open-minded and that he's leaving room for imagination and let's imagine outside the box that we don't know anything. I get it, but it's still, you're asking a direct question.
Well, the thing with Pagus and the sex robot thing was, so if you walked in on your wife cheating on you, would that be considered evidence? And he was like, well, it could be a sex robot that looks like my neighbor and it's not actually my neighbor.
Yeah, that's what lit up.
Yeah, that's
it could be a figment of Guy Gene's imagination. Has he been sure he's actually talking to us?
Yeah, I don't think...
like, why is he wasting his time talking to his hallucination?
99.9% sure, Indio.
Yeah. Crypto essentially got him to try to explain that 0.00001% and how that would work, and that's why he got into that sex robot thing.
Well, I think that they get to a point of embarrassment where they're just kind of like, well, I'm talking to flat earthers that actually know what they're talking about, but I'm embarrassed to say something that makes me look embarrassed, even though
where does this thought process actually come from somewhere, right? Like there's some scientists out there are regurgitating this nonsense, and then you have like the masses are listening to them saying that, well, you can't be sure of anything. It's 99.9%, and these guys are coming in and we're like,
well, shit.
yeah,
I mean, after they listen to some of the pseudoscientists saying, "Well, we're 10 million times off of what our predictions would be from space," or whatever, like Michio Kaku, just like I trust them more than these random flat earthers that I talk to on the internet.
If you have to go to I don't even know if I exist to support your position, it's over.
It's over. Yeah, it's done.
Stuck a fork in him, baby. He's done.
Stuck a fork in it.
It's
Have you ever heard of flat earthers?
We're laughing about it, but it's really fucking sad, to be honest.
Have you ever heard a flat earther try to defend his position by saying anything like that?
No. I've never heard a flat earther that's not solid on their argument.
Only someone.
Well, actually, I have actually. I'll take that back.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I've heard of them before.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as in this room, like solid flat earthers, we're always like ready to take any argument.
Well, if the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then it's flat, right?
Exactly. That's all you need.
That's it.
We don't need to go to brain in a jar or any of that.
I've heard some crazy ass flat earthers. I ain't gonna lie about that. But
I think you gotta get to the meat and potatoes of the argument whenever you're talking to somebody like Guy, making sure that they're like, all right,
sure of that, Miggy? 100% sure.
We're gonna do the 9.9 to the 10th decimal place.
Yeah, that's how you know they're getting desperate.
Well, it seems like he's been carrying the argument for 1 month. Is he keep spinning everybody's wheels like this?
He just comes in and says the same stuff every time.
Well, that's like we gave respect to Platypus earlier, man. That dude's been around for years, man, and he holds his argument and he knows what we're about,
He was honest, at least, about the question that Guy or whatever tried to address.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, right, like he's not lukewarm, like, he's on one side or the other, at least he sticks with it.
Yeah. Anyway, you guys, gentlemen, continue. You guys are doing great. I think, like I was saying, Indio, you can probably pull some really cool clips from this video. It's still ongoing.
Yeah, I just saved the episode.
We had ice on the roads today, and I didn't go to work. That's why I'm here now. And I didn't go to work. So we had off today. That's why I'm here.
Got a little vacation day, huh?
No, it's not a vacation. I'm not getting paid, so.
Well, that part sucks, but.
Yeah, but I'm home today. That's why I'm here. But yeah, there was really. Fortunately, I mean, today has been really. I mean, just listening in today. I mean, we've had some really good conversations.
You guys have a lot of new faces in here, man. I haven't seen most of these people that are in here. New flat earthers under the fold, huh? Or guys with really solid arguments in here, anyway.
It's been pretty cool so far today. I mean, a lot of times, like on a Thursday, like sometimes it'd be dead, but today's been pretty active. So, yeah, shout out to everybody that's been involved today. It's been really cool.
Guy G's just trying to keep the party going. That's all.
Yeah.
Right.
He's the filler for the next.
Stuff.
Hey, so which one have you paid him? That's my question.
Well, I thought you guys were getting kind of bored, so I slipped him a 20. Just keep.
Yeah, I gave him a 22.
Shit, where you been at, Miggy? You ain't
Been hiding, son.
I know you have. You in Kansas, right?
Nah, Iowa.
Oh, Iowa. Oh, might as well be Kansas.
Yeah. Close by. It might as well be Kansas, yeah.
Okay, hold on a second.
Oh, shit.
What, just 1 second, or are you going to say something?
Somebody said, hold on a second.
No, go ahead. I was just goofing around.
I thought there was something profound coming forth.
Freaking. Well, Guy
Is my
G.
mic bad or something? Should I like switch mics or something?
Who's that?
No. Who's that?
It's me, Rookie.
Rookie.
Hey, you remember when I mistook Guy Gene for Platypus earlier? You see what happened when Guy Gene opened his.
Yes.
Damn,
I knew that
Platypus
was
is
going to
still in the
be a
server?
shit show, bro. I could just tell.
He hasn't got gold yet. Platypus have been trying to get gold in the server forever.
No, Platypus is.
We need a fool's gold roll for him.
Yeah, we need it. So we're gonna
Pyrite Club.
He doesn't. He wouldn't settle for that, dude. This guy wants.
Yo, could I get Fool's Gold?
No, that'd be a.
Freaking.
I came up with it. I'm gonna select who gets full gold roll.
Sasha 2.0's in here.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Sasha?
Oh, good evening.
I think he's been. I've seen you long ago. So
Yeah, I
think
talked
you've
to
been in.
Sasha last weekend.
Oh yeah, yep. I've been here for a minute.
Still a Glober, huh?
Hello, how are you people? Yes, thank you for calling me.
Well, your friend Sasha 2.0 is here.
I know because
Yeah, your doppelganger Sasha is here.
speaking with Sasha too, it's better for your.
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Sasha.
I got all my opinions from Sasha, so he thinks the same as I do. He's also a globe earther.
Is that right?
Ooh, which Sasha? We have another Sasha, third one.
That is not true.
Did I just hear Sasha's voice?
Oh, yep. Oh, what's up, dude?
What's up, bro?
Oh, this can get confusing.
You've been getting more people in this server, man. What's up, Helio? You guys are popular now, huh? Must be Indio.
It's all of us, man. We're all working together to make this.
Are you insinuating that we were doing something wrong before?
Yeah.
Nah,
shit.
Not me.
I come back from a. Well, I've been.
A
I've been on and
reprieve.
off.
I know you've been gone for a while. I'm just giving you a hard time, bro.
A reprieve. Yes.
Well, Miggy, it sounds like you didn't miss a beat, man. You must have been practicing in the mirror.
Yeah, well, it's like
sounded like
riding a bike,
nothing
bro.
changed, man.
Hey,
well,
check
I mean,
this out.
like riding a bike.
Yeah, it's just like when you step back in, it's just like, I mean, it's like I take like 4 days off and then I jump back in. It's just like, wow, okay, this is easy. And I listen to what's going on and it's like, it's not like that.
They're really all tangled up, aren't they? So you're really just trying to tell them that they're all knotted up and they're just like, what? They don't really understand because they don't know. They've never really realized that the globe is just a big old mess and they're clinging on to something. And the only escape has always been 99.9% sure that it's a globe. And then we'll like ask them, well, then how is it possible that you're trying to defend a point that has no point? Like,
well, and I think,
what are you saying, man? That you don't know?
Maybe the reason that we try to keep this portion of the server, the live portion, completely to Flat Earth the best that we can, is because it's so easy to come to a resolution on the points.
Or you think because you think that a resolution would be the answer, but to them it's like they got to keep the party going, somehow.
No. I mean, to them, that's what I'm saying. We've already resolved the point, in our mind, and we know all of the arguments. So then it becomes, if they're like, hey, I have questions about Flat Earth. Now, for new people that come in, have never talked to us before, they can come in and say, hey, well, how about if the other planets are round, why is the Earth flat? All that kind of, all the general weak arguments or whatever. But they're not arguments, they're just curious, right? flat curious or globe curious, whatever way. We've been on both sides of the argument. All of us have. And that's why we try to keep this live stream to flat Earth for the argument's sake. And I think that's why we're popular, because people will actually join the talk, and for the most part, as long as it's active and new people are joining, we'll keep it on that topic, and that's what's happening.
You guys have us in the house. Morvis in the house. What's up, Morvis?
Morvis has been blowing up the YouTube chat too.
Yeah.
Yes.
How's Texas treating you, Morvis? Still hanging around?
Gonna be a puss. He's open his mic.
He's usually working around this time. Yeah, it's cold, man. You got to be in the Midwest. That's cold.
I think he probably got some ice over there too.
Yeah, they did. Oh yeah. Ooh.
Yeah, it's it got down to 12 degrees here.
Yeah, when it's cold in Texas, it's really cold, man. It goes into your bones, man. You feel that cold. Anyway, is there anybody else in here who thinks the Earth is a globe? Or is 99.9% sure it's a globe? Because
99.999% sure.
Because we'd like to talk to you.
Show us that globe. If you can show us the globe and convince us, we will shut this server down.
Sasha thinks it's a globe, but he's less fun than the last guy because he's at least honest with his fallacies.
Yeah, It's
all good.
Damn him, he leaves us no fun.
Yeah, I know. If he's gonna hand wave something, he just outright tells you, I'm hand waving it. It's no fun.
Well, then you're just like, well, that's not okay.
I like it though. It's hilarious.
Oh, we got cousin Sueño in here. He's a globe earther. Looks like his roles are globe earther.
And there's a lot of flat earthers I've never talked to before in here. Stormfire.
That's what I'm saying.
Stormfire, have you ever talked to me before? Anyone here? Stormfire.
I'm wondering if globe earthers feel that they think they live someplace they can only ever imagine, that they're never going to experience it ever.
Yeah, that's
flat or globe, right?
That makes sense.
Even in their model, they're never ever gonna experience the Earth as a ball. Ever.
Yeah, I can't. They can't.
Even if it was in their paradigm, they are stuck to never experience it.
They just
unless they know the secret handshake, right? So, since they don't know the secret Masonic handshake, they're never gonna experience it. So, forever, you think you can only imagine where you think you live forever. How does that feel? How does that taste?
Yeah, the only place you ever experience it is on your television screen.
You're experiencing a TV, not a globe.
Yeah, but it's still a globe in their mind and their spirit.
In their mind. It's always just like unicorns or dragons or something, right? It's only ever going to exist in your mind and nowhere else. Ever.
Yep.
But they think it's a foregone conclusion. Where they're, 75,000 decimal points.
75.
Damn.
Sure.
I'm that sure.
But they're not sure if they've ever eaten before.
I can't prove it.
That's astounding, man. When they it's refreshing. I would say refreshing, but it's kind of like when you hear that argument, you know that there's nowhere the globe can go, man. It's weird, right?
Yeah. So think of this, Miggy. If so, there's a chance he never ate before.
Mm.
Where did he get the idea of eating from?
Well, that's up for debate too.
So where did that come from? Did it spring out of his own mind? Because he was born, right? And right, he thinks he was born. He thinks he had to eat food to survive and live to whatever age he is. If that's not actually true, then that whole idea and concept had to come from somewhere, right? His imagination
evolve from
of
a single
that
cell and have no
experience.
stomach and then gain one.
So in that paradigm, could you be absolutely
So
sure?
where did he dream up the experience? That's what I'm saying. Where did that 1%? Like say that whatever percentage is actually true that he has never
keep me
eaten
out of this.
before. How did he imagine it? Like where did the imagination of eating come from?
That's a good question.
This is it just breaks down to complete and utter idiocy.
Well, it seems to be the only logical consistency in their paradigm to exist in a forum such as this, because if you face any of the facts, you're gonna get torn down by like the truth. It's gonna leave you with the reality that the earth is not what you've been told, and it's better to live in that idea, I guess. It would seem that way anyway. It's much more comfortable to be in that idea.
Damn, Wilby Flat says it's -7.2 Celsius.
Yeah, it's pretty cold up here where me and Lou are. Right, Lou?
Shit. That's cold as fuck.
Yeah, we got a high right now today of about 13 degrees. It's supposed to drop to -2, I think, tonight.
Yeah, dude, freaking negative. It was -10 over here in Iowa, bro.
Oh shit! It was 12.
Yeah,
it was 12 where I live. Not negative. You talking about -12?
Uh-huh.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's cold.
Yeah, so far the lowest I've recorded this year is 1 degree. Actually, it hasn't been that cold up here.
Oh, wow.
We
I think today is the coldest day that I've experienced this year so far, and it was 12 degrees Fahrenheit.
But really, are you sure, Lou? Sure, it was 1 degree. There's a chance it wasn't.
It's, you know.
all I can tell you is what my I've got one of those weather station things, and it'll tell me like the minimum and maximum it's recorded.
Nah, Lou, you missed
weather station. That's what you think. That might not exist either.
Hey, Lou, you missed it. You missed it. Guy G or G's, whatever his name is. His argument was he's 99.9% sure that the Earth is a globe, and so therefore everything is, up for debate.
Okay, so no matter what it measures as, it doesn't matter. Basically,
it doesn't matter.
He wasn't even 100% sure he had ever eaten food before,
he
ever
said that
in his life.
He said it, bro, on this. Got it recorded too.
One of those. I got you.
No, yeah, so we were kind of like, okay.
Well, when you back yourself into
Yeah,
the
Lou,
corner,
you might not actually have a weather station. There's a small chance that it doesn't really exist.
I mean, that's true. This could all just be a dream, I could be dreaming about my weather station.
That's true.
Oh. Yeah, but you have to go there to show somebody that.
Could also be really high.
Nah, it's just it's craziness, man. It's crazy talk.
Well, I mean, it's like with this argument, I mean, you want people to come in and say, hey, I know the Earth is a globe because of this, and here are my reasons. And if they have any new reasons that we haven't heard of before, we want them to come and bring those reasons so that we can be convinced of the opposite, because we all learned more than likely we're going to hear everything that they've already brought, but if they're going to bring us a new reason, they can shut us down and say, okay, now we all see why the Earth is a globe, and we're sorry, we're all dumb for thinking the Earth is flat, and we're going to shut the server down. And so
how long we've been waiting, Helio?
Yeah, we've been waiting for a very, very long time.
Helio, you will say sorry because Bolivian Salt Lake it's flat. I'm so sorry, it is not flat anymore, but it is flat.
The
But
Bolivian
I'm sorry.
salt flats, they're the Bolivian salt flats are curved. You showed us somehow.
Because the guy showed you the bridge, that famous bridge. There is curving. Then you go to Bolivia.
There'll be the 130. There's a 130-mile bridge, near China. I mean,
Oh, now we're gonna have to call them the Bolivian salt curves. So no more salt flats.
Sorry about that.
The conversation doesn't even usually get to them even trying to offer positive proof of anything they're saying. It's usually just them trying to explain away why we don't experience any of the stuff they claim. That's like 90% of the conversation. That's all Guy did this morning. He just went on trying to explain why we wouldn't experience the stuff that he says is happening at scales that we can't.
The burden of proof reversal is the old 32 Skadoosh, man. That's when they don't have any other argument to offer up, they'll tell you about what do you know about the flat Earth, and start poking holes at it or whatever, and you really got to redirect the focus back onto the globe because it'll just keep going back to like an escape artist,
Yeah, totally.
You can reverse questions, and it will be better. How many people from ancient time till now measure Earth flat?
So I'm hearing you say things like burden of proof reversal. How does that make?
Yeah, I know.
Well, I told him he was begging the question, and then he went on to ask us a question, which ultimately was him begging the question by asking, so you're saying that the Earth is a dome? And we're like, well, no, we're just asking you to provide evidence of pressure without containment. And he said, well, outside.
Oh, go outside? They look up in the sky, that kind of thing?
No, you don't need to look. You go only outside. It's gas pressure outside. That means you don't need container.
Well, I think that was a good insight of him coming up with reasons why we wouldn't feel spin or why we wouldn't see curve or whatever, right? That's really, and then it ties into that doubt, right? That small percentage of chance of doubt. He's trying to drag us into his delusion. It looks flat, but there's a 0.1% chance it could be a globe. Oh, I don't feel motion, but there's a 0.1% chance we actually could be moving. He's trying to drag us into his insanity.
That's the old that's the old ant on the beach ball idea. Just a little ant on a beach ball, you can't see it. Too big.
I just can't believe they're even trying that, though. I mean, it's like your argument's not on a good footing when you're just sitting here trying to explain to us for hours why we don't experience any of these things.
I think it's clear they don't have an argument.
Yeah. Like if you had positive proof, you could just end it in 1 minute.
I'm going to convince you the Earth is a globe by telling you all the ways you don't experience it as a globe.
Exactly. It's like, you're making my case for me. I can just rest now. Thanks.
Less you speak about globe, you more prove globe.
I'm going to prove the globe by going on and on for hours about why we don't experience a globe.
It's weird, man, but I think like somebody who's coming into the server brand new, why wouldn't they change their mind? Like, you think that somebody's stronghold on that ball is so powerful that it's like a spell that they're just like.
Indoctrination is one hell of a drug.
Oh yeah. It's like that old what's his name?
I don't know.
Rick James,
bitch. Yeah.
Yeah, in the beginning, when when I brought it up to people in real life, like my brother and family functions, they would just gradually get to things like an object in motion stays in motion and the Coriolis effect, and they would just these guys don't even get there, but they don't even get there.
Yeah, but I mean, how long? No thanks. How long have you been in the knowledge of truth? knowing that the Earth is not a globe?
Maybe only 7-8 months.
And that conversation probably didn't bode well for you when you spoke to your family. Huh? They were jumped on your case, be like, "What are you talking about, man? Look at this."
We went pretty hard, and I dare to say I definitely won. But the debate to the point where they said, no, I'm just done, and they sent me a picture of a donut in space. I'm done.
Oh yeah. The old cat tipping over the flat Earth and whatnot. Yeah, that's the
dinosaurs hitting a disc. Yeah, but but even still, they got to that point in one day. One conversation, just at a family function. These guys just don't get there. I would like to see some action. Yeah.
Wait for Thanksgiving or
no, I mean from these guys in this on the server.
Be like, I got a fun game to play. Let's see if the Earth is a globe. Anybody?
Yeah. It was a good Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Everybody storming out of your house. Come on, you guys don't want to play.
they white faced out of the house. Like, like, oh god. Yeah, it was fun. But that's where like my empathy comes from for some people, is I watched their faces turn white and just like swallow hard and just say, I gotta go. That's all right. But they were going hard for a while, coming up with stuff, throwing it at me. Then the good old days. I don't know.
A few people in here that I haven't seen for a while, like Percentage, sitting up there. What up, Percentage? You still hanging about? Huh?
Yo, what's up?
What we got in here? California Nightmare.
What's going
How you
on?
been,
There's a
Miggy?
whole bunch
Jeremy
of
been
here
telling
today
me
I haven't
that
seen in a while.
you guys have like this crypto thing going on, and you're killing
Hey,
it.
oh yeah, dude. Making money hand over fist, bruh.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
What'd you say, Indio?
Oh, what crypto do you guys trade?
All of them.
I said there's a lot of people I haven't seen in here in a while in here today for some reason. It's very strange.
Like they're coming back? Is that what you're saying?
Just like you. I haven't seen Percentage forever. Platypus I haven't seen in a long time. Came in here with someone else whose voice I haven't heard in a long time. I haven't heard in a long time.
Not the loud one, but the one that was just talking. The one that talks like he just took a hit of a bong all the time.
Yeah. Exactly. That one. Few people. Very weird.
Platypus was in here.
Oh, Platypus.
Yeah.
That guy,
Today was really
that guy loves to hate Flat Earth, man.
Man, you guys are one complex hallucination. I must be having a flashback hallucination.
Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna be all right. We're 99.9% sure. Imagine if your pilot, you're taking off of your plane. Good evening, folks. About 99.9% sure I could land this thing.
I'm not 100% sure that man murdered that woman, Your Honor.
I'd be like, get me out of there. Yeah. That's some crazy stuff, man. Some powerful stuff.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'm not 100% sure that this man committed a crime, Your Honor, but I am 99% sure.
If you have a jury filled with people like him, will then everything not like you can't judge anybody guilty then, because there's always some doubt, right?
It has to be.
No, but it would be unreasonable doubt.
Unreasonable, yeah.
But did you see him commit the crime or not? Well, I'm not 100% sure, Your Honor, but I am not.
I mean, Your Honor, he could be a sex robot.
Hey man, I think 99.99999% sure is as far as an airplane flight goes.
Yo, Helio, that's got to be a T-shirt somewhere, man.
Yo, you guys got to stop disparaging my name.
No, I'm serious, man. That's got to be a T-shirt. I'm 99.9% sure that the Earth is a globe. When they put the globe on the bottom of it, wear it around. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but a lot of shit that was said today. I'm trying to think of T-shirts or memes or something. We gotta freaking make some memes out of some of the shit that was said today.
I'm still laughing at whoever said I'm 90. Hello, this is the captain speaking. I'm 99.9% sure I'm going to land this plane safely.
Yeah, it was me.
Thank you. That was fantastic.
Fuzzy, can you imagine though if like that was the way everything was? I'm 99.9% sure that there's not poison in that drink you're about to drink right now. No way, dude.
Well, it's a psychological out, mental. It's like whoever said it before too. Like it's a mental out of that all makes sense. I can't prove shit.
Yeah.
And and you run into cognitive dissonance, and you say, "Oh, well, but there's a 0.000% chance that it's all bullshit." So,
freaking,
that was a close one. I almost said
you have a 1 in a million chance of this being bullshit.
I tell them I'm more sure when I say the Earth is flat. There's not one thing I can think of that I'm more sure of that I've ever said my whole life. Not one thing. That's the most sure I could be is that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, Earth is. I'm 100% sure that what they told us about the Earth is complete bullshit. I can say that with confidence.
With the same confidence that I have with Santa Claus not being real, is that what NASA claims to be real is also just as real as Santa Claus, with the same confidence.
Wait, Santa isn't real?
Wait,
no, actually,
no. Santa, it's got to be real because NORAD tracks Santa with satellites. So Santa's definitely real because satellites exist. There's the ball. Game over.
Yeah, I think Santa Claus is more real than this globe bullshit.
Once you invite NORAD into the party, it's over with, man.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
That's right. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie?
Part of the government.
Did you say the G word?
When hasn't the government lied, right? They set up dual citizenship. Most people don't realize that these so-called districts, and if your state has a sheriff's in it, that means your state is repugnant to the Constitution.
Look, listen, I tell this to people all the time. The only time the government doesn't lie is when they're like, you're under arrest. They're not lying. You are under arrest.
You are under arrest.
Or when they say you owe this much taxes.
Well, you might not owe that, but they're going to pretend you do. They do.
You can't bust out with the 99.9% sure thing on them on that, huh? They wouldn't let you get away with that.
No, their math is 100% precise when it comes to that.
Actually, I just said this to a cop. He came up to the house, detective, right? Looking around, and I go, "Can I help you?" Went to shake my hand. "Yeah, I'm so-and-so. I'm a detective." And I go, "Cool. You got a warrant?" "Well, no, nobody's in trouble." "Yeah, that's a lie. You're allowed to lie, but as soon as I give you anything that's unfactual, you want to throw me against the wall. Shouldn't I be able to throw you against the wall for lying to me? There's no reason for you to be here out of state just to hang around and talk if no one's in trouble."
We should be able to screw them over just like they do us.
Yep. So I basically said, "Nope, I ain't talking to you. I don't talk to liars. Get the fuck off my land." To the left.
That's a good one. I didn't think about that one. That's classic, though. I don't talk to liars.
Well, the basic thing is...
I'm 99% sure I already complied, officer.
Yep. You're at my house.
Not lie about. If you ask them,
sure.
Listen.
What?
Ask the police if you're under investigation. They have to tell you, even if they're undercover. They have to tell you if you ask them if you're under investigation.
Yeah, it wasn't for me though. It was for somebody that had stolen something from here before, and they found the property.
But
I'm
I'll
like,
tell you the court case is called U.S. versus Tweel. They tried to pretend the guy wasn't under investigation, got him to say shit, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, now we got you," because he specifically asked them, "Are you investigating me for a crime?" And they're like, "Nope, we're not investigating you for a crime."
Yep. But see, they're allowed to lie to you. That's the fucked up thing.
That they can't lie about that. They can't lie about that one thing. They can lie to you about everything else.
You know, in some states, it's illegal for them to actually use their sirens and their lights if they're not in an emergency, and you can actually nail them on that.
Yeah, red lights indicates an emergency.
Well, it's like if you're driving, you can't be pulled over by an unregistered car or whatever. Like, people that are detectives, can't just pull you over in a traffic stop. That's not their job.
What?
If there's a detective partners or whatever, they can't pull you over in a traffic stop for speeding necessarily.
Well, hey, check it out. If they do arrest you,
traffic cops.
Then you have like 3 weeks of good workout plan going on, and then you get to flat smack some people, right?
I guess. Yeah, I guess.
And they can't leave. You got a captive audience.
That's a silver lining, huh?
I don't know. That can be dangerous, bro.
Who wants to sit in?
It wasn't dangerous for me. Everybody.
I've been in jail
like,
for
I
a
see what
couple
you're saying.
I've actually
like,
been in jail for a couple weeks, and
they're
it's
like,
not
obviously,
fun.
I didn't do what they said I did. So what you're saying makes sense that the government lies.
Nobody in jail is guilty, right?
No, nobody's guilty. Everybody in jail is innocent, right? Because jail is where you sit until you're judged. It's kind of messed up that they hold you without they charge you with a crime, and they keep you out of public just because you are suspected of committing said crime. I mean, they've taken your freedom from you.
Hey, check this out, though.
You aren't even charged. You're charged with something, but you're not even convicted, so you're not guilty of anything yet. So why are you being treated like you are guilty?
All right. Well, the reason is because they drive around in cars that say law enforcement on the side, so they're enforcing the law, right? So they're enforcing the law.
I mean, I get it. Like,
when is the law enforced? When is the law enforced? No, I get that too. When is the law enforced, though? The law is enforced when you're convicted.
Well, it's not even okay. It's called the criminal justice system, right? So only the criminals get justice. Therefore, anybody that gets screwed over by the criminal justice system is the victim of a criminal. And the criminal sitting there with their black robe of Saturn. Yeah.
There you
saying,
go.
"Oh, I'm a lawyer."
From ear to ear, too.
Yeah. I'm a lawyer. They all work for the judge.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm just wondering why they drive around in cars that say law enforcement on the side.
It's martial law, man.
They can't enforce the law. They're just trying to find you violating the law, which, like speeding or something like that. That's not law. That's really
speeding in against the law,
it's
unless
a
you're a
citation.
commercial vehicle.
Yeah, I mean, that's a citation. But they're driving around in a vehicle that says law enforcement on the side. Now, that officer cannot enforce the law. They're not actually law enforcement.
He can only serve a
giving
warrant.
you a citation, then you go before a judge, then you might or might not be found guilty. That is when the law is enforced. Now, you might be found guilty of a citation, which is still not the law. Anyway, but that's my opinion. It's not really my opinion, but whatever.
But here's the thing. You're missing the golden opportunity, right? I mean, you're on vacation at that point.
I'm vacation from my job where I'm trying to support my family.
So you sit there and you flat smack people and you network. That way, when you get out, it's like, hey, you guys need cabinets? We got killer deals on cabinets. You know, think about it.
Like all the guys in the fucking jail are going to be.
Yeah, they might know. You know, a lot of people in there are blue collar. They're just workers. You know,
I mean, I'm a worker too. I don't build cabinets myself. I'm working for somebody.
Oh, I know that, but you know, if you could say, hey, you know, check this place out. You know, we do pretty good quality cabinets, and they'll be like, hey, that's a good idea. Then they'll be like, I got that. You know, let me get your number and they get your information down and all that.
You know what's funny? The other day I was in Walmart and I was looking for shelf brackets to put some shelves up in my house. And I found some on the aisle on the Walmart app. It's like, look at this aisle. It's like, oh shit, I found them. I walked by it like 4 times. And then I pulled up the Walmart app. It's like, it's on this aisle. I was like, shit, I just walked by this. Anyway, so when I was there looking at the shelf brackets,
you need GPS to find the product. They got GPS for the products.
Pretty much, yeah. In the Walmart app, yeah, it tells you where what you're gonna find.
They have a map. Many of the apps now have a whole map of the store, and it will show you a map of the aisles of where the products are located.
You know what's really fucked up though is moving forward from this. I found what I was looking for, and while I was standing there looking at the shelf brackets, this lady just randomly said, "Hey, I'm looking for pegs to go in my." She was talking about cabinets. You know, she was like, "I'm looking for some pegs to go in here," and I went to Lowe's, and the pegs that I bought there didn't work. And it's like, you're talking to a cabinet maker. But I looked up the pegs on my app, and I said, well, they're supposed to be here on the same aisle. And so we were sitting there talking for a minute. And she was like, well, I need to remodel my kitchen, because some shit happened or whatever. I was like, hey, well, just call my boss. Maybe you can get some cabinets. But I doubt she
That's
will.
a fantastic story.
But
You should have done a side job, Helio.
So,
come on,
yeah,
Dennis.
I wish I had my own shop because I could actually fly.
Yeah. Well, future plans, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened is she has some like commercial cabinets.
Oh, you could call it the world of flat countertops. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and burn off, guys. You guys have a good night, day, wherever you are.
Hey, Miggy,
All right,
Miggy again. I'm sorry I ran you off. It's my fault.
No, dude, no. I just wanted to pop in here and say what's up.
No, bro, man. Yeah, you've
Peace,
been.
Miggy.
Yeah, man, bro. Yeah.
Later, guys.
It's good seeing you, man.
Yeah, take
Hey,
care.
you
See
guys
you
too,
around.
man. I'll pop in every now and again.
Later, Miggy.
Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, don't be a stranger, bro. Man, come in here and flat smack.
See ya, Karma.
Yeah, just come in anytime. Tell me to shut up, and I will.
Yeah, it was just really interesting that she was like, I'm looking for some things for my cabinets. The ones that I bought from Lowe's didn't work. And I looked up the pegs that she was looking for. I think it's on this aisle. And it said in stock. Excuse me. And we couldn't find them. And it was 1/4-inch holes. And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's probably the same pegs you got from Lowe's and they didn't work. So I was like, man, you're gonna probably, if you want to use those pegs, you're probably gonna have to drill the holes out bigger.
The invite for the server is saying a maximum number of invites for the server has been reached.
Hey, use the discord.gg/flatter if that one should work.
Yeah, is it the vanity link or is it the generated link?
Yeah, the vanity link.
It's saying max.
Yeah, I posted in.
Oh man, It shouldn't be that way.
And I just had someone, a friend wanted to join, and I sent him the link, and he said that he's banned. I go, you're not banned, but you can't. It won't work for him. So
Oh, hold on. Correct. So the banding won't work.
Breaking up,
sorry,
man.
you broke up there.
I said you gave him the vanity link and it don't work?
Yeah.
That's really weird because last night I tried to create an invite and it said there were too many invites. I deleted about 30 invites. I couldn't make any more invites. And now you're saying the vanity invite is not working. Now, why wouldn't that work?
Yeah, I know. It's weird. Let me check the one I have on my YouTube channel and see if that works. Holy shit.
Yeah, let me see if I can scan the QR code to see what it says. I wonder if that's what's doing it.
That's why I was asking you guys this morning. I've never invited, but how do you do it? Because nothing here was working for me. Because there needs to be some action going on.
Think that I don't have the vanity. Well, I have the vanity link in the title of my YouTube channel, but I also have another invite in the description, and that seems to be working. I'll post that and see if you guys want to check that. Try this one. Hold on, let me copy link address. Oh shit. Try this one and see if it works. This one should work. Unless Indio deleted it. That one looks like it's still good.
No, I didn't delete that. I didn't delete the one that we've had for a long time. I deleted ones that no one had been through.
Yeah, but the vanity link should still work, though. That's what's messed up.
It looks like it's working for me on my mobile.
The QR code scanned all right, but it came up with a different address instead of the discord.gg/flat earth. It's a discord/invite/flat earth.
Yeah, that should work too. That's what's weird. Yeah, I mean, both of those that we just posted should work. If it's not working, it's not on our side of it.
Here, I'll remove the one that I posted in case that's what's causing it.
Yeah, if you're having issues with the links, that's what. Yeah.
Because lately I've just been typing out the discord.gg/flat earth.
Yeah, it should work. It should work for you. And if it doesn't, the one that I just posted, that should work too.
The other one, the one he deleted, worked. Yeah, they're both. I don't know what happens on the other end of this, but it's working on this end.
Yeah, so I'm confused. I mean, we haven't had a problem for quite a while with the links. All of them should be good.
Yeah, I thought that guy earlier, I thought he was going to bring up the radiation belts, maybe, or something like that, holding in the gas.
Radiation belt.
Yeah. Radiation string.
He didn't even try. All he did was try to explain away why we don't experience gravity doing what he says it does.
Because he could make the argument that the Van Allen holds in the atmosphere.
Well, hold on. All you have to do is ask about gravity. What is that? That's all you got to do. Say, what's gravity?
Isolate it. Prove its effects.
You don't even have to do that. They're gonna once you ask them what is gravity, the burden of proof is on them. What's gravity? What do you mean by gravity? What is that?
Oh, there's in chat. They're saying that 25,000 members it locks the server.
What?
Yeah, Nathan is he? Yeah. Oh, I don't see him in text chat or voice chat now. He remembers reading somewhere how servers have a member cap that you can't apply for any more. Did we hit 25,000? I think it was last I looked, right? It was really close to that.
We're pretty close to 25,000 on that link I posted.
Why is it like that? Is it because of the server? Like
24,952.
I'm pretty sure Indio's looking into it right now. If that's the case,
right on.
That's pretty.
Maybe that's why nobody's been.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah, because this link doesn't give the actual number. I mean, we're like 48 members from 25,000, so maybe.
I actually was just talking with Indio a little bit about this last night, and so he was saying the people are still joining, but a lot of people have been leaving. So maybe when you hit that cap, Discord automatically removes inactive accounts or something like that.
I was mentioning, I was saying, is there a better, how do we advertise this? Because it seemed like nobody was coming in with anything. So I think something's going on. I don't think you guys should drop it. I think you should look further. I don't know how to look further. I don't have any
sus. Yeah, I would say look into it.
Yeah, it's something to look into. Here. Yeah, traffic's. Oh, I attributed the low traffic to like the holidays and stuff, which that often happens. Every year. We've been doing this for a while, so I attributed it to that. But I didn't realize that there might be a cap at 25,000. If that's the case, we'll figure out. Go ahead and purge some other members that aren't active, and then we'll.
Well, how would you get around that then? Because there's servers out there with well over 100,000 or 200,000 members in it.
You can probably buy more bandwidth or something.
No, it's not about the bandwidth. Oh. It's about.
I was going to say, don't we have enough boosts by now?
Yeah. Oh shit! We have like 50 boosts on the server.
I found something out, but only Indio can do this, I guess. There's a few things you can do. But it says 10,000, then you get, your server must be within 10,000 members of needing a server cap increase. And we're past 10,000 members. An active moderator team, as well as rules and guidelines, properly gated NSFW channels. If the NSFW channel is not allowed on the server.
Yeah, we don't even have one of those, so it's not.
Yeah. But I guess you can. New member retention rate of more than 10%. Then you can increase the cap.
Okay.
So you're forced to purge or.
Oh yeah.
Prove.
There's a couple other requirements here too. I'm reading. You must have a permanent personality link.
Request for server cap or server member cap increase request under the type of question field.
Yet the server must be community enabled. The server must comply with all guidelines. It must have a server a permanent invite, which they do. The Flat Earth one. It has to have the help section.
Pretty sure we already have that.
Well, I've been using it.
Yeah, there's definitely a retention rate of more than 10%. I mean,
yeah.
Prove it.
That means that people would leave. They have to leave, join, and then leave.
I thought it was the opposite. Did it say? I thought it said the opposite, not a retention rate of more than 10%. But
yeah,
maybe
that
I heard it wrong.
accounts don't just stay, right? They come. They're.
I'll just read that part back. I thought it was I'll just read that part back.
Well, before we even worry about all this, we need to make sure that new people can join. With these links. So,
one thing is they don't like groups like these getting too big. That's something to be wary of.
Well, are you sure about those?
Oh yeah, look at YouTube. Look at all the, I don't know, any of the channels that I was going to like a year ago are all toast.
Well, either way, we're going to keep doing this as long as we can.
Well, I guess not all of them. You still got your David Wises and Jeranism and stuff like that, and this is kind of in that vein, but they definitely try to stamp this sort of content out.
Well, that's where I got the invite. So
cool. I mean that link that I posted in Livestream voice text, that one still seems to be good. So if you guys want to share that one around, it's still working as far as
isn't that timed for 2 weeks though?
No, that's been on my YouTube channel for like 2 years.
Oh.
Yeah, that same link has been there forever. I made that link.
Yeah, I guess they don't really outright ban a lot of Flat Earth channels on YouTube, actually, huh? They just, suppress them.
Yep. Hide it via algorithm shadow banning.
Yeah.
And they say they don't shadow ban, but yet they've admitted to censoring Flat Earth in particular. Yep.
Yeah, they went to Congress and said that they do that, right?
Yep.
Cripes.
Yeah, didn't they specifically use the word shadow banning in front of Congress when it comes to Flat Earth?
Yeah, I can't remember if that's specifically what they said, but the gist of it is they suppress it.
Didn't say shadow ban, but I have a video for that one.
Because it's a danger to their democracy.
Well, now we know who our enemy is, though.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Yeah, if people are allowed to freely exchange information, that'll be a danger to them.
Yeah, we don't want freedom of speech and thought. No, no, no. You must comply with the guidelines of your government.
Wait, I got it right here. Hold on. You guys want to hear it?
You talking about the Congress thing?
Yeah. I got it.
So you wonder whenever you look up anything on Flat Earth on YouTube, and the first person you see is Ask Professor.
Yeah. Simon Dan.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
I didn't hear shadow ban.
Yeah, same thing.
That's their answer for it.
Like, what you gonna do about this, YouTube?
Yeah, they put a box up there, but then they didn't tell you what they did afterwards. They demoted it on their spider result.
Oh, yeah.
So their spider doesn't have any results where that flat Earth box has shown up. Even if you look, you do the channel name and the title of the video and even the date of the video, and it still will not come up on the search result.
Yep.
Yeah, so if there's the high ranking websites with the page rank and domain ranking linking to flat Earth videos, how can they demote it? What is their definition of authoritative figures? Is it actually figures, or is it the way the internet works with authoritative people?
Authoritative sounds a lot like authoritarian.
Yeah,
it's all a violation of net neutrality.
I'll tell you what, go on any search engine, type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll find us. You type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you'll find us on any platform. You'll find us. We'll be on the first page. Now, I mean, as far as if you type in Flat Earth, you won't find us. If you type in Flat Earth, you won't find us. But if you type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, you'll find us on the first page. Any search engine.
So they're not hiding it. I'm getting some mixed signals from you guys.
No, what I'm saying, if you type in Flat Earth, you're going to get a shitload of anti-flat Earth videos. You'll get Professor Dave. You know, it's like, oh yeah, you'll get a bunch of
that term is. But if you go really specific with your terminology, you can actually find stuff with those search engines. It's just you have to oftentimes get really specific, and it depends on how much it gets flagged, I guess.
It's like typing in Walmart, sure, okay, but that's not what you're searching for. What you're searching for is the best price for Q-tips, and that's you can go on Google AdWords or have your website created, and you don't want to type. You don't want people to find your business name. That's ridiculous. You'll get no business. You need them to find what they're searching for, and that's where the ranking goes down for Flat Earth. Yeah.
Nobody on this server is making any money from this. This is a public service. But if you type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on any searching,
I think that's not true on YouTube. I find nothing but garbage when I search for anything Flat Earth on YouTube. To go through DuckDuckGo to get any good videos or anything.
Well, open an incognito browser. Open an incognito browser and try it. Type in 24/7 Flat Earth. Just type that. See what comes up.
There's no argument for me on that. My only argument is the way that the algorithm that you should follow to traditionally promote is by backlinking to authoritative websites and by having the correct meta tag and descriptions. And Flat Earth fails not by whoever created the servers or web pages, but it fails to get to the top, even though it has authoritative content and links and the meta descriptions within the site and within the content. It still doesn't show up. That's the point. Yeah.
No, man.
Hey, I'm wrong.
You have to add the web crawler spider robot inside of the metadata. If you don't add that in the metadata of your background style sheet, then your site will not come up on any search engines because they all use this spider bot. It's called the web crawler.
Everybody. Yeah, you have to set that up. Yeah, for sure. And everybody has to set that up on their websites and on their web pages to be crawled properly. Yeah.
And if you set up like Google AdSense or AdWords or some kind of advertising there through Google, then they should promote it higher up as a way of them generating more revenue and you getting $100 every 3 months for it.
And we're hosting on YouTube. That's the hosting.
That's the problem.
So it's just like, I mean, if we were, if I had my own website and doing it from there, that would be a different thing. But it's on YouTube.
There is OtherTube as well, right? And OtherTube does allow some streaming, but the only thing that I've seen that has ever been streamed off of there is like Freemasonic ceremonies and stuff. And it's like not censored, all of that stuff. It's like it's set up like YouTube, but
what I'm doing with YouTube, I'm taking advantage of the platform as long as we can do this, and until they kick us off, I'm gonna keep doing it.
But like,
keep in mind that the first
in order to stream to them, you have to pay to stream to them.
I know. I've already looked into it. I know.
It's bullshit.
And you're not going to get any people watching. Nobody's fucking looking at that.
And you still have to pay.
You do when you buy a.
You have to pay them, and you're not going to make any fucking money. And I'm not even doing this to make money. I'm actually doing it to help people
get the word out.
Yeah, get the word out. And I made a little bit of money when I first started the channel, but they demonetized this channel over a year ago, and I made shit off of YouTube in over a year, but they haven't shut the channel down, so just freaking keep doing it.
I'd be curious though. What are they talking?
I made enough money to pay a couple of internet fees and to pay for the computer that I stream from. That's it. That's what I made.
Yeah. So are they referencing the government official authority, traditional authoritative internet websites, and the way traditionally you would get to the top of a ranking, or they specifically mean if it doesn't say Bill Nye in the title, then they'll demote it? Are they talking about authoritative people or authoritative content in internet?
You're gonna have to ask that bitch that testified before. I do go through tags in the channel. I try to lead people to our site. The way I lead people to our site is through other social media platforms, because YouTube's not going to help us out in any way, but we can stream here. And this is the most popular. I stream to DLive, which almost nobody watches it, and I stream to Twitter, and we'll get a freaking 2 or 3 views a day on Twitter. So it's just like YouTube is our main platform, so that's where my focus is. So
something I've realized when I do ladies' night, I don't get a lot of people that watch it live, but I'll get a lot of people that'll watch it as a rerun.
That's called porn.
And by the way, I usually record ladies' night, and I did record the last ladies' night. I haven't uploaded it yet. That reminds me, Josh. I need to upload that one. I have a lot of ladies' night episodes that I recorded. That reminds me. I need to freaking look at that. I need to upload the last ladies' night, because I'll record it and then I'll forget that I recorded it. And sometimes I'll record the precious metals shows and stuff. I mean, a lot of the events that we have on here, I'll record. Or if there's a really good talk going on, sometimes I'll record that and upload it as a separate video. Because with
and those are ways.
Like I have OBS running 24/7. All I have to do is hit start record, stop record, at the end of a talk. And it just uploads it to my separate PC, where I can just upload it video.
Save all the good stuff you can, because you can't trust YouTube to save it for you.
Yeah, but
yeah, there's another resource called Mix.com. It's a social media site where basically you just park things that you find on the internet, and it'll always be there for prosperity. Like it'll always link back, and then you can like say, you know,
You
the
mean
description of what it is. Yeah,
I know we're corrected. We're such assholes.
Yeah, thank you. That one. Yeah.
Not asshole-ish.
But it's Mix.com, and it's pretty much your blog spot, and it's basically a page where you leave bookmarks, right? So anybody can go to those bookmarks and click on it and be like, oh, okay, well, this is what happened all of 2020 that nobody wants to talk about, you know?
Well,
This
hey,
is all the stuff that happened.
Maybe that could happen with some of these YouTube videos where you just click, bookmark. I want to download this part of that video.
Yeah, check it out, Mix.com.
And because, like, for example, you know, my Twitter, I just saved things. My whole, you know, from the election to, you know, from everything, it's all fuzz now. But you're saying it'll somehow record it? I mean, it's fuzz, right? I mean, it is banned. It's that this pages are gone, so it shows fuzz. Where I used to have that.
One night or sometime soon, we need to just have a private call on Discord, and I can show you how to just record a portion of a live stream with.
Oh yeah, I can do that, especially when I run my encoder, like, because I have two different chipsets on my GPU for hardware. Plus, I can run the DLL, which like really drags on the file system through the DirectX. So I would rather just use the hard chipset, but I have two different chipsets I can use, so I can pause the recording and all of that.
So what you're saying is
Probably
you're a
already know
nerd.
more about it than I do. So
Yeah, I know about that. But like, the only problem is I have to have it on and like chugging away. You know what I mean? And I don't really have that room.
That's what's really cool about having another computer to stream from. I stream the live stream is on a different computer. I don't even use it for anything but streaming.
And I use the 5,000 bit a second encoder rate. So my files, if it's like 2 hours, it's going to be right at a gig.
A gig, like upload?
No, my recording.
Recording?
Well, awesome.
I don't know. Either way,
I think I'm catching too much stream data.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
But when I reduce the output, the encoder lags. If I increase the encoder lag, so I keep it right there and it's just right. But recording is different. Files are too big.
Either way, I think.
So this Mix.com saves pretty much screen recordings in a way. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not like that. Here.
I'm on it. It doesn't give me just as the best media for you across the web, but
yeah, basically it's an aggregate, right? So you can like set up your own page and you just get like a bunch of videos, make your own, you can like capture playlists or whatever. It's just a link, right? And the link pops up like a big icon thing.
Okay, so that doesn't solve my issue of that they're censoring the video and I want to save it because once the link is down, then it's down. Oh, well.
This will save it. However, if you upload it to a like you can always rip the videos. There's always a way to rip a video off of the internet, even a live stream. Remember that. Where there's a will, there's a way. It's just code. So if you're able, you can do that with script kiddie type stuff, doing Tamper Monkey, different scripts, Java scripting. But basically the thing is you can download the video itself and then upload it to like, say, a Google Drive or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I see what you're saying. I was looking for the shortcut to not. I used to do where I had to download the video and then convert it, and it would just take 10 minutes convert videos. It's just, well, this is gonna be a nice. That's still cool, yeah. Useful.
No, Tamper Monkey, like YouTube, it has a button where you just hit download, and it'll take you to a third-party site, right? Or you can even get it to where it'll download and just take the raw data, and then you have to convert the file. But most of the time it'll be FLP.
Yeah, it has it right here, tampermonkey.net. It's got it all.
Yeah, that's just the engine, right? That's just the add-on for your browser, and then you have different scripts you can add, like GitHub projects and stuff like that. But you have to be careful with some of them because it does offer unfettered access to your system for anything that's nefarious. So you have to make sure you read the reviews on them, on the projects.
There's an app called TubeMate that you can get as an APK file on an Android phone, and that will allow you to record either just the audio or the audio and video both.
Yeah. You can also, if you have a phone, you can also get like Mobizen, I think is the name of it. And it's a screen recorder. And you can even like cast what's on your phone to like a stream. And it'll capture the audio and everything.
So does it cast?
Does that? Yeah.
What are your? Can you?
It'll cast it to your YouTube. It'll open the stream and start streaming.
Interesting. It's called Mobizen. Is that what you said?
Yeah, Mobizen, the APK, Android. I don't know if.
But with that app, you could
is
also record your screen as well.
Yeah, they have a screen recording and broadcasting app, and then they have a screen capture app and all that other stuff. So you can sit there and record like your screen.
Yeah, there's an app for that.
Yeah. But the problem with like just using a audio recorder or a voice recorder like natively without like setting up some kind of a broadcast thing, it won't broadcast the phone call because technically these calls on Android are phone calls.
Yeah, if you've ever noticed when you're using a cell phone, you'll notice that it says that you're on a call at the time whenever you're online, whenever you're in live.
Yep. Return to call. No, that was even Hangouts too. I remember back in the day where, these video phone conferencing things where you're able to like see the person you're talking to on the phone was science fiction. Now we have FaceTime app specifically for that.
Yeah, I had joined like 15 years ago, a multi-level marketing trying to sell people on the idea that they should start buying things off the internet, and everybody was like, "Get the hell out of my face! I'll go to the store." What are you, retarded? Let's go to the store. It's right there. The selling points back then were, well, you'll save on gas money, you can auto ship, etc. Yeah, it's crazy. It was like 10 years. I don't know.
And now everybody does Amazon drunk shop.
You couldn't get somebody to shop online. You couldn't convince them that it was the right.
Question. Why do you shop on Amazon? Do you shop because it's cheap, or do you shop because you can get stuff and you don't have to go look at it, pick it up?
So I don't have to go out in public and deal with people and traffic.
I usually only do it because they have stuff on there I can't get anywhere else for that price.
I think it's because they give back to the community so much and care about equity and all the things I care about. I'm lying.
Well, some things like acacia, confucia, root bark, you can only get off like the internet, right? Unless you happen to have an acacia forest.
All the Pep
And
Boys are
this
shut
is a
down.
good thing for it's purple shirt dye, right? It's purple dye. That's pretty much what it is.
Yeah, they're forcing you online now. Like just the Pep Boys, everybody knows Pep Boys. They're all empty. All of them are empty now. They'll do the service still, but you have to go online, or they're forcing you online, and then they're going to completely control. I mean, not in a nefarious. I'm not even saying nefariously. Just very simply, it'll be very easy to control what we buy and consume.
See, I remember like 2003. I got a Volkswagen pickup with a blown motor, and I found out in the valley somebody that had a Jetta that was all rotted out and the motor was blown. So I took the two engines, made one work out of the two, because one, the head was cracked, and the other one, the block was cracked. So I was able to Frankenstein it together, two different motors. It's a diesel. But I got that thing going, and I couldn't find the parts locally, right? So the only place I could find the parts was some guy back east in like Ohio, right? He has a Volkswagen shop where he has OEM parts, like old new stock. So that was the only way I could rebuild the engine, was going online and finding those parts. Otherwise, shit, those parts would still be on the hotline waiting for NOS to come.
There's no argument. Things you can get things you can never get before, just right to your door. 2 days, Rock Auto, whatever. You can get I can get a new transmission from Mercedes, not a used transmission from a Mercedes or rear or anything. Just you get things you can never get before.
Yeah, you could get a battery
I don't
for
like
your
trust Wish at all.
hybrid car
Wish
delivered
is
to
one of
your
those
door.
kind of.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. If we kind of started at the same.
It's all right. Go for it, Result.
Well, I got out most of what I was going to say. It's all good.
Yeah, I've never used Wish. I do get people do recommend it to me, but it seems like a bidding site, or you have to talk or deal or something.
What?
Wish.com.
No, the problem with Wish
Don't
is
ever buy anything from Wish. It's Chinese excrement. You're gonna get drill
yeah,
bits
it's all
and fucking
you're
end
going to
mills
get
that are all
crap.
fucking chowdered up burrs and ain't worth a fuck.
Every once in a while, you get a diamond in the rough, but it's pretty rare.
Yeah, like most of the time, you'll try to get like oils, and they'll send you lock picks. What?
Yeah, and if they don't have something, they'll just replace it with something else that's similar. So you might order something that's like $200 car, race car or something, or toy or something, and you'll get this shitty $50 thing. It's really crazy.
Fished your wish.
Yep, you got your wish. You got screwed.
Be careful what you wish for. Genies, remember. Never accept a gift
damn
that
gins,
you
I'm
never
telling
asked for. If you never asked for a gift, then it's not truly a gift, right? It's just like when you go to prison and you see that fucking candy bar or cupcake on your fucking pillow. You don't eat that shit.
I thought I told a pretty good.
No
I thought
shit,
I told a
that's
pretty
like
good
picking up
joke
a
this morning. Yeah, but it went over the. So this is how it goes. It goes. So it's about perspective. And the guy, this one guy, he has sex 3 times a day. He gets to go to the top gym twice a day, and he eats great nutritious food, and he still complains about being in prison. That's the joke.
Well, has anyone ever tried selling on Amazon? I was selling a bit on Amazon, and I can see how it's going to put so many businesses out of business. Because if there's a specific product, let me just think of an example, like a tube of toothpaste, a very specific one, and there was 1,000 businesses in the real world that all sold this tube of toothpaste, and they all wanted to sell on Amazon. Amazon restricts the amount of people that can sell a certain product. So they might have a limit of, say, 20 businesses that can all sell this same product. That puts the other 980 businesses out of business because they can't sell on Amazon. So if we all bought on Amazon, I think 90-95% of businesses would go under. Unless everybody had their own completely independent product.
When you were talking, that's by limited amount of customers, you're franchising that product, but there's different rules. But yeah, no, the economy is shifting, and businesses need to go out naturally as they and shift to what it is. Yeah, that's on them. If they want to keep a mom and pop shop open when they can see the shift right in front of them. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I noticed when I went to sell something on Amazon, and they wouldn't let me list the item because there was already enough sellers of the item on the website.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Yeah,
I
you
would
gotta
say
be
it's a
really
bad rule.
smart about what you buy and what you sell.
Yeah, I would say that's a bad rule. And so somebody has to monitor this new shift for sure. And where they're saying, well, we own we own the servers now, so we can dictate. Then we're gonna have to shift to where nobody can own servers or something. Something has to give. When
Well, they use that same line, just like YouTube do, where they just say, "Oh, we're a private company. If you don't like it, go elsewhere."
yeah, no, I'm with you, and
Yeah.
something has to give.
And we can choose just not to use their site too. I mean,
Yeah, go back to the brick and mortar dirt and sell your pamphlets. Yeah, so then there are people who make the argument. What is the argument? That we pay for the cables in the ground, and then I don't know, Comcast just owns the tower, and we could all build towers too. So we the people own all the wires, and somebody else built the tower, and I don't know where it goes from there, but that is part of the argument.
What's going on? Somebody playing Plunky Birds or something? Vegan meatball recipes.
What happened?
To me, this sounds like a good opportunity for a music break. Let's see. We have here. Holy smokes. This one's pretty good. Right. KJ, you got it? I was about to put one, but KJ is going to post one.
What?
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to wax. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't really if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note. Cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nut, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation. Whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Cause I filter it out. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter.
that. Did mine work? Ew. Goodness.
I know lots of things.
Yeah. I do not care about your raps, I do not care about this track, I do not care, I guess I am rare, yes, I hear the trash, take it out back, oh you can't hear it, you must have your ear to the cash, I'm itching a spaz, I do not hack, but yes, I'm still with the mask, snatch a beat right out the mainstream real quick, fuck around, yeah, we gon' remix it, we got you spinning, and now you dizzy, you looking like Disney, seeing sixes, all these agendas, and all these false flags, how many times till it gets familiar, they've multiplied so many times, they form in a line to normalize the pedophilia, half of these rappers, yeah, this shit getting handled. They're gone with one snap of my finger. Yeah, Thanos. Yeah, I see your ice, your shit be shining, but how many of those innocent African children had to die for those diamonds? Huh? Tell me. They wonder why they were living all so divided, with all those rooms in that big ass mansion with the homeless family sitting right outside it. 1,000 bodies died for that outfit, and you ain't cleaning the blood off it. Your favorite celebrities got blood on their hands, Marina Abramovic, Hillary Clinton. She's gonna send out a hit if you leaking those documents. If you a holistic doctor, they gon' pop your toss you secretly off a bridge. Exposing them, smash the internet, cause we don't fuck with no fake shit. Nah, NASA images, yeah, thanking your highnesses, for paying the scientists. Yeah, you kneel for the anthem, huh? But you still play for the Zionists. Damn, yeah, they trying us. They splash subliminals. The Super Bowl, the halftime show. No, that's a ritual. Global warming, climate change. Next year will be a new name with a new tax and a new op and a new fear for a flu strain. Oxitex, the new Dr. Moreau, and they teamed up with the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, I see what you be doing, Q, but I still don't trust the administration. Nope. They drinking adrenochrome straight from a child's throat. You sitting down with that vegan meal, but you still drinking a Diet Woke. Lady Liberty screaming, covered up in that black burqa. They looking at me like I'm the devil, but I don't see him though. Matt Murdock, all these dark occultists and globalists, the ones causing a mass murder. They try to swerve at me, throw the curve at me. So I had to flat earth them. Listen, boy, I don't care what you say and all the bullshit that he said, she said. All I care is about you waking up. If you don't, you gon' get her, him, you need that. Let the 5G spread, and you gon' see there's a bunch of pissed off and stressed Americans. Say hi to my friends, they're all domestic terrorists.
They fucked it up a little bit.
If you know how they race you in the system, stunt your growth, blunt those hosts, you get the gist then. On your own when you're grown, never learned at school or home, paying off the student loan, got you working to the bone. Do you know how they race you in the system? Tell you lies, hypnotize, tell you listen. Praise the thief, give you grief, feed you nothing but belief, till you're crying for relief, and you listen to the chief.
If you know how they raise you in the system, broken men, yo girls, you need to listen. Save your children, turn your boys into good men, and the future will be good then.
If you know how they raise you in the system, must conform to the norm, you don't resist them. Be a slave till you cave, cause they dangle what you crave. Make you think that you're unsafe, make you think that you're not brave. If you know how they raise you in the system, got you stressed, never rest, you get the short end. Working hard, pay with card, backs I've gotten through our God. Young children being scarred, fat cats packing lard.
Do you ever lie till you die with indifference? Bound by chains, can I see you miss them? Take the raves, set your life or be their bitch, man. If you know how they keep you in the system, flashing pictures, glow past scriptures. Take your money, oh you're funny, it's a reset. Pay their debt, that's a threat, don't forget you're a pet.
They raise you in a system, so you trust to your dust, no resistance. Young or old till you're cold, better stick within the mold. Best believe the story told, better get your kids enrolled. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Full control of your soul if you let them. Open eyes, see the skies, but you look beyond their lies. See the devil in disguise, and the truth it mystifies.
If you know that the globe is inconsistent, in your mind cannot find non-existent. Cannot trust, truth's a must, globes of bust, no cosmic dust, just free of wanderlust.
Do you know how they raise you in the system? Of the fear, lose what's dear, open prison. Broken mind, hard to find, so it scares you to be kind. So you choose to wear the blinds, and it leaves you in the bind. Now you know why they raise you in the system. Kill your god, raise the rod, you don't need shit then. Stars align, it's a sign, there's no bendy space and time. There's a getting all their dime, but their content is a crime.
If you know the truths, you can list them. Draw the line, genuine, every baseline. Grow a spine, get online, and meet me and mine in the new paradigm. If you know about the rulers of the system, it's a bloodline, foul, clandestine. World decline, not divine. Makers of the storyline from long before Byzantine.
Do you know how they keep you in the system? Kept in debt, under threat, so hard to leave them. Stand up strong, you belong. That's the purpose of the song. Doesn't hurt you to be wrong. Now you know why we should change the system. Free your mind, meet your kind, let it disco. Ocho Choco, cracking crypto, Bambi Lulu, QA, Mickey, Sonny, such a wig if you acting funny.
Now you know why you should join the disco. Get informed, break the norm, it's time to let it go.
Is that Dre's?
Yes, Drace and Karma. Shout out to those people. Shout out to Iceland. Icelandia. Good stuff.
Yeah. You're not gonna like this one. Nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though. You're gonna learn a lot. Check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lot they tell that we believe in for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the heart and money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. Yeah. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears. Like when it's waxing or waning, doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity is so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Guess that was a good one. Hey, I've got a Flatter Day Saints just sent me this one. I haven't heard it yet. Let's listen to this one.
Nice.
He sent me this one yesterday. I haven't listened to it yet. Let's see what happens.
This is Washington, D.C., somewhere in the headquarters of a top-secret organization known as Control. Its business is counter-espionage.
Jose, good morning. Community, like the rabbi right now, is in a state of shock.
That's totally fair, but at 6 p.m., when apparently this whole standoff began at around 10:40 a.m.
Still trying to figure out the details of that, and really there isn't much we could share or can say because we're still trying to piece together what happened, and we really don't want to jeopardize anything that's happening with this very serious investigation.
Evolving situation.
The Jewish Federation
and 3 members of his congregation.
Hostage situation.
There's some negotiations.
SWAT operations.
Safe location.
And conversations.
Go to Twitter for verification.
But the statements are just incredibly tone deaf. With it rising around the country, we just need to call terrorism for exactly what it is and then deal with this situation.
Outside of this congregation.
Ed, you've got tons of experience covering breaking news situations.
Look, this entire administration
were held hostage of his congregation.
And Tashara, as this situation evolves, information is changing by the minute and calculated on what information they're putting out so early in the investigation to the public, partly because we understand that there's some negotiations and conversations.
Since we have been monitoring this situation, Damon. So they are in a safe location, being kept at a distance. Again, this is a hostage situation.
As journalists, we've seen situations like
to those who oppose federalizing elections, a federal takeover election, segregationists,
and our local, state, and federal partners to monitor any concerns or threats based on the situation.
Look, I understand and appreciate being careful as facts are unfolding in a situation.
We're just kind of hanging tight and trying to learn more about that investigation.
But at this day and age,
monitoring this situation
and working with the Jewish Federation
is patently absurd.
Closely monitoring this hostage situation in Texas and is referring any questions, of course, to the FBI and law enforcement. So again, the breaking news situation, we only have so many details. We're sharing with you the information that we have, confirmed the information that we know. The situation is going to continue to unfold. We're posting that information on WFAA.com, all of the information that we're privy to at this hour. Just to recap exactly what's going on with this situation. It's been called a hostage situation at congregation.
He says police are working with the Jewish Federation,
including the rabbi.
That's the definition of terrorism. Yeah, the statements that first came out after we all learned about this hostage situation.
Break in as we learn more information.
I don't know what this administration.
Go to Twitter for verification.
Police tweeted out SWAT operations were taking place. So again, an ongoing situation.
News investigations.
And police tell us right now they're conducting SWAT operations.
We're going to wait to verify all of this.
We get a statement from the White House referring to the hostage situation.
As worshipers observed the Sabbath at the congregation, Beth Now is CNN's Shimon Prokupes. Now is CNN Shimon Prokupes.
No, this is an evolving situation, but information right now is slow to
The
get.
White House is monitoring the situation.
We are at the staging area, just less than about a little more than a quarter mile away from this
is a hostage situation.
Once we get more details on a possible motive.
All right, Shimon, and joining us by phone. All right, Shimon, and joining us by phone.
A ton of information that was unveiled.
As it unfolds right before our eyes.
Like this, just an awful situation.
And Kaylee, to Morgan's point, we might not understand what the motive, the intent behind this administration's.
How many people are being held hostage?
But what is more important is that the administration not look for political correctness in these situations.
Unfolding at the congregation.
They just told everybody to get out.
That was pretty cool. Shout out to Flatter Day Saints. And here's another one that he put out that's a song and not I like that mix up there, by the way. That was cool. This one's cool too.
I'm going to share with you what I intended to say. Pizza. If I had been elected in 2016. My fellow Americans, today you sent a message to
what is now infamously known as Pizzagate. Can we buy pizzas? And you bought, I don't know how many pizzas, but it was a lot of pizzas, and sent them to a literacy, an after-school literacy program in D.C., which was never publicized. I hate the word hacked.
Mic check. Madam Speakers and House Representatives, my intention is to make sure your children are not left unattended when the Clintons enter the building. You get my drift? Yes, I do. Bottoms up, first they knocked down the wall in Berlin. Donald Trump, now we want to build a wall again to make America great. Oh, you can hardly wait to get a slice of that pizza that's harvest bait. It's hard to fake the gate when in reality, pizza tastes great, served with calories. Yo, another fatality. My words are casually exposing the kids, or lack thereof after she froze the kids. Overdosed this bitch on a hard Lewinsky. Jumping over the fence, yo, it's hard to get me. Dump you over this bridge into the garbage-insky. It'll take some hard convincing. How could this happen? How low can they go? Yo, couldn't fathom. If the dog ate your homework, well, good's a cat win. It swallows emails, but still couldn't hack them. You couldn't act, bitch, if you ate a Golden Globe. Beat her ass, plain decoded, while I hold your road. The only way me and Hillary are keeping the peace is if she chops up my body and there's pieces to keep. When you see me on the streets, you better scream for police. For release to your peeps, all the email leaks. The only way me and Hillary are keeping the peace is if I chop up a body and there's pieces to keep. You'll never believe what Hillary did to me. She asked Jackie May if she could have a kid with me. Smothered in tomato sauce and dipped in cheese. Makes no difference to me if I put her on blast. She already splashed Putin when he stood in her bath. Yo, we couldn't relax in a pool full of blood. Educating the kids while you're fooling the pub. Lick, suck as she's sipping on blood. Mix it up in the suds and call it white water. Watch out for Chelsea, yo, like mother, like daughter. I keep the mic harder than Mike Pence's father, but I can be colder than frozen Corona. Overdosing on COVID after inducing a coma. Toast, la la la, lacking tolerance. Tracking Omnicron, yo, I had to follow. Caught him slipping out of light and I hit him with hollow tips. I had a full clip, yo, and I donated all of it. Put your mask back on. Yo, I already swallowed it. Like Barbara's big bush did to Cheney's small dick. Shit, only way I'll argue over politics is if I run for president, so all the kids can vote for me. You know you're hoping for that. Yelling Black Lives Matter, bringing opium back so we can kill the white guys with the opium tax. Hope you react accordingly to all that I say. Got Chelsea pregnant, recorded it, and called it a day. The only way me and Hillary are keeping the peace if she chops up my body and there's pieces to keep. When you see me on the streets, you better scream for police. For release to your peeps, all these email leaks. The only way me and Hillary are keeping the peace is if I chop up a body and there's pieces to keep. If I see you on the streets, I'll never call the police. I'll just release to your peeps all these email leaks. I'm just playing Hillary. You know I love you. Not.
Pizza, pizza. Pizza, pizza.
I hate the word hacked.
Get over here!
This is Mix Sessions Live. Get 'em.
We making moves, man. Y'all waiting on spaceships. Scotty, come beam your boy all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up.
I got what you want, I got what you need. They told me spit a verse, I'ma plant a seed. Rappers got beef, I'm trying to say the cows. Spinach leaf salad, no Thousand Isle. Go ahead, do your thing with your grown self. Quit worrying about that other man, worry about your own self. You got a lot of questions that ain't nothing to stress about. I got a YouTube channel, you should check it out. I got what you need, I got what you're craving. Leave your girl around me, she gon' become a vegan. Yeah, doctors want you sick, man, how that sound?
Fuck you, Monsanto, won't stop till bad health rates go all the way down. All the way down. All the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down.
This question made Neil Tyson have a heart attack. If the earth round, how the hell the water flat? Dropping microphones trying to get his nerve back. But what a curve at, nigga, what a curve at. Now when I hear space, I'm thinking terabytes. Passing cell towers, some call them satellites. Some call them astronauts, I call them parasites. Scientists are just actors who hide paradise. You know I gotta give it to you real. You know they've been lying to us for years, what they faking for. You'll never find the curve.
Even if you get in a spaceship and go all the way up. All the way up. All the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Oh, all the way down. Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these bad health rates go all the way down. Oh, all the way up. Oh, all the way up. I run from my problems, they never gon' solve them. Till Scotty come beam your boy all the way up. Oh.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake ass apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for. Nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-9 boys. All the sick of that been prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe darts step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe charts wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweep. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Thaler keeps shoes, rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard, since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting it ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since the shit up here without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off to space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room with giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up open your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie just to a normal guy living just to die, digesting what he buys, ideas he can't decide, his thoughts aren't his inside, they put their from up high. Spiritual wickedness, deceptive and perilous, parasites meticulous, watch your trust with ignorance, feeding off your solemn bliss. Snakes a hiss, NASA's pissed, drunken like a maiden's hiss, venom, Satan, plague and twist, digress, regret, withholding evidence, drowning in competence, ever sent, million billions represent, lacking things we need to test, never verify they press, photographs with leak a mess, I just molded as a stress, a sentence in belligerence, I'm spent, resorting just to less and less, delving deeper with interest, yeah. Since a boy, I was told that I'm spinning on a globe. Who we kidding? Now I'm old, and I notice that the whole world folds and can't think freely. What we witness, what we demonstrate clearly. How it's measured flat, imagine that. Water never bending over, and it's facts. Gravity just ain't exact. When two words can replace it simply, so you need to retract. Relative density, perspective and velocity. The sun is closer than it seems. Living in a movie scene, universal pictures gleam. Everything we're fed believed, and I gotta look harder just to find reality. Sitting right in front of me, horizon in the breeze, atmospheric symphony, melancholic naturally. Globers frolic in the sea. Walls of lies just to please, a narrative just to hide a deep freeze for the mind. Destitution that we're stuck behind, resolutions that we need to find. Break the barrier just to free the blind. Saturated in a realm of time, unwind and try to be kind. It's easy to get mean when you're pointing out NASA's crimes, or the cables and the bubbles that we tend to find. Not to mention about the harness star's absence and Don Pettit's inability to speak a proper sentence. Study, look at me, we got sources you can read. You could test it, you can see with the method scientifically. It's all you need, but the knowledge you will grieve, cause the way the truth hits you hard eventually. Typically, open heart, open doctrines, messing with your paradigm. Emotions getting all entwined, sitting back with truth to grind. And you're losing part your mind, getting renewed about the cave, cause mentally it's too soon. Stay true, follow through, we all here to help with you, yeah. Take it slow.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
I'm really sick of living, stuck and trapped in the system. You're just a brick in the wall, and I got my back up against it. I represent the resistance, they want me back up in prison. But I'm the master of my path, and I won't slack on my mission. You're lacking the vision, so I'm just gonna cut to the chase. They hide the truth in plain view, right in front of your face. I used to think the world was normal, but that wasn't the case. We're just some goyim on a hamster wheel, running in place. Turn up the bass, I grab the microphone, and all I do is rock it. This little light of mine, I let it shine, and you can't stop it. But there's nothing these corporations just won't do for profit. This fake ass world that we live in is sick, it's truly toxic. If you don't see it that way, okay, then keep talking. Don't bump into that wall while you're sleepwalking. The alarm is going off, I hear it beep often. I'm at the double doors of truth, I'm gonna keep knocking.
I just want to live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just want to fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
Just go quietly into the night. There's forces of darkness at work and they're restricting the light. I'm so fed up with the lies, they tell us this isn't right. It's ODD TV, you best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Fear shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be
Hey, yo,
Look, the truth is the truth. You can call it what you want. All I'm looking for is more proof. Calm down, this is only the truth. It's not your fault that you don't have proof. Start searching, man, you're just gonna lose. You're looking tired, dude, just hit snooze. Go back to sleep like the ball earthers do. I'm gonna wake you up to this motherfucking deception. Anybody living on a ball, give them a lesson. Tell them earth is flat and then simply answer their questions. Truth doesn't fear investigation. We're letting them control the whole nation with this stupid little lie. Man, the earth is not a ball, we should use our fucking eye. Damn, I thought this land was our land. Sadly, I'm mistaken. This land was fucking taken, and this money that I'm making's gotta go. We gotta start spending, cause it won't be here anymore. Wake up to them kicking in our doors. Until then, ask your friends what they're fighting for and tell them where the truth's at. It's as easy as that, then we can watch their house and cars fall flat. Right back to the place that we started at. All alone, no home, sad songs, dirty bongs, and the list goes on. From the water that we drink to our air that's full of drones. Anybody wanna try me, man? I really wanna go. Guaranteed you don't care about what you think you know. All the lies involved, we see through that shit. We have problems solved and you would rather just quit. You cannot argue against it. The curvature is missing, NASA admittedly lost it. Look into it's here, truth is sacred, sun is near. Electromagnetism, I can't make it any more clear. Quit your running from the truth, you have nothing to fear. You're a dummy goof if you think we live on a sphere. The curve is missing, spark up a blunt, crack open a beer. Kick back, we have a lot to say, you have a lot to hear. Online, there's a lot of discussions to be had, but nothing compares to when it gets into your head. I'm telling you, you'll want to tell everybody what we all said, but these demons want you to run from the truth and go with them instead. Don't listen to the liars, don't blink, try to think for yourself, and you'll see flat earth is the only missing link. All the news is just set out to distract you. Look for yourself and look up, they're trying to attack you. Nothing we can do about it, only look and listen. Now you know, the earth is flat, the curvature is missing. Now you know, it's not me, it's all you. That's the question, it's all you. What do you find to be true?
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 Black Commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this earth. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. I'm a real truthist. Truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon police shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal. It's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and the servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9 should have been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team must get you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out to cog this. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement, strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. Follow these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 24 trolls who won't wake up. Truth hits your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up, 24/7. Discord. CB, yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values, lobby gang, yeah. It's your boy CB. B in the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the -17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life, MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You are not an educator, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Are we actually listening to flat Earth music? What the fuck?
No, this is food music. Did you listen? They was speaking about pizza. Then was, I think, ragu.
That's how the server got started. Was based on
You didn't listen very carefully. It was about food. Because you know why to sing on food server about flat Earth?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm so bored. Did you like any of the music?
You're so bored,
I just joined.
and you came here to be more bored.
Yeah. Well, I expected to like see like a debate between like flat Earth and like
How about global?
No, they
globe
said
Earth.
no. The Globe side said they got settled science, no debate. So they tell you that they have a royal flush, cards on the table, and they tell you they don't want to debate. So, yeah, when they're ready to debate, let someone in Flat Earth know, because that's when they'll be ready to actually test their model. Instead of like just say no debate, settled science. They only go back a couple hundred years based off some wild claims of the Catholic Church. When they're ready to at least to say that it's not a belief, it's something that they know, and this is how they know it. Let someone know, like bring alarm bells, like post a message or something.
They have essentially given up the debate at this point, and so we're left with just making music and having fun.
No, water does curve.
You guys are trolling.
So what you think in your epistemology, you come to a Flat Earth server to hear people talking about Flat Earth, and you think that's a troll to you?
No,
How?
so like
How would you work that in your mind? Just follow me. Just walk me through the logic of that.
I
No
believe
one
that
cares
like
what you believe, dude.
dang, bro.
Did anyone
Why you
ask you?
Why are you so aggressive, bro?
Well, see, this is where you start claiming like the victim status somehow. No one's aggressive. This is content you're adding for you. There's no manner, shape, or form you have been aggressed in any way. But you need to add that to your world for reasons that only you can explain, not me.
I don't think you guys are trolling.
Jay, can I explain your first entering? Let's say like this: I'm coming in the church Sunday, and people are praying there, and I'm coming in church and saying, "What the fuck, people? Are you praying here because of God?"
No, I just came here because I was bored and I just wanted to see ignorant people debate.
Ignorant? Who is ignorant?
Depends on
You
the
went to the wrong
debate.
place, dude.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I join here, there's always like the ignorant.
Are you ignorant?
Globe earthers, huh?
Are
Am
you
I ignorant? No,
Yeah.
I'm pretty conscious.
No, I think you would say that he's
Are you
ignorant.
conscious?
Yeah, I'm pretty conscious.
Okay.
How about what is Flat Earth?
What
Hey,
people
Jay.
saying about water?
Jay, what is Flat Earth?
Hold on, let him answer. Can I
What
ask
is
him?
flat Earth?
Yeah.
Flat Earth. Bro, I have not been in this Discord server in like a
No,
while.
to you. I'm just saying there's no wrong answer here. What do you think Flat Earth is? Do you want multiple choice, like multiple guess? Like, say, is it A, a conspiracy theory, B, a description of the surface of Earth, C, something else, or D, a troll?
Why would I say troll? I don't think
Well,
it's a
that's
troll.
what you said at first. You said it's all just trolling.
I wasn't even directing it to you guys.
Okay, well, not
I was
D
talking
then.
about
So you got A, B, or C. Or you could say, just, fill in the blank. Flat Earth is what?
Jay, come on, man.
How about flat? What is flat to you? The word flat. Would that be a description of the surface of an object? Like if I said that's flat.
Don't Google it, Jay.
Just think, yeah. Just walk through it. Just what you know. You're like put down your
It's
Google
not a
and
trick
use your
question.
noodle.
We're not messing with you. Just
Use use the thing that's behind your eyes, between your ears, 3 foot above your ass. Everyone's got one, and it's a very wonderful tool if we utilize it.
No one's being aggressive, okay? Just relax.
It's
Okay,
a
there's no reason to trigger, okay?
flat
This is a safe
is like
space.
one of those words like smooth. It's a descriptor of a feature of a surface.
Does that
Rough,
make sense to you?
smooth, flat, not flat.
Wait, what did you say?
The word
You have
flat.
rough, smooth, flat,
The
not
word
flat.
flat? Something with no curvature, I guess. Right? Is that
Yeah,
how you
that's good.
describe it?
Okay, so something with no curvature. And then what is that something? If I say flat Earth.
Probably a plane, I guess.
Or say Earth with no curvature, right?
Yeah, Earth
Okay.
with no curvature. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so do you know of an Earth with curvature?
I guess.
How about this?
I guess the
Let me
Earth
say it
right
a
now.
different
Yeah.
way, okay? How about at any time in history, from now all the way back to ancient times, is there a method that you can directly measure the curvature of Earth? If so, do you know who did it and what was their method?
No, I don't do that research. I don't.
Where'd you come from, Jay?
So you could say, in a way, you are flat Earth too.
Well,
You're
I'm not flat Earth. I'm a globe earther. But
yeah, because you have a belief system.
yeah. Yes, I do.
It's okay to have beliefs. You do you, okay?
Yeah.
And somebody doesn't accept your belief, that
Yeah,
is
that's
not a
fine.
troll towards you. That's
Yeah.
somebody else saying no thank you. Okay, because you don't hold some sort of secret king knowledge on the nature of creation. You can only speak from your own lived experience. If no one's asking you, that maybe should tell you something. Check or hold.
I think you're valid. Yeah.
How about it from now until any time in history, from ancient times until now, has anyone directly measured or detected an axial rotation?
I don't know. I don't do the research. The only reason I'm here is to just see arguments and just see people be ignorant. Truthfully.
Yeah, I mean,
But
you're probably on the wrong place for that. There's a lot of
no,
That's what I say,
no,
Danny.
no,
You came to the wrong
no,
place.
no. There are so many trolls in this Discord. Like they literally join us randomly, and then they be like, "Oh, like the Earth is like a globe, like the moon and shit." And I just find it funny personally. Like I'm not gonna lie. I wasn't talking about you guys being ignorant. Like I was talking about like ignorant people that join. You get what I mean? So I find that funny.
Well, we can't control everybody, you know. Like sometimes
Well,
people
you find
make mistakes or get
funny
triggered. Yeah,
someone
happens.
says someone says Earth is globe and you find that funny. I don't. How is that
Okay.
funny?
Okay, so what I'm saying is that like you know how like random people like they do like their VC check-in and then like they come here to argue about how the Earth is like a globe and whatnot, and like you guys then like spit like valid like facts, I guess. But like again, like it's really 50-50, but like I just find that funny because like is really just like ignorance. You get what I mean? Like,
So, are
does
you a
that make
Glober
sense?
and you're calling Globers ignorant? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, I'm calling the Globers that come here.
Okay, that's fair.
Ignorant because I don't really do research on like this whole matter because I don't really care about it. You feel me?
So you're
But
not curious at all?
oh, well, I've already like been in like these BCs and like I've heard y'all talk. Like it's interesting, but I've never dedicated to do the research myself. You feel me? So like I can't really say much. Like you guys do have facts. You feel me?
I feel you.
Yeah.
So, well, would you be willing to learn it?
No.
No.
I just wouldn't. I'm really just here to like just listen, I guess, and then just to like see like the memes and shit and giggles between people.
Well, listen to the music. I mean, you wanted to interrupt the playlist to say something.
No. I just find that funny. You feel me?
No.
Well, I'm beginning to not, but yeah,
I
sure.
will say I just lost.
Okay, so like I see in the live stream what where shit these people are saying I'm ignorant, but like it's like I'm not like the one like who's advocating that the Earth is like a globe or whatever. Like I'm just saying that like it's like my opinion based off of like my belief system. You feel me? So
They are pretty funny. I will say the Globers are funny.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I find them funny. You feel me? Because they join here and then like they don't do their research. So like I just find that to be funny. Like I don't really, and then like as for like the playlist music and shit, like I just find that to be funny because like truthfully, it's cringe as fuck, but I find it funny. You feel me?
Nope,
So,
I didn't feel those last two statements, partner.
What about
I hope you feel me on that.
How about country line dancing? Do you find that funny too?
Country line dance? Well, I don't like country in general, so probably not.
Have you ever read the Bible before?
No, I haven't.
You know Proverbs 18:2. A fool takes no pleasure in understanding, but only expressing their opinions. Are you a fool?
I like
just
Jay.
blurting. Are you just here to blurt? Is that what your shtick is?
Like just talk? Yeah.
Yeah, just say random stuff without any real.
I didn't say nothing random. No. I'm just here. Honestly, like I just want to. No. Like y'all music is fine. I just find it funny. You feel me?
It's not funny, partner. Listen, do you know what it takes to write a song?
Like passion. Right?
It's the it's the idea that makes it funny.
The idea of what? Trying to share truth with people in a way that's easily digestible?
No, like it's like I can't like explain it. Like it's just like
you're pretty insecure so far. You can't even tell anybody what you think about anything. You're just laughing.
So like let's talk. Okay, so let's talk about real music, right? So okay, actually, it's a bad example. Okay, hold on. Yo, let me like explain, right? So like you have the flat Earth is real music, right? But like the premise, it's just like it's funny to me. You feel me? Like I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Okay, just explain why. Why is it funny?
I find it funny.
Okay, do you have a reason for why?
It sounds funny.
It sounds funny because
yes,
like a clown.
You ever been in a conversation where you realized you were wrong and you should just, give and concede, and then, you didn't do it?
Wait, what you mean? You say that again, please?
I said, have you ever been in a conversation where you realize you don't know what you're talking about and you should just get out of the conversation?
I mean, like, I was just saying that, like, I found the music to be funny. Like, I wasn't trying to be rude or anything.
So you found the lyrics funny? Like the way they were rapping? That kind of thing?
Yeah. Like, it's just funny. Like, I'm not trying to be mean or, like, rude. Like, I just find it funny.
Man. That's cool. Okay.
Like, for example, like, like,
is it funny? Can I ask you a question? Is it funny to sing about wars?
To sing about what?
About war. about
I mean, like,
corruption. About corruption. Is it funny to sing about corruption?
I mean, it depends, but I'm talking. Okay, so like, y'all know
About
like
truth
those
about corruption.
yeah.
So,
Okay,
for
hold on,
example, I
hold on.
listen.
Yeah,
This I
let
don't
me
like rap.
explain
Listen,
something real quick.
I want to explain you. I don't like rap music or something like that, or blah blah blah. But people are singing. This is only my taste of music. I like another type of music. But if I'm listening the verse in the music where they are uh, singing, that's very important, because it doesn't matter the music, because in that case, because some words maybe are more important than music.
Yeah, I get. Okay, so like,
Do you agree?
let
If
me.
you if you let's say you're a rapper and you want to now I don't know, to sing about situation
Yeah,
in
but that's
Argentina,
different.
and that's different. Why?
I think that's different, but like that's like just my
Why?
opinion. But like, okay, hold
Why?
on.
Do
Yeah,
you
let me like.
let's say that I will try to explain you why. Let's say that I'm singing like this. The water it's curving. The water it's curving. Is that funny?
When you say it like that, yeah.
Yeah, but does water curving?
bro, bro, like I'm not.
Does well, listen this question, because I want to make the song the water it's keeping sea level and it's flat. That is my I want to make song about that. But I cannot make song about that because I need to sing the water is curving, because other people saying this is normal thing, this is the thing what is water is doing. That means I cannot sing the stupid things like flat, the water is flat.
Okay, so like I'm just gonna
Okay,
say this,
what
right? So y'all know
is that
like
funny
those
now what I explained to you? Is this funny now what I explained to you?
bro, I don't know, but
What do you think about
I
singing
was
all? If we are singing all about globe now and thinking about curvature what doesn't exist in nature, that will be funny, or is it better to sing about water what is doing in the nature?
I think
What is
talking
better?
about
Even doesn't matter which music you like.
it's really how you do it, right? So for example, right? There's
Right.
like gay hip hop like music videos, like parodies. Like I find that funny. You feel me? You feel me? Because like it's
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you get what I mean? Like I
You-
find that funny. So like
Do you
I
mean
would find
amusing
like
because it's outside the norm?
yeah, pretty much. I would just find that funny. Like I'm
Because
not
I
trying to
think
be
I think it was just the
disrespectful.
choice of wording that was making a bit of a misunderstanding. Because it kind of sounds like you're not saying it's funny as in stupid or silly, but more like you find this amusing because it's not something you're used to and wasn't what you expected. Am I
Yeah,
reading you right?
yeah, yes. Yeah.
If you're that good at articulating funny,
Yeah,
I can't
I
wait for
know
the
I'm
next
not.
stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm a child. I'm young, so I'm like 15, so
I
I
actually
wouldn't.
work with
Oh,
kids,
yeah, that's
so
all
I
right,
was
man.
taken back.
You're
Okay.
I'm like, I felt like you weren't able to express exactly what you wanted to say there.
you're
So
maybe
I
like
didn't want to
rock
interject,
and
but at
punk.
the same time, I was like, I gotta help him out a little bit.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I just find it funny. Yeah, pretty much. Like I wasn't trying to be like rude. Like it's just I'm not used to that type of stuff. You feel me? Like if someone were to
I'm the
like,
same way with a lot of things. Like, for instance, when someone flirts with me, I tend to laugh because I'm not used to romantic situations. And
yeah,
I like things often that I come to love later. So it's not a judgment thing for me. I find humor in a lot of weird things. So I'm like, he's probably not meaning it in a bad way because you were trying to like explain, but you didn't have the words or the vocabulary for it, is what I was thinking.
yeah, I was I felt pressured.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
So, did you think it was possible to learn something by coming here?
Well, I've learned a little bit here. Like normally, like every once in a while, like I just join to listen. You guys
What?
talk about the black swan or whatever
Mm-hmm.
theory.
What do you
Guys
think
talk.
about that?
Um,
Do you know
That's
a little bit about it?
so cute.
I can't really say much on that because like I just come here to listen and then I just forget it. Uh, like a month later. You feel me?
I challenge you to write one of them down. The next time you hear a point that sticks in your head, just write it. Just jot it down and just have it laying around in your room.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, sure. Why not?
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just so it's there, and just so like every once in a while you think about it, because we're not bullshitting here, man. We're taking this very seriously. It might sound funny sometimes, it might be funny sometimes, but this is a very serious topic.
I think some of the guys in here wrote these songs, and they're probably here in the room.
Yeah.
But
Wait, what
we
you
are
said?
not thinking now. We can tell you some information if you want.
Yeah, that's what the good point, that a lot of the people who wrote those songs being played are in the room that you're talking.
There's this one song. Hold on.
Effing science, bro. Wish he was here.
It was this guy. He made it. I forgot the channel though.
Well, that helps.
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
Very, very specific.
So is this so coming here, was that the first instant truth music that you've stumbled across?
Wait, what you mean?
Is that the first time you've heard truth music when you came here and started listening?
What you mean truth music? Like, it's just music. Like,
sure, okay, this kind of music. But listen, you put a spotlight on it earlier. You were really talking a lot about it, getting specific. So I figured I'd talk with you about that. Do you want to change the subject, maybe back to the Earth? That'd be lovely.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Super. So you are a glober, correct? You think we live on a spinning ball?
Yes.
You think water can wrap around a ball?
Somehow.
You see how ridiculous it sounds right away. You're like, what? Yeah. So
I mean, somehow, I guess. I mean,
somehow. They'll tell you gravity.
It's what my teachers told me. So
Yeah.
That is what it is, and I don't want to be the outside. I'd rather just not care.
You're probably the most honest glober I've met maybe this whole time. Just now. That was great. Thank you.
No problem.
What?
I honestly think he just needs more time to come to terms with it, because he's already halfway there.
Yeah.
You got me, bro. I just don't even know.
Oh, and remember also that when you do come to terms with that it's flat, and it's okay that it's flat, just know you have an extra family here in the Flat Earth Discord, and we'll welcome you any day.
I don't know what. No.
Hold on. Gotta rock, and you are hot micing, sir.
No, I think he's trying to talk. Godrockin, are you okay? I've been noticing there's been some slurring. I don't know if there's like, yeah. You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I just grabbed my headphones and set them on my lap. I was trying to figure out what was going on with my phone, and I didn't notice my mic was unmuted, so I'm sorry, guys.
Oh.
No problem. I've had a lot of mic issues. You've heard them.
Yeah, well, my problem is I have them far too often, and I think it really annoys people at this point. So if you guys want to just like mute me and send me to Antarctica for a month or something, that'd be fine.
No, it's not. It's not annoying. It's we're just worried about you.
I know. I understand, but thank you. I'm sorry, but yeah, just send me to Antarctica for a month. It'll.
No way.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Sentenced to a life of broccoli, no candy.
Oh fuck!
Well, at least you're gonna be healthy.
That'd be the worst. I can't stand broccoli.
If you get
I'd like to get back on the train of. Sorry, go ahead, Josh.
It be sweet. The stalk of the broccoli can be sweet sometimes,
and it's got more nutrients than the bud, than the flower. Okay.
Would it surprise you if I'm not interested in any of that?
Nope, not in the slightest. Anyway. Okay, so like.
Yes.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna ask you something. Okay, so you're halfway there already, right? It sounds ridiculous that. Can you imagine any other time in life when water was poured onto a ball and all of it stuck there and none of it dripped off? It's a weird thing to see. Like maybe in like some lab somewhere, right? But how's the Earth doing that? And why can't we see it anywhere else in nature? It's weird. Water doesn't wrap around a ball. Neither do the oceans curve. That's why they call it the horizon. Best place to see that's at the beach, right? Unobstructed. And it's flat the whole way, left to right. crazy.
And believe me, we all grew up with the same indoctrination you did. And from kindergarten on, it's nothing but globe, 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 globe. And of course, we all believed it wholeheartedly, just like you do. But the problem is with that is that there's no way that any of the stuff they describe about the globe, I mean, you can just look into it as deep as you want. These guys have looked into it for literally 10 years on this server and by themselves separately also. And they have looked for the curvature, looked for the Earth to curve the drop rate to go around the ball. It's been asked for years to show it to us. Please produce where is the curve? Where is it? No one in 10 years has been able to show any curvature. Now, the only thing they can ever show is the flat horizon, flat water. They do laser tests, whatever they do, it always comes up flat. Now, 10 years of that, and nobody, not even your favorite scientist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, can show anyone any curvature. So just think about that for a minute.
And I'm sick of that opinion. I don't care. That doesn't matter for me. That is like a sitting in one beautiful country, you know, in another country it's a war, and you are saying, I don't care because people are killing their people. That will not change my life. That's all right.
But that's how Americans are. Americans are dumb like that.
Yeah, as long as it takes place not in their backyard, they don't care. There's really no fucks given, right? No fucks. So
yeah, but that's the ruling class. Once I mean, you go back in ancient time, you look at Rome, you look at Egypt. They're all the same fucking way. They get to a certain amount of prosperity, and then they fall apart, and that's what's happening in the country. It's gonna go down in fucking tubes. It's just quickly draining, you know, right now.
Yeah, if you guys knew what was going on in some other countries right now, I'm not even want to talk about it, but there's some stuff that's really crazy right now. But anyway,
yeah, and the U.S. doesn't care.
Right.
That's the fucking problem. The U.S. doesn't give a fuck.
I think there's something
this country could fix South America and Mexico in one swing, but they allow these governments to be corrupt and abuse and mistreat their fucking people, and drugs and all that shit comes in here. This government is just a fucking big hypocrisy, man. So it needs to get destroyed. I'm sorry, this fucking has to. You can't let fucking inhumane shit like that go on across the border. There's no reason for Mexicans and South Americans to want to come here. You know how many resources their countries have, and their government are just fucking destroying the people, and it's just sad, man.
Yeah, it might be the best practical reason to care is just because it could be using that time and effort to help somebody else.
Well, people say they don't care. Are you talking about whether it's flat or round? Is that what the subject is? He doesn't care about that. It's not going to change his life. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
Well,
why does he come here and talk about it then?
The thing of it is about that whole thing is see, these people just don't think about the outstretching consequences of this thing, you know, of the Earth being globe or flat. It does matter. It literally changes everything. It opens up your eyes to so many deceptions, not just the flat Earth deception. It literally it's like a gateway drug to finding out truth. And once you realize the nature of the magnitude of the deception, then you realize very quickly that it does matter. It matters probably more than just about anything in your life at this point. I mean, not specifically the Earth being flat, but the gateway to what that opens up for your understanding about where you live, what's going on, you know, why you've been lied to. I mean, it's like I said, it's like a gateway drug. It opens it all up, and believe me, just like for everyone here, it made one hell of a difference in our lives. It did mine.
Absolute power corrupts absolutely, no matter what we live on. If we didn't know it, the people, whoever has power, is going to lie about something it doesn't matter what. Doesn't matter what. So no, yeah, I guess I can see why you don't care.
And the best result what you get, it's I don't care. This is the best result of the control that you get. Not somebody, the majority you got. I don't care. That means you got them all.
Well, I mean, that started with the 9/11. I mean, that showed you how stupid people are. To me, that was the wake up call right there. I mean, you saw the nation. I mean, we went to war on this false flag fucking bullshit. You believe this shit? I mean, come on.
You can prove it in this present situation. You cannot prove it anything because you are not capable to prove it anything in today. I don't want to say what, but about flat Earth, you can prove it for yourself, and you can say, "What the fuck is this? This is so big. Yeah, it is big, but why would they lie? I don't know why would they lie, but if they are lying because of this, that means they are lying everything." Because why would they lie to you that it's sphere? They could say it's pyramid. It's not sphere, but it is sphere, but it is not sphere. That's the problem. In reality,
it was liberation from religion. That would be my why. Why there was a liberation from religion, because it faces you forces you to face creation, and then so you're liberated, and now we're free to see what would humans do if they were on their own. Let's see how they do.
Not good.
Yeah.
To say that it doesn't make a difference is crazy.
Question: what if you can realize really your meaning of on this earth? What if you can realize that? What would happen then?
Then you'll fight for the right God. Who's the right God? And then there will be that in that conversation, and that one can never end. So they created a globe.
But it's just crazy when you trace this whole.
Yeah. It's about creation of the place where we are living, and I don't care.
But you watch it grow, and it seed and take root into people's hearts and minds. It really, I mean, the fact that it's in people's hearts so deep, like they feel like they're losing a child. They feel like they're losing a child if they give up on the globe. Cosmology, man, it's like crazy.
Yeah, it's like telling somebody they can't use their hands anymore for the rest of their life. They're like, what the fuck? Really?
I mean, they get so hurt. I mean, it's. I've never seen anything. I've never seen a reaction like for something that you don't take part in. I mean, it's not like they're out there, searching the stars, looking for planets, looking for supernovas and black holes. They don't know shit about it. But you bring up the flat Earth, and all of a sudden, they're champions for the globe, right?
Yeah, thing is they don't know even the size of the globe. Champions of the globe.
Sad thing is they don't realize, like, in all the movies, all the shows, everything on TV, everything in the media that they consume, they are addicted to this media, right? Well, this media is telling them all the time a lie, right, about the cosmos. Meanwhile, all the time you're constantly thinking about this space bullshit, right? And they don't realize that they are like worshiping the bottomless pit. It's like expanding all around us, right? It's the bottomless pit. Instead of the bottomless pit being a place, it's just this place that's outside, right? They call it a void and all this shit.
The same guys who created NASA are the ones who redefined the word dream. Like, we all knew what a dream was. Like, they're all bad, they're all scary, they're all made to, but they hijacked the word dream, and now, we all can have a dream. I have a dream. That's a different meaning than what it really is in real life. A dream is never a happy place. Maybe very rare, but yeah. So the same people who created that redefined dream, and then put you on a ball and said,
well, see, most Americans are living a lie anyway. They're not free, and the Constitution does not apply. If you have if you live in a state or a town where there's a sheriff in that county, well, that means that you are no longer in a state. You are no longer, that means you are not free. That means you are a slave to the system. And the only way, this is the way they do it. To protect and serve, right? Well, this is the way the Romans have always done it. Even with the Greeks, with the Babylonians, with the Medes and Persians, right? In order for you to enslave a population, to have a people, you have to protect the people. And if you protect something, that means you own it. So that means we are all property. But nobody can see through deceit. So if they are sitting there telling us that the sky is in fact just raining and it's not falling, and we look up and there's not a cloud in the sky and we see a guy peeing on our leg, what's that supposed to mean? That, perhaps the guy is really peeing on our leg and feeding us a bunch of bullshit? I mean, they've set up a dualistic system, dual citizens, right? You have capital C citizen and lowercase c citizen. A lowercase c citizen can become the president, but a capital case C citizen cannot become a president. What's the difference? Well, one is sovereign. One is the property of the state, ward of the state. See, we're under martial law. People don't realize that. You go to the court, you see a martial law flag. That's correct. That's admiralty law. They brought this law of the land down, and they brought the law of the sea onto the land.
And we are lost at sea.
Yes.
Yeah, but I see what Jay is saying. It doesn't matter because it's people, and people will enslave you, not the shape that you're. The shape doesn't free you. It can, in a way, yeah, sure. Those people, but it's from those people who are enslaving you. Yeah.
But by participating in that system of Rome, that is consent to allowing it to happen. That's the thing. A lot of us think we have the power to vote. A lot of us think we can say, oh no, we are truly sovereign and the government is just there because we allow them to be there. That's not actually true. We've been taken over. We've been conquered. That's what the Civil War was about. It had nothing to do with slavery.
No, yeah.
Because both North and the South had slaves.
Plus, they've got everybody in a state of psychosis right now. I've talked a little bit about this the other day, but there was a psychiatrist that came on and a video I watched, and he said what's happened here is they've been putting out fear porn for so long. I mean, it started even way before 9/11, but it's everybody's scared of things that are not real. That is mental illness. It's like going into a room and telling somebody there's a ghost right there in the room. He's going to get you, and you need to get the hell out of here, because if you don't, he's going to get you and kill you or whatever. And you stand up and run out of the house all frantic and run into the road and get hit by a car. Now, I know that's an extreme example, but that's basically what's happening right now. Everybody's scared of their friends, their neighbors. They're scared of the air. They're scared of it's nothing but fear porn. 24/7, all day, all night, all day, all night. And these people believe in things that are not real. Now, if you just leave it at that right there, you find someone, their state of mind is that they're actually believing in things that don't exist.
So you believe that these reports are true and that the majority of people actually believe this? I don't even believe that that's true.
Well, I didn't say I believe the majority, but there's a lot of people that do believe it. I'm just saying that there's a massive psychosis going on right now, and it is. I don't know how many people are affected by it. You don't see it nearly as much on this channel because people are awakened to the problem. But you go out into society, and these people that are still wearing masks. There's people that are still obeying. Still people still taking the medicines that they say they're supposed to take. They're doing this out of fear, and they're doing it.
Not always. Yeah.
Not on.
Some
Well,
people just wearing the mask because they're what do you call that? After you do something, you just do something, and you just keep doing it. Now it's just you just do it.
Well, it's still fear-based in the beginning. Period. I mean, you're trying to, I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm just trying to point out that there's a big problem right now in society, and
I'm pointing out that I saw. Yeah, again.
This psychiatrist pointed out that it's a massive problem right now because there's so many people believing in things that just are not real, like the globe, for one, like the illnesses that are going on right now, like the remedies that are there. They believe in things that are not real. It's a problem. It's a psychosis, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so it's like I'm watching it on TV, and I'm watching people loot, and then I open my door, it's sunshine and birds, and then they say people are dropping on the streets, but then I walk the streets and everybody's waving. So what I'm saying is, and then so they say, well, you got to put on this, put on that, do this, do that. Then they do these things. I don't know if how many people were truly afraid. I would say a very slim amount, but yeah, a very large amount seemed to follow the mandates or whatever. But they followed it because they were told everybody was following it. So I don't know what's I don't know how many people truly believe in and or they're just caught up that we're all crazy, so they better put their mask on because the people around them are crazy, and then really nobody's crazy. I don't know.
Well, regardless, if you trace it back to its root reason why it's still fear-based. I mean, you say that they just put it on because of this, that, or a lot of people do it because they don't want to be socially ostracized or whatever. That's fear-based. That's a fear. They're scared of
for sure.
People, and it just goes. I mean, it's rampant right now. That's all I'm saying. Not everybody's affected, but most people are to some even minor degree. And when
I think we're saying the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway,
you've done the game where somebody pulls their mask a little down. They wait to see if you start pulling it, and then you're all right. I'm taking mine off too. All right.
Right. Like, but there's still at the core that's a little bit fear based. You know what I mean? You don't dare do it until they do, or what? You know what I mean? It's just and whether or not that exists in their mind, whether you're doing it because you think a person's doing it for whatever, that you can't read their mind, so you're believing in things that aren't real. When it comes right down to it, there's a lot of people doing that right now, and it's really it's a problem. Trust me, it is a serious problem when you have a large quantity of the society worldwide believing in things that are not real. I mean, if you just leave it at that, I mean, it's like this guy believes in things that ghosts. This guy believes in something, that's not real. It's pretty much the same thing in all reality.
Yeah, so you can take it back to the flat Earth and say the thing is that everybody knows the Earth is flat. We all know it, and we're all just they do. I almost believe. I almost to the point where I believe everybody knows it in their heart of hearts. Yeah,
and they're in a state of hypnosis.
Yeah, it's called psychosis, is what it's called.
Yeah, mass hysteria.
But the TV is telling them repeatedly, just same parallel here, that it's a globe. So they're just seeing it repeatedly, but they know in their heart. So we're watching repeatedly. Everybody's out there; they're burning your house down. But then we open our door, and nobody's burning the house down. But
what happened was they got you thinking the zombie apocalypse would look like, like The Walking Dead. This is what the zombie apocalypse actually looks like.
So The Walking Dead.
Yeah, well, that's what that movie World War Z was supposed to be about, right? The book was supposed to be about actual people not really being zombies, but this scenario that's going on. But they couldn't get away with that, so they had to make it about actual zombies. But it's the fact that the mind has become a zombie. Your brain is mush now because it's controlled, and you're controlled by propaganda and media now.
Yeah, you have no agency over yourself.
Yep, fear porn.
I mean, all they got to do is print. Oh, this person. I just also saw today. This lady supposedly died of COVID trying to get it naturally, and then wanted to get a pass, but she died from it. I'm like, get the fuck out of here! They just throw anything on the fucking. It doesn't matter what it is. They just throw it on there. And people swallow that shit up. I mean, like, how many family members you guys have that have taken like all 3 fucking vaccines? Ridiculous.
I have a couple of family members that have, and they're not doing well.
It's fucking crazy, man.
Yesterday, he went on.
Yeah,
TV,
this is a violation, isn't it?
of adults were 75% of adults are, fully done up, and I don't even know if that's true.
No, it's not true at all. You can bet on that.
I really hope Australia gets to stay, because like now they decided to just let it just run its course. That's what they said. If that's true, I don't know. But instead of like doing all the mandating and lockdowns, let it run its course. I'm like, that's what you're supposed to do. If there's something going on, like that's you're supposed to let it run its course. Leave it alone.
Yep, that is what you're supposed to do. I don't know if you guys have seen the new Max Hegan video he made just yesterday or the day before. It's really something. I would, yeah, I think you can find it on Odyssey. But yeah, check it out. It's really something. I tell you.
Why does that name sound familiar?
I could drop it, but it's controversial, and I really don't drop it channel because she's not involved in it. But I could DM it to someone. It's really something. Yeah, Max has been around for a long time. Very, very long.
Helio's in here. Fucking say something.
Yep. True that. Amen to the natty.
Hey, man, it ain't no thing but a chicken wing, man. You know, hey, it's okay.
All that
It's
shit.
okay. It's all good. Don't worry.
Oh shit. Everybody excited about this this new chicken wing barbecue with ODD and all that shit, you know.
Holy shit, there's a lot of blackbirds right now. What the hell? Somebody must be shooting at them.
You get some blackbird barbecue? Oh shit.
Like it looked like something out of Alfred Hitchcock's like birds and shit. Like the whole sky turned black for a second. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh shit, that's freaking funny. Right when we was talking about barbecue birds, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, chicken wing.
All them chicken wings
There ain't
everywhere.
much meat on them motherfuckers though.
I wouldn't eat them anyway. I mean, you don't want to eat the blackbirds. They be eating death.
I don't know. These one birds, they eat fucking dog food.
Oh, well, they probably eat more than.
So, like, a lot of people out here, they got these awnings, right? These tin awnings, and some people have tin roofs. And the people that have tin roofs shouldn't be assholes, because when you're an asshole, I'll just take a handful of dog food when you're not there and throw it up on top of your roof. That way you wake up right when the sun comes up with them grackles dancing and crackling and
there you go.
Skating on that metal.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Trying to figure out. I can't remember if I just woke up or. The weekend's really. It's not even the weekend. What happened today? We had ice come through last night, and boss messaged me and said, "Hey, let's just take the day off. The roads aren't bad, but let's just take the day off and make it Saturday." And I was like, "Okay, but I probably won't come in Saturday. I already know that, you know." So anyway, so it was just like I was home all day, and so
it's probably freaking witch titty cold right now too.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cold. Yeah, it's like. So last I checked, it was let's see. Oh, it says 21 on my computer. That's cold as shit.
Yeah, it is. Shit. It's nice 65
Dude, that's
here.
actually warmer. It got down to 12 earlier in the day. Yeah, it was freaking cold.
Shit, it's 65 here.
Anyway, it reminded me, you just missed me. Said live. I think I might have to restart my stream here in a minute because it's 6 o'clock. I try to go from 6 to 6, and YouTube won't archive videos past 12 hours. That's why I try to restart every 12 hours. So.
We'll see. I think shorter bites would be better.
Yeah, but I can't do. I'm not always.
But, like, I mean, afterwards, take the stream and like cut it up into sections.
Right.
But that's
you're
more
welcome.
work, you know?
You're welcome to do that, man. Go ahead and grab the 12-hour stream and cut
that's
up.
why I only stream for like at most 6 hours.
Holy shit, bro! Dude, I'm not. I do it at 6 because before I go to work, I have to be there at 7. So I started at 6, go to work, come home, start it again. That's the way. That's why on the weekends sometimes the schedule gets kind of fucked up. But yeah, I usually try to keep it 6 to 6. But yeah, I'd rather do it in shorter segments too, and might get more traffic. With the.
I mean, not like the live section per se, but like afterwards. You know what I mean?
Like I said, anybody is welcome to grab.
What were you saying?
I said my hat's off to Helio because he's been very dedicated for the last over 2-3 years of making sure that video gets restarted every 12 hours. I mean, that's a really pretty big dedication that he's done for everyone and for the channel and whatnot. So, my hat's off to him. He deserves a hand for that one.
Hats off to everyone that participates, man. It's just like I just hit.
Are you
start.
talking
I just hit
about?
start, man. Y'all make this shit happen, man. I just hit start.
Yeah, but you make sure it's done every 12 hours. I mean, come on, dude. That's
No, I appreciate you guys, man.
You're there to make sure it's done. So
yeah,
that's good.
And then we get a lot of good content, and we get a lot of feedback from. We kind of know what's going on. In the
So that
world.
means in 2.5 years or something like that, Helio's never taken a sick day from streaming.
Oh,
that's a good thing.
Yeah,
Good archive.
Yeah, I'll miss a few hours every once in a while, because especially on the weekends, because I'll sleep late or something, and I forget to hit start. But
you got to recharge those batteries.
well, we just let's see, what episode are we on right now? We're on episode, I think it's 2200. Yep, 2200. This is our 2200 episode. There's way more than that, but yeah.
So you've pushed start 2,200 times plus.
Yeah. Yeah.
On top of recording the other shows too.
Yeah, on top of the other shit. Yeah.
22 times he's flat smacked you sober.
I will flat smack you sober.
2,200 times till it's over.
Yeah. Wherever you go, whatever you do, 2,200 times, Helio will be taking your globe from you.
I'll be taking that goddamn globe. It's so dumb that I can't believe you even believe that shit. Where have you ever seen water conform to a sphere on the outside? Never. Ever.
Oh, the whole thing is not real. There's that psychosis I've been talking about again. Believing in something that's not real.
Do you think that's why they came up with these Orby things? Because they're just like squishy water balls?
The orbs? No, the
Orbeez. They're like little plastic things that you soak in water.
Yeah, you soak them in water and they expand. Have you seen those videos they put on YouTube where they like fill up a
put them in balloons and shit?
Yeah. It's just like Orbeez. Yeah, I don't know.
But honestly, that's the only time I've ever seen like a ball that has water like in it, where it's not just dripping off.
Well, I'm talking about the outside.
It will dry out.
Outside of the damn sphere. On the outside.
But the weird thing is like with an orange, right? You put an orange in a bucket of water and it'll float. You peel the orange and it will sink.
Yeah, that's interesting. Did you listen to that interview?
I know there's an air pocket in there, but
the skin is like a sponge.
Yeah. I mean, I know what you mean. I mean, it's just like you. I guess it's kind of
but I'm saying there's usually like a gas pocket inside the orange.
Sure, and that's what causes it. Yeah.
Air in it's a sponge.
Did you listen to that interview? That it was the second time that DITRH had been on Killer Priest podcast. But did you listen to the last one?
No.
Oh god, let me find it. It's so freaking hilarious. This dude it made me think about it because you were talking about oranges, and he was like, "All right, how about this apple?" You probably heard Elijah talking about it. I think it was yesterday morning. Somebody brought it up. So funny, man. Let me find.
No, I'm sorry. Water does not bend around corners. I'm sorry, my friend Groovy. You're lost in space. You opened your mic earlier.
Yeah, well, if you put a container that's got a corner, it will flow around the corner, sure. But as far as
I hear you. Hello,
hello.
Yeah, you got evidence of bendy water?
Yes,
Really?
a bubble. It is water
A
around air.
bubble is not water, my friend.
Around air.
And a pops. So what happens with equilibrium when it's at rest? There is no bubble when it's at rest, right?
When it has risk.
Yeah, liquids at rest find their level.
Rest.
Yeah, that's it, Grim.
The sea move all the time.
Yes, the sea is at rest. On a grand scale, you can look at the waves and the magnitude between the wakes, and that is a level surface.
Tsunami. Ooh.
It's hard to hear you, Groovy.
he is so groovy.
It moves around us. We suffer around it.
Hey, check this out, Groovy, though. Do you understand what we're saying? Like bodies of water at rest, which the oceans essentially are at rest, even though they have tides. Like what our argument? Hold on, Groovy. Our argument is that they don't conform around a giant sphere, even though they undulate. Essentially, they're flat or level, just like a swimming pool.
Which is why it's called sea level.
Do you understand that, Groovy?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then, do you have an argument against that?
I went in a submarine once.
Under the water?
Yeah.
Under the sea.
Under the sea. Under the sea.
And the earth is dark. I see nothing.
Well, I don't think you can see anything. There's no portals on a sub.
Yeah, we
He's
got
definitely
lights.
he's definitely in the dark. There's no doubt about that.
It's mostly dark.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Are you saying it's nighttime there? Underwater?
Yeah, it's night every time.
No. How can you?
He's in the dark 24/7. Yeah, he just admitted it.
Some fish don't even got eyes to see.
Are you French, dude? What are you?
Yeah, I am from the Alps. From
Have you ever listened to what Jacques Cousteau has said about the deep?
Jacques Cousteau, wow, you know him very
The
good.
abyssal plane, right? It's so flat.
Great.
He even says it's so flat to the ocean bottom. It's so flat to the abyssal plane. The great mystery of the deep.
Yeah.
Crazy, huh? So if the bottom of the water is flat and the top of the water is flat, where's the curve?
And if you think about it, when they lay cable, they're looking for the most flat parts of the ocean to do it. You know.
We will ask Poseidon or Aquaman.
No, they do undersea cables, right? Undersea cabling. Like they stretch it from through the channel. They stretch it through to North America from Britain, from
Fiber
Ireland.
optic, to be specific. Fiber optics. For the most part.
So it's like glass tubes wrapped in electric wire with huge like insulation, right?
Yeah.
And like each one of these tubes that's wrapped around it and these cablings has like a bunch of different like signals for fiber optics inside. So this is how internet is done, these communications.
And the nasal crap is...
I mean, coincidentally, the only true measurement of said circumference of something is just based off of the distance of the undersea cable from North America to Great Britain, because that's 6 hours. So they figure that's a quarter of the distance around the globe. That's how they came up with the values. It's magic numbers off of nonsense, because those cables don't even run straight.
Okay. So that's great.
See, the thing is we see too far for the radius value to be what said radius value is. That's the plain fact.
Give them a great circus, tigers and gladiators. The people will be happy. They don't care about what you're talking about. The conspiracies, the facts.
Yeah, and most of those people are happy being ignorant, and you know what? They need to take their medicine and quit bitching about shit. Just take their medicine like a stupid cow that they are. They're just cattle, right?
Sheep.
We're all just goyim.
Goyim.
Especially if you believe in something that's pure fantasy, like a space ball. You know, it's not even the heliocentric model anymore.
It's psychedelic.
Huh?
It's psychedelic, a space ball in the. It's like a dream.
No, heliocentric model, right? It's not even the heliocentric model. They've abandoned the heliocentric model in favor for something called the helical model, like a helix, right?
And
A spiral, right? But the thing is they kept most of the mechanics from the non-working heliocentric model.
Hey, Joshua, it actually makes sense. They need to accept the fact that their satellites are under the sea.
We're told over and over things are the exact opposite of what we're being told. So
it might as well under the sea. That's where your satellites are, y'all.
Pretty
under
good example.
The sea.
Under the water, where it's much darker, under the sea.
Yeah, accept the fact. I mean, where's your damn satellites, man? I mean, if there were satellites, why can't I get a GPS signal in the remote areas of the United States?
You are from
they have this array of satellites. Say that again, Groovy. Go ahead.
And you know, like when you're saying that Helio, you know, like Elon Musk, they're making a satellite phone, right? But it only works in your region, like it's local, right? So like once you go out of that range,
dude, there's people make videos about this. They go out way in the wilderness, and there's like dudes like, I got a cell phone, I got a satellite phone, I got all this shit, and I can't get a signal nowhere, you know. And yeah, people make videos about that shit. It's like, yeah. It's like if there was this satellites that you're getting signals from, or GPS or whatever. So like the GPS system that they tell us about it is supposed to be an array of satellites around the said globe. That's not what GPS is. There is no GPS system, an array of satellites around the globe. There's no such thing. I mean, there's a such thing when you watch a movie, but there's no such thing in real life. See, yeah, we need to make a freaking satellite song about under the sea. Yeah, that's right. Resolve. Good stuff.
And that reminds me, I gotta get going. I gotta start laying bars for that song I was gonna do.
Goodbye, Joshua.
Oh, do you have some? You doing some music?
Yeah, just a parody of a song.
Oh. Do you have? Is this your first one? Did you have any more other ones that I have?
No, it'll be my first one.
Ooh, looking forward to it, man. Roll it out.
Tune of Avenged Sevenfold.
Sweet. Looking forward to it. Heard it here first.
You know that song "Victim"?
I've probably heard it before, but
I was going to say probably the best Avenged Sevenfold song would be Backcountry, because then you could do Flat Country.
Yeah. But I like that one because he's all like, where he's all, "I'm missing you," talking about the drummer that died. Instead of that, it's like, "It's not a globe." Yeah. I don't know.
Man.
I'm still working on the lyrics. I got like one bar that needs to change because it just doesn't sound right.
Hey, Seb, man, there's a 666 in that Walt Disney thing there. Well, I think there's 4 6s. Maybe 6. There might be 6 6s in that Walt Disney thing. I'm 666.
Yeah, Mickey mirrored upside down is wicked.
Yep.
It's the beast that so many children are worshiping.
Yeah,
and it has an image that talks. Woohoo! Or wait, that's Mario, huh?
No, I'm trying to think of the Mario. Hold on. Wait, now you mixed up. Shit, I'm trying to think of the Mario sound, but I'm also trying to think of Mickey. Oh boy! God dang it, bro! You got me messed up. What you up to, Crypto? Over there in London?
Are you from London?
Hey,
Yeah,
hang on. Crypto's calling from London, so London calling.
Yeah.
Did you grow up in London, Crypto?
Hell no.
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 Like
I heard it's a tough city.
I bet. Yeah, it's one of the. It's like the New York of Europe.
I've heard it's similar to New York. I don't know, man.
More like Chicago.
Well, no, London's got some like really, really nice areas and some really, really shit areas, just like most cities, I guess. But
yeah,
you have to live in a nice area, so it's fine.
How long have you lived near London?
Just over 10 years now.
That's long enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Can't hate it that much, or I'd have left.
Long enough to hate the shit out of it and love it at the same time.
Yeah, that is true. There's certain elements that I absolutely abhor. There are other elements totally fine.
That's like I grew up near Little Rock, Arkansas, and I love the city, but I also hate it. You know, I miss it. I don't only live there anymore. I live about 3 hours away, but I miss it. You know.
Yeah. London's one of the cities where everyone's in a rush all the time. It's just like, I think the pace is a bit relentless. The pace of the city is a bit much, but Yeah, I don't
know. I've never been outside of what they call the continental United States. Never.
Oh, really?
Never broken the border.
You haven't even been to like Mexico or Canada?
Nope. I've been to California. I've been to Washington. I've been to Florida. I've never been to New York. I've never been to what they call New England. I was born in Ohio, so that's pretty much the close. I've been to Pennsylvania, but I've never been like to the Northeast that way.
Oh.
Been all over the country, but I've never broken the border.
I suppose it would take you quite a long time to even go to all of the major cities in America and actually explore.
Yeah, I did. The reason I say I go to all it was on a tour, with my band. We were in a van, like going around to these cities and played in small clubs. That's the reason I say. I mean, we went from Arkansas to freaking Seattle, and
pretty sick.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. And then from Seattle, it was my freaking birthday. We went from Seattle down to freaking LA, down the coast, played in Oregon, San Francisco. It was fun. Didn't make any money at all, but we had a lot of fun.
Did you say it was your birthday?
Yeah, when we
Happy
went
Flat Earth birthday.
No, it's not my birthday today. I'm talking about when we went from Seattle.
Happy belated Flat Earth birthday. That's my thing, dude. I like to tell everybody that whenever on like Snapchat or anything. You got to make it a point to tell them Flat Earth birthday, Merry Flat Earth Christmas, Happy Flat Earth, whatever, dude.
There you go. That's what's up, Kim Trip. Hey, what you up to, Kim Trip, man? I ain't seen you in a while.
Working every day. Elvis Pizza Man. He's here. He's got a bunch of questions. One of his questions is, what do you think came first, the Anunnakis or the Sumerians? The Anunnaki? Fuck the Illuminati.
Think,
fuck the Anunnaki.
think about some Aryan, right? Some Aryan. I don't think it was Aryans. That would be Tartarians, right? So the Anunnaki are simply the Nephilim, right? Those from heaven which came. So perhaps it was not even a city before these beings came.
Okay,
perhaps
so
they were the ones that built the cities.
The Anunnakis are, what are you trying to say there? The Anunnaki are the ones from the Bible, and they turned us all into stupid humans.
Well, I'm saying Sumerian could
like
be made up because we know that they were Chaldean, not Sumerian.
Is like dinosaur.
No, Sumerian just means old path, old way.
Yeah, like dinosaur,
old ones.
Old way, millions of years
ago.
The thing is, they want you to think they're Sumerians and no Anunnaki. They don't want you to even know about the Anunnaki, probably.
Well, the thing is the elite, the Elites, right? Those are the same thing as the Anunnaki.
It's just a big story, that millions of years deal.
This is just the right of kings to keep ruling.
They think they're the ones that turned us all stupid on purpose.
Yeah.
They're trying to be the gods still. Elvis, I figured it out. All you have to do is join the Discord. So, you know anything about the dinosaurs? You know how I told you dinosaurs never existed? Yeah. So that's like Sumerians. That's just like a lie, bro. Sumerians, they never even existed, bro. That's like the lie. The ones that came here, the Anunnakis and the elites, the people who are running this whole fucking thing, they think they're the Anunnaki. Like they're trying to be the gods.
Your words had.
So it's
now
like
fact.
Right? Maybe. But you got to just keep thinking, dude.
Yeah, always. Every day.
Aliens aren't coming, dude.
They coming. They behind in your head.
What the hell is going on?
Thanks, fellas.
Gibberish.
Thanks for what?
Amen. We're here to help.
It's all in the suffix of the words. You have to look past what you think the words are. You have to look past to the hidden meaning in the words, right?
Yeah, get him
Like
back
the
on his
ites,
PayPal. Means I'm your pal and pay me.
like your ites, the ites, the ites, the Isaactites, the Israelites, the Jebusites, right? These are always known as the tribes of giants, tyrants, bullies.
Yep.
Now, these things like Samaria and all these other words that have like an aria after it, these are all constructs. It depends on where the suffix of the word is and the tradition of the naming of the land of the people where that comes from. You have to look into that.
This is theory or fact?
This is fact. You can actually look into it. Like you'll see Chaldean, which is not Aryan, right? You have Assyrian. Now, is it truly Assyrian? Are those truly the Sumerians?
Or from Syria?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know. It's like a mystery. Because, like, writings have been changed.
History mystery. And it's a big one.
As far as we can tell, they say civilization started, like the first cities started in the Fertile Crescent area, which is Mesopotamia.
Yeah,
and we've been fighting over that land ever since.
Yeah, that's complete bullshit. In my
and then you have the eugenicists, the racists, the ones that say we come descended from monkeys, the evolutes. They sit there and they say that we come out of Africa. But wait a minute, doesn't that go slap in the face with anthropology? That says, the earliest known human records is right there.
Are you
near
denying
the settlement
the
of
anthropologists,
Ararat?
all the scientists that study anthropology, and are you denying their summation of human history?
They've never found anything. All of those skeletons that they said are the missing links have all turned out to be frauds perpetrated by the Jesuits.
Okay, well,
why are the
you
monkeys,
a scientist, Joshua?
Man.
Why are the monkeys still monkeys? That's what I want to know.
Exactly.
Because they evolved differently.
Where did our tails come? Where did our tails go? And how come we got thumbs and no other ape has thumbs? No opposable thumbs.
What? Well, I think you say it was a cousin, and that
a cousin for fell
cousin monkey, and he went and became a human, and the other monkeys became more monkeyish.
Well, see, a horse and a donkey are cousins, right? And a horse and a donkey, these cousins can have a retarded offspring called a mule that can't breed. I don't think the cousin of a human and a cousin of a monkey, right? I don't think they could get together and create a hybrid. I don't think that'll ever work. I think that's how AIDS came about, but I might be wrong.
Yeah.
Well, Fauci would know all about that.
Monkeys.
Yeah, Fauci would know all about that.
You dumbass flat earthers.
His eyes are getting beady.
Denying archaeology and
I have a question.
anthropology.
Why do we have that? Why do we have 5%? Oh fuck! Why do we have 5% of the DNA of a fucking banana? Which
show us the evidence.
The plan works. If the plan works, the plan works. That's the thing,
dude. We come from the same creator. That's why.
That's still 5% of the same DNA.
Yeah, the creator made the earth, so we're definitely going to have
maybe that 5% has to do with maybe that 5% has to do with enzyme creation.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, people are starting to. I mean, the evolution theory may have worked in the 1800s or 1700s or whatever, when there was horses and carriages, but now as technology is just going so fast, it's getting harder for people to imagine that it took millions and millions of years.
No, it didn't take that long. The creator made the earth. The bananas are fruit from a tree called a banana tree. And that's why.
Thanks for that info.
It's a plant. It's a plant. It's not a tree. It's a plant.
It's a fruit.
And so are we.
No, it's well. I mean, hey, we're part of creation, and that's why we have similar DNA to a fucking banana. It's really easy to figure out.
Actually, banana's actually a berry, but we don't talk about that.
Oh no! Well, actually, modern bananas aren't even really what bananas
No,
are.
they changed.
No, he's right. It's a fruit.
The seeds.
It's got the seeds inside.
From a tree. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Banana itself,
like
is
these
not
berries, like
necessarily
strawberries, are
alive.
not a true berry, right? The only part of a berry that's the strawberry is the part that contains the seed.
Has anybody ever seen like a wild banana before?
You
A
think it's a
blueberry is a
coincidence
true
that
berry.
monkeys eat bananas?
Blueberry
Bananas
is not a
are
true
a
berry.
grass.
They're just
Bananas
fucking.
is a grass family.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
I mean, just the rice and wheat that we eat nowadays. It's just not.
It's related to weed, okay?
Fuck. Yeah,
What he was asking why we have similar DNA to
you have a male banana plant and a female banana plant.
Well, and humans have a male anatomy.
Bananas that we
It's shaped
eat
like a banana, so
come from the female. So maybe that's where some people are confused.
Do the male banana plants not have bananas on them?
No, they just produce pollen.
Actually,
I like that.
The bananas we eat, they're actually just clones. They're
like
clones of an original one, and that's why there's so many of them dying today, because there's like rampant disease going
Well,
through.
the Cavendish
Yeah,
is the second
Cavendish,
domestic one, right?
Yeah.
The first one's completely wiped out, and it was way more flavorful and sweet, but it was completely wiped out with the blight. And now there's a Cavendish banana blight, so they're trying to put a different one. But they have different varieties of bananas you can get from United Fruit. You have the cotton candy bananas, the green apple bananas, and they're like regular bananas, but they taste different, right? And it's just different cultivars. So,
have you ever noticed when you hold a banana, the way you peel? If you watch a gorilla peel a banana, he peels it.
They
from
fucking just squeeze the bottom.
Yep. See, but also, like a gorilla has, similar hand to us. Four fingers and a thumb.
but it's not opposable.
Hold on. There's 5 parts. I mean, there's 5 sides on a banana. So it's like it's made to hold. Almost like the banana was made for us to eat it.
No shit, Helio. But do you know what a natural banana looks like?
Maybe there's a reason.
Full of starch, not that sweet, and big ass seeds.
Correct.
Oh, sorry.
I've never seen a banana with seeds.
Make us eat them because I don't want to say, but they evolved to be like that.
So that's proof that we're monkeys. Bananas.
Yes, it is.
No, that we're monkeys. Monkeys, they evolved separately from us.
No, they evolved.
Oh my god.
No, oh my god, look at us talking. He's talking so
We did not evolve.
No, well,
nobody evolved.
Your ways, but
do you even know what the word evolve means?
No, but do you know when you try and call us monkeys?
So you said no. You don't know what the word evolve means. It means
don't
to open a book.
In my mouth. Do not put words in my mouth, man. I'm saying
it means to open a book.
Somebody needs to put words in your mouth.
Hold on, let him talk.
Wrong.
Lucas, what are you saying?
I'm saying that we're supposed to be descendant from monkeys or apes.
I didn't
That's
say
all
that.
right. That's all right. We're not. You're correct on that. We're not descendant from them. We've evolved separately from them, meaning we are behind that period.
Well, I wouldn't say that either.
My cousin likes bananas.
I was saying that. Yeah, my cousin. I mean, my other part of creation, like bananas too, and they have hands similar to mine, and it has nothing to do with evolution at all. God created bananas for us.
Yeah, my cousin likes bananas too, by the way.
I do too. I just ate one.
All right. So what does that have to do with evolution?
It just settles it. That's all.
No, it doesn't. It's not just monkeys that eat bananas. Do you know that, right?
No shit.
Fruit flies like to eat bananas, right, Lucas?
Fly. I mean, there's all kinds.
Yeah,
of
we actually call them bananflua in Danish. So.
But they're almost designed to be eaten by, by almost every creature. But I mean, it depends on.
Forget the chicken or the egg; it's the banana and the monkey.
Yeah. You ever had a baked banana?
What came first, the plantain or the human?
Yeah, we should all just bake some bananas. They're pretty good. Bury them in a hole with some coals and bake them. Baked bananas.
You ever had some plantains like cooked with brown sugar? Oh man, on point, bro. Plantain is another form of banana. Plantain. People call them plantains.
Planeta.
Plantain. It's Plantain. 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 I don't like to call them plantains because that doesn't do them.
Plátano.
Yeah, Jamesy. Is that Jamesy? No,
Plátano.
yeah, plantain. Right. Dude, some plantains cooked in the skillet, some brown sugar. Oh shit. And some butter.
Is there any photography about the original the plantain? You said, Joshua. What you said about the plantain?
Yeah.
What is the original one?
No, I wasn't reading anything. I was just looking at the original wild banana. They're full of seeds and they're not that sweet. Like big black seeds.
They're not sweet. I've tasted one and they are not sweet.
And then the Cavendish has very tiny seeds in there that we can barely see. And then
they're very, very bitter.
I think blue bananas.
Sorry if I'm interrupting, fellas.
And they also don't get that big.
I just checked in somebody new. I just wanted to welcome to the VC here. It's the fourth down from the top, Winky Face, I think is what he wanted to be called. So
right, I'm opening it now.
Just wanted to give you a chance to say hello. Just introduce yourself, man. We're glad to have you.
Hello. What's good with that?
So you want us to call you Winky Face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Winky. Well, how about Winky? Let's do that.
That sounds a little bit too childish.
Where's the little Winky? I don't see him. Oh,
how about we call you Joe? How about that? Does that work better?
Joe Winky.
Yeah, that works.
How did you find your way here?
I saw my boy. He got imprisoned. I came to watch him suffer.
Oh, he got imprisoned in the Flat Earth server?
Yeah, I guess a guy named Jack, Cogdist. But we kind of talked about why he's in Cogdist, so I think he understands that at least.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know the origin of that. I said it earlier in this voice text. I don't know. I don't even the Australia.
Okay, cool. So now he left. It's like I didn't know what to call. Did we call you Winky? It's like, well, that sounds kind of weird. I was like, no shit.
I like Joe Winky. Joe Winky.
He didn't seem the most genuine person I ever checked in. But sorry if I interrupted anything.
No, you're good. You're good. That was funny. We were just talking about bananas, which that's pretty interesting. The history of bananas.
Yeah, and we were talking about the Cavendish and wondering if he did a Cavendish experiment on bananas.
Cavendish on bananas.
Can somebody enlighten me on what the is it? Was it a bad mistake that somebody made? The whole Australia isn't real. What is that? That's so offensive.
Yeah, it's just literally the third thing in the rules. When you read them, it says, like, don't troll. We're not the Flat Earth Society. Who says that Australia isn't real? So if you're just going to come here and spam, troll, and stuff like that, then Cogdis it is.
Yeah, because we get accused of, since we're flat earthers, like Flat Earth Society, like trolls. If you go to their website, some people will say that Australia doesn't exist, or there's people from Australia on this server. I mean, we talk to them all the time.
Are they claiming that the maps are lying? Is that the claim, that the maps are lying?
No, I claim that the
No,
maps
I think it's
lying.
called
But the maps
I don't.
aren't accurate, but
I think it's just a statement that was made by somebody, and it turned out to be this big something it's not, and it's a joke, is what it is. I mean, nobody here believes Australia is not real.
Yeah, we talk to Australians all the time.
Yeah, it's just turned into be a bad joke, and where it came from, I don't really know, to be exact.
That's why it's in the rules. When they
probably came from some retard on Reddit.
You guys think Australia doesn't exist? Like,
yeah,
we can easily answer that. It was like, no, of course not. We talk to Australians all the time. What the fuck?
Okay.
I actually had I checked in this French globe earther a while back, and he made a really good point. He kind of highlighted and said that Flat Earth Society is basically like a globe earther shooting himself in the leg and declaring to be a flat earther. Oh, look how stupid I am. I just shot myself in the leg. So, yeah, they're just saying ridiculous things like Australia isn't real to give us all a bad rap,
Yep, and they're paid shills linked with the secret society.
Yeah, they don't have. I mean, I see it. There's no followers.
They even have a Mars. They even have a Mars society, right? Yikes! I mean, pretty soon you're gonna have people out there, a server that's sitting there going, "No, we're really on a colony on Mars. Look, guys, we have CGI video. You can put these goggles on and actually be there."
Very soon.
Yeah, that's a place in Arizona. I've seen it already.
And there's a rover ride.
Flagstaff.
It's expensive to ride the rover, but you can ride it.
Yeah, you have to deposit 1 Bitcoin.
The real question is, are they going to win? And should I invest in this meta world?
For a Mars rover? I wouldn't. Like, if you're only worried about, money and not your soul, yeah, go for it.
Well, I don't think you'd really make much money from it. Here, you want to buy $1,000 worth of digital gold from me?
Well, no, he means invest in it, like, because right now it's the ground level, like, invest in the companies that are developing it to get a kickback from the stocks is what he's talking about.
Correct.
I own one penthouse. I own one penthouse in the metaverse. A friend bought it for me, and it's tripled in value in just a matter of days. And so I don't even know what it's about, to be honest with you. But yeah, I got a penthouse.
Better call a U-Haul, start moving your stuff in there.
Yeah, you're right. I need to get a VR set first. I mean,
don't get rid of that, because you're gonna need somewhere when they upload you.
Yeah, you're right. You still have some place to go.
Somewhere to haunt.
Yeah,
I'm not liking the idea of the metaverse.
Imagine people just laying in alleyways, plugged in. That's awful vision.
Yeah, like everybody puts all your friends put on their VR set. All your friends put on their VR set, and then they all get together in the metaverse, and they go on vacations, and they go water
Holy
skiing.
shit! Player One is coming to life.
Yes.
There's a show called Sword Art Online for any of you weebs.
Yeah, they came out with a movie just now too.
Yeah, man, and so it's cool. Like they had this hyped up game with VR, and you know a bunch of people get in, and then they find out that they can't log out, and then if you die in the game, you die in real life. So maybe it's just
one of my favorite.
Yeah, that's a great show.
Yeah.
There is a rumor going around that a guy wanted to buy an apartment next to Snoop Dogg's apartment in the metaverse, and he actually had to pay this guy like $400,000 or something, real cash money, to get this metaverse apartment living next door to Snoop Dogg. He actually paid real money to get it, and to say he lives next to Snoop Dogg in the metaverse.
And I'm sure
I love
Snoop
how
Dogg
it's an
got paid real
apartment, not
money
even a
from.
house.
Some millionaire did that, or billionaire, or whatever. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Who knows what this could turn into? I mean, people are stupid, you know.
If I could trust if I trusted people, I would love this idea. That'd be great.
Well, trusting people is probably not a good thing.
No, I hate this idea.
Call all men liars.
Yep.
And let God be true.
So anyway, my penthouse will be up for sale when my neighbors become movie stars. And yes, you can deposit that right into my account if you don't mind. Apparently, there's some really, I mean, there are some people who think that there's going to be billions of dollars to be made, and it just might be true.
Yeah, people are.
If I had to guess, I would guess that there's very rich people behind the scenes, you know, the big T they, that are actually throwing a lot of money at this bullshit that you guys are talking about, just to make it seem like people are investing in it when in fact they're not, just to trick a lot of the more stupid people that go along with it that are lower down on the economic, you know,
Maybe
totem
so.
pole.
Right. So you don't want to guess what the smart people are going to do. You want to guess what the dumb people are going to invest in. Yeah, I mean,
same thing they did with the crypto coin market.
What about the billionaires? Yeah, they might just make some really dumb decisions that would be very profitable. Who knows? I know a friend that's made some investments there, and he just threw a few $100 into it.
Yes, I think I might. Yeah.
He just so happens to own like nothing, like I don't know, 100 penthouses or something in a city that has not been populated yet. So he's just going to write it out until it gets populated, and then if somebody wants to buy one of those penthouses, well,
what's that called?
Which one is that? These are the ghost cities in China that you're buying.
Yep.
And it's not actually the metaverse. You're going to be locked up and shipped away. And it's like, nope, this is your penthouse. This is what you paid for.
There you go.
I bet it's like diamonds where they, you know, manipulate the market to inflate the value and inflate the price of diamonds.
Yeah. And they're all diamonds. It's funny. These rappers got all these murder diamonds on them.
Murder diamonds from...
it's the art of hypocrisy.
They're enslaving themselves. It's sad. They don't even realize it. Yeah.
What's the planet that supposedly is covered with diamonds? The rumor.
Oh, I don't fucking know.
There's supposedly one of these.
I think there was one that was one of their stupid theories that like one has like a diamonds like even as the core of the planet. Some bullshit like the whole planet was a diamond. But you know, it's just fairy tales.
And one could even rain gold.
Of course, it's.
I believe I believe they were saying that it was Saturn and Neptune, or perhaps it was one of the moons of Jupiter or something, where they were saying that it rains diamonds.
Yeah, something like that. That's right. I've been amazing bizarre shit.
You can always dream.
Well, that's what the heliocentric model's about. The entire
dream
thing
inside of a dream.
It's all a big dream. It's all a big fantasy. So, and people are buying into that, like, you know, hand over fist. So,
like I said earlier, they perverted the meaning of the word dream.
Yeah.
Well, people buying it. Most people have never even heard such a thing about it raining diamonds anywhere.
Right.
It takes people like us looking at the stupid shit NASA says to actually know that they even claimed such a thing.
Yeah, I know. The bizarreness of it just doesn't cease to. It really doesn't surprise me anymore. It just doesn't. I mean, it's just like another ridiculous fucking fantasy claim about a place that doesn't exist, and it's just wow.
Yeah, I don't think they would take the French guy to guard anything. French notorious for running away when the pressure hits. They would probably use some German guys.
I'm not really sure why Groovy typed this to me, but no, I actually agree. Like, at least on a philosophical way, it's an interesting way of thinking. Like, we can't prove that anything is real other than our own consciousness. I think, therefore I am. Everything else could be made up.
Yeah, I can prove you don't live in a simulation.
Are you going to share this? Are you going to share this message with us, Helio?
No, I'm not Helium.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
We've spent enough time together where you should stop making this mistake by now.
I know. You'd think I would.
No, it was in Livestream voice
What?
text.
You think I sound like lunatic?
Yeah, I make that mistake constantly. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. You can have me analyzed if you want, but I don't. If you find out what's wrong with me, please let me know.
Yeah, as far as like Groovy, why
music?
I'll never
about
figure
that,
that
I'm not
shit
really
out,
sure.
Godrocket.
It's those dragsters you used to race.
Yeah, that's what. That must be what.
It's the loud.
So good. No, I mean, you guys saying it's bizarre. Yeah, I just put in, is it bizarre or a bizarre?
Hey, wait, back to the raining diamonds bullshit. I was just wondering, do they say how the diamonds get up in the air to begin with? Like, is this a volcano erupting with diamonds spewing out of it, or do the diamonds actually evaporate into diamond clouds and then rain as diamonds down back on the
I think it was on
planet?
I think they said a volcano.
Yeah,
I think they said there's a volcano.
Sounds like down.
I think they said it was on Jupiter. Let me find a link.
You're coming in pretty low, God, rocking.
Oh yeah, it sounds like he figured it out. Good job.
I was out smoking when you.
Maybe it's Lucy in the sky who's dropping her diamonds. Yeah.
It says it's Neptune and Uranus. It rains diamonds, or so astronomers and physicists have suspected for nearly 40 years, and the outer planets of the solar system are hard to study, however.
Suspected, they said. Suspected, they said.
They suspect.
New research by scientists apparently shows that it rains diamonds on
Uranus
Jupiter.
smells like farts.
It says, new research by scientists apparently shows that it rains diamonds on Jupiter and Saturn. In fact, the planets have the capability to create thousands tons of diamonds a year, according to research. Lightning storms on the planets turn methane into soot, which hardens into chunks of graphite and then diamonds as it falls. The diamonds apparently fall like
still balls of gas, man.
For just Mars, we decided to go to just Mars, and it's the only one that doesn't rain diamonds. It's nuts.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, why are we planning to go to Mars?
They,
Skip that
be
shit.
nothing
Let's
but
go and get
diamonds?
those diamonds.
It's the gravity, the strength of that gravity that packs that carbon.
One of the moons of Jupiter, though, I think Io. They made a movie about that one. Io is one of the solid planets that we should go to. That's Earth-like. Earth-like. I was going to say planet, but whatever. Anyway,
Io was the name of the new city in the latest Matrix too, wasn't it?
Yep. With a bio sky. And it's kind of funny, all of a sudden they're able to have like all these wonderful things because they're working with the machines again. Makes me think that they are actually, in fact, inside of another dream world, which is why Neo and Trinity have two jacks in the back of their head and everyone else just has one.
Well, again, this goes back to the Matrix too. The architect explains that he's destroyed Zion like 6 times. Which alludes to the idea that even in Zion, that it's not the real world, that it's just another layer of the Matrix.
Another layer of control.
How many people here freaking thought the new Matrix movie was total shit and not worth watching? I liked it, man. I really, and I'm a movie buff, man. I know why they made it
was
the
all
way they
right.
did.
It was all right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a movie buff, so I know why they
It's
made
not
it the
worth
way they
watching
did.
if you have to wear a diaper.
Well, I mean, I recommend everybody watch the other three before you watch that one. You know, so but I mean, it just came out like what 20 years later. I mean, you're gonna have to understand when you're watching it, you know, that they have to put a lot of the old shit in there because there's a lot of people watching it now that have never seen the other ones. So that's why they had to put all the fluff in there.
Yeah, it took a really long time to get going, because of that. Too much like flashbacks and stuff about the older Matrixes, and without really explaining them very well either. It was just, whatever.
Well, it's just like if you like this one, then you might want to go back and watch the other three. Because, you're not.
Yeah, I
You're
don't think
necessarily going to
they should have. I don't think they should have tried to cater to those who haven't watched the Matrixes before. They should have just continued the story.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I'm not a producer, so I think it was not a bad idea to go ahead and do that because I don't know. I don't see any reason why anybody wouldn't watch the other three. They're all good. So
And without spoilers, the end was cheesy as fuck, and I hated that.
yeah, I kind of get that too.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
It was a pretty cheesy ending.
Hey, Leo, I agree with you. I liked it. It was a decent movie. It did what it was meant to do, which is be a little trippy and like meta. And then the first half and the second half was a bunch of action. So I don't know. I liked it.
I liked it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a decent movie. It was good. I wouldn't say it was great, but then again, I didn't expect it to be either. Almost all movies these days are shit. Any sequels or reboots are always shit. I think this one actually surprised me that it wasn't shit. Therefore, I give it an extra bonus point or two.
Let's not set our standard too high from the beginning, lunatic. That's what.
I think maybe it was because only one of the sisters made the movie this time. It wasn't the combination of the two. It was two brothers last time, and now it's just one sister made this one.
Yeah, for me, it was just like they were copying too many scenes and showing the older movies in this movie, and then badly acted. The action scenes were just shit. The whole thing was just bad, and even Keanu Reeves was like, we didn't practice enough. We just like took the scenes, just go, and so he wasn't even happy with it himself.
You know, it's funny actually. Quantum of Conscience did his little review on it, and I think he pointed out something pretty good. And now, if you're saying even Keanu was saying that they didn't really practice, I think there's a good chance it was intended. Part of the movie was actually intended to be not all that great. Like they could have done better. Like if you listen to what's the character's name? The one that was the really sophisticated Frenchman in the old ones, like where in like the third one. Yeah, the Merovingian or whatever. Like that was him, the homeless dude. Like there he just was, ranting at him like while the first fight scene started to happen. That was him, and it's hard to get, but if you pay attention to what he's saying, he's basically saying like, before you, we had class, like movies were better, like art was better, and now we have this shit. You destroyed it. You destroyed everything, and now if you take that and then apply it to the movie, it kind of carries through. Like that was kind of the point, actually.
Yeah, but they also do this to actors who start getting very popular, they start kind of sabotaging them with like horribly directed movies where they just look like shit.
But I'm just saying, I mean, especially if you know who Quantum Conscious is and you follow his stuff, that's one of his themes is like that he thinks they're making movies nowadays purposely bad for some reason. Like, doesn't really understand why, but
well, like if you follow like Hollywood stuff, they've made movies overacted on purpose, which I mean that's kind of the way theater works. You overemphasize, you overact for a purpose.
And that purpose would be what?
To make a point. I mean, it's to affect, like when people, but you don't watch a TV show or a movie well, you want to relate with them, of course, but at the same time, they overact or overwrite or make something emotional to affect the viewer or the person that's watching. So you can relate. I mean, you have to be able to relate to the art, or else you won't. You just be like, why am I watching this bullshit?
Well, the overacting and over dramatization is something that usually is left to like real life plays, like on stage and stuff like that. In movies, usually they try to go for as much realism as possible.
Well, I disagree. I mean, it's the same way when you're watching a movie or something. You have to have a suspension of disbelief because, dude, I watch a lot of movies and shit. I'm just like, that would never happen that way in real life. But I understand the drama, and how they're trying to affect the soul, whatever the. So I'll just suspend disbelief so that I can understand the story.
Me and Karma were both talking about this. The thing you were just saying. Can you repeat it?
They don't want you to have good role models. They want to put bad role models.
Yeah, we both noticed that in movies, especially lately, the role models in general, the characters that the people can identify with are just getting worse and worse, and having more and more blatant problems. So I think that's part of just the programming they want to get into people who are watching it, normalizing it.
Yeah, unless you're aware that you have to suspend disbelief to understand the story and go through the whole thing, you might. It's a kind of a weird thing how you're affected by a story. I mean, it's the same with writing. When you're reading a book, you have to do the same. It's the same way. What are you getting at exactly, Drace, Karma? And I heard her talking in the background, so I'm talking to both of you.
It's kind of like if you look at the 60s and you look at the movies at that time, or 70s, you'll see much. Yeah, even the 90s were better than currently. You can see it's been getting consistently worse and worse, with less and less positive male role models being available. Like Marvel is the closest thing currently. I think that's why it got so popular, because they were just giving people something that was just missing, because it'd been slowly but surely pulled back. But even then, they made them all through the Marvel movies. They made Thor fat and all sorts of things that they like push.
They're gonna make him a lady in the next one. I'm
Yeah,
furious.
yeah. yeah, they're gonna make Thor into a lady supposedly next time. So they're just making it worse every year. It gets just a little bit more worse.
What was that movie? That Marvel movie that came out was shit. Now I can't even think of it. No, I can't even think of it. It was a woman that's like something universe. Shit, I can't remember her name. So many Marvel movies that came out. I can't remember which one.
Yeah, there's like 25 Marvel movies. Who can watch all of those?
Dude, I don't know. When are you people going to get sick of watching them? Seriously, they're not that good.
I didn't know people did watch them.
Dude, I don't know. For some reason, everybody's like addicted to being a dork and watching superheroes in fucking tight pants and shit.
Hey, I just finished Eternals the other day.
But that's what I'm kind of saying is that good people tend to gravitate towards positive role models, things that like seem good on the surface, and so by removing that from most entertainment, you kind of can funnel people around into your trend.
Yeah.
You can, for instance, see Steven Universe became really popular because it had wholesome, positive role models and messages, and so parents really liked showing that to their kids. It's just missing in a lot of the cartoons for the kids. They're just getting worse and worse every year. So there seems to be some kind of degradation of this morals and positive role models. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but if you have anything, if role models come from television, that's the wrong way to do it anyway.
Yeah, but you got to think there's a lot of kids who don't grow up with a dad or
that was me. That was me.
Bad situation at home, and they look outside for role models, and a lot of them look to the TV, and so they get these bad ideas from the TV. It's cool to sleep around. You just using fallacious logic to get out of everything, and so they start idealizing this and thinking this is a solution, and they won't find out until they've burnt themselves on that this wasn't a solution.
Hey, what do you guys?
Whatever happened to good down home, role models, like Freemasons, like police officers, firefighters.
Yeah, like Mel Gibson, Lethal Weapon.
Sorry, whoever that was about to talk. I just had to get that out there.
That's what I was thinking. You said it right before I did. Anyway, go ahead.
What do you guys think this means? The heaven for height and the earth for depth is unsearchable.
Sounds like we can't go all the way up and we can't go all the way down.
And so the depth of the earth is unsearchable. It cannot be known. Well, that's what it says here in Proverbs, at least. How could one think that Proverbs is right, but that we know 3,959 exactly as the depth of the earth?
You forget it's a spinning ball and it changes and fluctuates.
And they know all about it. It's not search. Not only is it not unsearchable, but they know all about how it works.
It breathes. I think I did see that somewhere. They said somebody was saying it breathes. I don't remember.
They know what it does because they looked in the sky.
Well, it addresses that part too, right? So the heaven for height. So the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth is unsearchable.
Unsearchable, not unknown. It's funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I just posted a video of an unsearchable spot in the ocean.
Wow, what a shocker. The scriptures are right again.
There you go, XO. Well, I said something earlier from the book of Romans. Let God be true and every man a liar. That's from the book of Romans, I think, chapter 3.
So if people think that the Bible's real and that the earth's a ball and that they know the exact depths, and then how do they account for the layers within the earth? And does that mean that like Satan is getting closer to heaven relative to this person's down? I don't know. Now, to be fair, not everybody thinks that the Bible is legit.
Well, it doesn't matter if anyone thinks truth is truth. Still applies.
Right. So, yeah, I'm really trying. I think I'm going to do a video, like an actual whole video, addressing exactly what the scriptures say about the earth. I don't see how someone could watch the video I'm about to do or read the scriptures and think that it's saying the earth is a globe that spins, wobbling, tilted, revolving. I don't know. An omnidirectional nothingness. Well, it's not nothing. We have our other gods up there too.
Yeah, you make it sound silly, Witsit.
How dare you talk about the heavenly bodies? We named them after gods. That's how you know it's Christian.
You saying the calendar's wrong?
Oh yeah. So I'm super perplexed. I know a few people that claim that they believe the Bible is the truth. And they simultaneously hold the belief the earth is a globe. What?
How about the majority of Christians out there actually believe this is a globe?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not. Yeah. I mean,
I was saying it to somebody yesterday. I was saying if flat, I was trying to say if flat Earth was the message that would bring everybody together, then Jesus would have walked around saying, "Hello, the Earth is flat. God be with you. The Earth is flat. God be." It's not the answer.
No, nobody believed in the globe. When that wasn't the message.
Yeah, basically to believe the earth's a globe and believe the Bible's real, you have to believe that Jesus, as a modern Christian would certainly say, was the Messiah, lived on the earth, and didn't tell all the Hebrew people and all the other people that they were wrong about what the earth was. He just...
It wasn't the message, though.
Well, if he was like, how can you understand the heavenly things if you can't even understand the earthly things? And everyone in the world didn't know that, in fact, despite all their senses and all observations ever, the Earth is a spinning ball that goes around the sun, I think he probably would have told everyone, yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's the message, and that's not even what I'm saying. I believe. I'm just saying from the Bible. It ascends even that there is something that can ascend even the flat Earth, right? So, and that something was the message. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like that wasn't the primary focus, but my point more so is, everyone knew the Earth was just what the scriptures say they are. So it wasn't actually even a thing.
Yeah, it wasn't a thing. Dude, the globe is a brand new idea. It's only what 100 years old, maybe 200.
I mean, I guess
it ties in. I don't mean to say I'm putting you down. I'm not.
No, it's all good, bro. I like people to voice their opinions, but my point is, like, I don't know many Christians that believe in the Bible. When I ask them, so are you? I get the craziest answers when I say, so you're saying that the Messiah came and didn't tell the Hebrew people their cosmology was wrong. Yeah, he just didn't feel it was important that their entire cosmology was completely wrong because they misinterpreted where they live based on what the scriptures describe it as cosmologically altogether. So I mean, if you're talking about philosophical, religious, spiritual expressions of life and where you live, I mean, you're talking about cosmology.
Globe is the new junk.
But I don't know. I mean, if it says immovable, like that word can't be misinterpreted, right?
No, can't be. The Earth is not moving.
It's immovable. It cannot be moved, right? Like, so if you.
What if earthquakes are just God stubbing his toe as he's watching us?
What if stars are the hose parked in the top of the box so that the animal can breathe?
I don't. So anyway, when everyone looks up because the Father is above you in heaven, that doesn't really mean that, though. I don't know. I guess for me, the way I look at it overall, I want to glitch the matrix. I want them to be forced to acknowledge that they lied about the earth, right? And that we're clearly right about it. But like, if someone that believes the Bible's real can still claim to believe that and maybe even convince themselves that they really do believe that and think the earth's a globe at the same time, and that's a vast majority of quote unquote Christians, right? That's kind of our whole problem summed up. If you could figure out how to solve that problem, you would solve the cognis all around, because that's what cognis is, right? It's the the presence of contradictory evidence. Well, quote unquote, or beliefs, right? Contradictory beliefs. You can't hold them simultaneously. So if you try to, so anyway, what it really means, of course, is all these people that claim to believe in the Bible, they actually don't, right? Like, they would never go out on a limb to defend it against, like, the claim of science if they thought it was too embarrassing because everyone else would think that the Bible's wrong. Like, they don't actually believe it like that. Like, it's cool to say it, and it's somewhat comfortable to have something, and you just think, oh, so, like, I have an idea of something that happens, and that's about it. But they don't actually think it's real, or like they couldn't, right? So in a way, is it a bad thing? It
Well,
seems
most
like it.
Christians are Neoplatonist. Like Southern Israelites said, most of them don't believe what the Bible says or are more than ready to modify the Bible vis-a-vis some other belief system. The claim to fame of choice of most people nowadays is Neoplatonic Greek logic or science, so-called, and they're more than ready to modify the Bible at whim based off of what these other belief systems say. So their actual ultimate standard of truth is not necessarily the Bible, it's something else.
Hey, Matthew,
Right,
are you
consensus
still there?
changes.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, good evening, or good afternoon, or good morning, wherever you are.
Sort of halfway in between here.
Quick question: when the Bible, like when Witsit reference that it says that the earth is unmovable, what's your take on that?
My take on that is that the word move could be interpreted either literally or figuratively. And I think most Christians, or most people who call themselves Christians, would assume that that verse should be taken figuratively, that the earth is kind of steady and sure and God established it. Isn't saying anything about the physical planet, in other words.
It's steady and sure.
I mean, I could see how you could think that. Like, I guess.
Yeah,
No,
the
I can
same.
see how you think that. And then
Yeah, the same. Yeah, I'm just explaining. The same exact word is used in that exact manner in Psalm 112:6, for example.
Can all right. So with it, or whoever has the verses handy, can you kind of read around the verse just so we can get the context of that one and the one that he just
Yeah,
said?
I just posted both of them right now.
Well,
But can we get a little context from around it, like maybe a verse or two before?
Okay, so moved. It's not the same word as immovable, but we see what you're saying. It said, surely he shall not be moved, for ever the righteous shall be in everlasting remembrance. Okay, meaning that his position shall never change.
Yeah, exactly.
So how does that relate to the earth? How does that relate to the earth, though? If like, even if you don't take it to physically mean the earth, like, how is the world sure and never changing? And what exactly does that? How does that? If someone says the earth is immovable, it doesn't even work figuratively, though.
Okay, so the argument is that the word moved in Psalm 112:6 means that the righteous person is sure and everlasting remembrance and all that type of stuff. It doesn't physically mean that a righteous person is sort of planted in one physical spot. And so if that word can be used figuratively in that verse, maybe it could also be used figuratively in Psalm 104:5 about the earth, because it's the same Hebrew word.
But how it doesn't make the same sense? Doesn't make sense though, because the earth isn't a sentient living man or woman that isn't moved and stands in righteousness, thus holding their position firmly of righteousness. That the earth isn't making moral decisions and taking moral stances. So, like, I'm asking you, what does that figuratively mean to describe the earth? Like,
yeah, that's a good question. Basically, I don't know exactly what it means, but my point is that if the word could be used figuratively in one verse, it doesn't seem too contradictory that it could also be used figuratively in another
The
verse.
figure is the earth.
But the only way you can propose it to be figurative is it is even logical and understanding or make sense.
Yeah, because it's the same Hebrew word.
Well, it would need to figure something else and be talking about something else when it's talking about the earth. The only thing is that doesn't quite go with Joshua at the Battle of Ajalon or whatever in the Bible, telling the sun to stand still, not the earth. If the earth was moving, why didn't he tell the earth to stop moving? So it's kind of hard to reconcile those verses with anything else other than, a motionless earth. That also happens to be flat, by the way.
I just want to point
but he
out that
doesn't
when you're
even
saying
go that far.
figuratively, you're using the figure that you're using
He's not using the word figuratively properly. Like the word moved is synonymous with change in that verse that you just pointed out. So it's not really figurative. You realize that, right?
Or if you were to say, this is an action figure, so the figure is the immovable earth, and then they're using it to define how the heart is immovable.
Yeah. So I posted the definition of that Hebrew word at the bottom of that meme, and so my question is, how does one determine which meaning is used? And I think the answer is that you look in the context, right?
You're right, and I just answered why the context refutes that claim that you're making vaguely without specificity of any substance, because the earth is not a sentient living man or woman making decisions or anything like that. The earth isn't changing. What does that mean if it says it's immovable, if the earth is spinning and wobbling and constantly changing?
And also, the earth is on pillars on top of a watery deep in the Bible. It doesn't appear to have a context in which the earth can really move. Can it tremble during like an earthquake? Sure. But moving from point A to point B, that doesn't appear to be contextually within the Bible. Like a ball moving through space.
They might as well just say, such as the earth on its pillars, his heart was immovable. They might as well say that because he might as well.
Yeah, so if I were to say that I'm changing my position on a particular subject, that wouldn't be a metaphor. That wouldn't be saying something figuratively. Like that's just the way it's said. So again, the way that you're pointing at that one verse, it doesn't make sense. It's not figurative.
Yeah, but you're not physically changing your position.
Well, metaphorical interpretations of moving appear to be changing your position on a topic, changing your mind, changing your decision. But that sort of metaphorical context, even that doesn't appear to be available with the earth. In what way is the earth not changing its decision or whatever? That doesn't make sense.
There are three words that you could bring up: compass, face, and depth. So when he prepared the heavens, I was there when he set a compass upon the face of the depth. So what's the compass? What's the face? What's the depth? And if you want to get into more context, I suggest reading the, 5 verses before that. That would be Proverbs 8:27. So, and maybe after, but how do you describe those? I mean, how do you define compass, face, and depth?
Yeah, those are good questions. I haven't looked deeply and specifically into those verses, but my point is exactly what you're saying, is that we need to look into each verse and determine the context and meaning of the words and see what is reasonable to interpret.
Hey, wait! I got a better example. If I were to say I moved from one political party to another, that wouldn't be me literally physically moving, and I'd be using the same word you just used there, moved.
Right.
And there would be a context to interpret what is meant by you moving in that particular context. There doesn't appear to be a context for the earth in a similar way of that fact.
But wait, you can't answer his question though, because that's where where I first started this conversation, which is it says the depths of the earth are unsearchable. So I'm trying to understand: is every description of the earth in the scriptures metaphorical? There's not one literal description of creation in the scriptures?
Well, searchable means that it can't be visited or known, examined intimately, like that. I don't think that it means measured. It means search.
It says no one can know the heights of the heaven or the depths of the earth. That's what it says.
You're talking about which one? The Jeremiah 31:37 verse?
No, this is in Proverbs, man. Proverbs 25:3, I think. Oh, I don't know. This is...
Well, statements like that would make sense if there's a great watery deep below us of water that can't be fathomed or measured. And it would also make sense if the Earth was covered by some sort of solid sky structure like a firmament or something to that extent.
Right, and if it says if the depths can't be searchable, they're not knowable, and then like what North Star was asking you, like over the depths, the face of the depth, what is that? Is that a magic core?
Yes, it even goes into more detail in another verse, and it tells you the face of the deep is frozen. And then it goes into detail here about how he inscribed a circle upon the face of the deep, right? So you got a compass or a circle inscribed, carved into the face of the deep, which is frozen. And this is describing preparing the heavens and the earth before it ever was. So it goes into major detail. It'd be Proverbs 8:22 through 30 or so.
So Matthew, is your take that we are given no literal details and descriptions of creation?
Yes, we're given some details. Typically, the creation narratives are the main point is, hey, it's God that did this for his purposes, and they're not typically meant to answer 21st century scientific questions. And sometimes I think we misread and try to, ask our own modern day questions when we need to read scriptures in the proper context.
So to clarify, if I have a child and I want to teach them about the Bible, I don't need to teach them that Genesis is an account of creation that's literal?
It's an account of creation that is true. I don't know how much of it is literal versus figurative, and there are many different interpretations of that.
Let's start right at the beginning. So he created a firmament. He created a firmament to separate the heavenly waters from the earthly waters. What does that mean?
Yeah, it means that he created the atmosphere and the sea below. So firmament doesn't necessarily mean it's firm. It's just a coincidence in English that firmament and firm are the same three.
No, that's not a coincidence. It's because strong as bronze, beaten out strong as bronze.
Firmament is an English word, and Genesis was written in Hebrew, so it doesn't have anything to do with the word
rakia is the Hebrew word, strong as bronze, beaten out, strong as bronze.
And when they did the English translation, they tried to get an English word that would encapsulate the meaning of it as much as possible. And firmament appears to be chosen because there's some sort of firm solidity to the sky. Also, you're going to need something solid to keep out water because the waters above were separated from the waters below by, some sort of, what appears to be solid firmament structure.
Right. So that's my next question too about it is what does heavenly waters mean, Matthew?
I think that probably means the atmosphere. There's a lot of water in the atmosphere.
But it says it separates the heavenly waters from the earthly waters. Are you saying atmosphere is heavenly water?
Probably so. I think that's probably what it means. I don't know for sure.
So what's the that separates the heavenly water or atmosphere from the earthly water? Because isn't the atmosphere the water on the earth?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Well, that's part of water on the earth. It says it pretty point blank. So you're saying you don't know the answer, but lucky for you, we don't have to guess. It's giving us the answer. It's your argument is that we don't know the answer because we can't accept the answer it gave. Firmament separates heavenly water from earthly water. So what does heavenly water mean? It cannot mean earthly water in the air.
Well, I guess we can take the Bible literally as long as it's contextualized by the ultimate truth determiner, science, or science so called, as it were. The thing that's ultimate, science in this case, is used to modify the thing that is not ultimate, in this case, the Bible.
No, I put it differently. God speaks through his word and through his world, through his revelation and his creation. the book of nature, the book of scripture, both are legitimate ways to find out about the creator.
Well, the book
But
of
who gets to
nature
interpret
literally
that book? The thing is, the book of nature appears to be heavily man centered and not very submitted to God's revelation at all. In fact, it appears to be very comfortable with throwing out God's revelation as necessary or modifying it and tweaking it at whim.
Are you saying that the scriptures aren't a book of nature?
No, I'm saying the book of nature is what the early astronomers called the heavens and the stuff that they were looking at. They're saying, hey, we can read the book of nature, look at nature to see the order and goodness of God in nature, in creation, tells us about the creator, in the same way that the book of scripture, the book of Revelation, I mean, not just the last book, but Revelation, scripture, can tell us specifically about God.
Right. So yeah, nature, like only a fool would claim there is no creator when looking at the earth and nature. Correct. You're correct. And also, if he speaks to us through nature, as you've just admitted and agreed to, because these scriptures do literally say that, what we observe shows us the stars moving in a perfect circle and restarting every year, and the earth is never felt to be moving at all, and the horizon's horizontal, and the sun and the moon are the same size. The night light, the daylight, they move around. So if he speaks to us through nature, you're telling us we can't actually trust any of our natural experiences, though. That's what that means?
No, I would say we should use our God-given reason, logic, and observations, and do science to determine what the world is like, what the creation is like, so that we can understand more about the creator. And everywhere we look, everything seems orderly and good, and so we can assume that means the creator is orderly and good.
You're right. There is an intrinsic order, and it's not chaos, because that's the opposite of order. But yet they say that it's this chaotic happenstance where everything was coalesced into spheres over time, and we just happen to be where we are. And they don't just say this philosophically, although it's all philosophical. They say that because of the only way you could propose it necessitates this. For example, random cosmic chance is what gives us the illusion that the sun and the moon can appear to be the exact same size so that we have perfect eclipses. But actually, the sun is 400 times big. Bro, you're saying that the natural experience of the sun and the moon looking the same size, we cannot trust that. And for thousands of years, people were misled, including in time of the Messiah. And when it says there's a light and the moon won't give her light, it is not telling you the truth. In fact, it's trying to trick you into believing your senses of what you see that's actually not the truth.
So I agree with you about the sun and the moon, that God, it is by God's providential design that they appear the same size in the sky. And I also think that there's no way that methodological naturalism, which is the idea that everything happened merely by chance, there's no way that is true. So in that sense, I'm anti-scientism with you guys about that.
Right, and that's a good start or whatever, but the problem with that is the model that you believe, because it comes with a lot more pressure than, like, there has been a little niche created for Christians pushing back against billions of years timelines and evolution and Big Bang, also proposed by a theologian. So it does require it to be ran, like you would say, well, it was a massive explosion and the creator made life in this small part of it, left us out of all the details, and it was very lucky, so we optically have things that look like they're the same size. You would say they're wrong, but they're proposing it, trying to explain it without intrinsic order or design. So you're on the wrong people's team. That's why they came up with evolution, even though it's just a word. And that's why they came up with the Big Bang and misinterpreted even what it was.
Right? Yeah, so the reason they came up with evolution, the reason they came up with Big Bang, and is because they wanted a way to not believe in the creator, because ultimately they wanted to live their own sinful lives. And that's the ultimate motivation for scientism, I think.
That's right, because it proves moral accountability, Matthew, right? Because it's all just nihilist, materialist, morbid evolutionary thought. So there is no actual purpose or moral accountability or linear code of ethics. But the problem, so this is why we got billions of years, because it being coalesced randomly into a sphere of base surrounded by practically nothingness through billions of years is a requirement. It's a requirement to even theorize if the Earth could be a ball. Literally, you have to assume billions of years. You literally have to assume billions.
The thing is, they don't have to come at you and say, hey, the Bible's wrong, throw it out. They can just undermine the credibility of the Bible by trying constantly to point to, areas that the Bible, quote unquote, doesn't address. Instead of going within the 6,000 to 10,000 year, timeline established by the Bible and the patriarchs therein, they appeal to millions of years of time that the Bible doesn't appear to account for and say, well, you need to come to us now for an accounting of what occurred. And so, you just drop the Bible on your own as your ultimate standard as God's word or whatever, and have a new ultimate standard of, science or scientism. So the game is to try to constantly go outside of the purview of the Bible and get you to establish another authority other than, it as the word of God.
Yeah, exactly. And in fact, if we're looking for a place for where the Bible disagrees with science, I always say, hey, let's look at the main example, which is science says that people cannot rise from the dead, and all Christians say Jesus Christ rose from the dead. So that's an even bigger example of science versus Bible right there.
Well, I mean, that's despite the NDEs that we have and people saying, I was dead, but I came back and here I am. So I don't know what science could say to establish that people don't come back from the dead. I mean, the conditions appear to be there, at least in principle, based off of the testimonials. I don't see a scientific principle that says, once you're dead, you can't come back to life. I mean, that's a tall order.
Science does not say, science has listen, science establishes cause and effect relationships between natural phenomena. Anything outside of that would be a tall order.
Well, it's not natural. So anything outside of that's not natural science. So if you extend your claims into claims about the natural world, then you are way out of your league. So there are different types of quote unquote sciences colloquially, but as we are speaking, it's natural science. And that caveat is useful because some people hear and think, oh, this rigid dogmatic approach to the world. Sometimes you do have to go through trying to figure things out, but not when it pertains to claims about the natural world, because we have parameters to study the natural world. Right. And when we do that, it proves the scriptures, just like science, quote unquote, doesn't disagree that people can come back to life, just like he said. There's nothing that disproves it. There's nothing. The only thing that claims to disprove it are claims of men that spit on the scriptures, that say they're not real, preposterous, purely metaphorical. I like the ideas in it. It's not real or viable for real life. Those are the people that are pushing the idea of coalescence of perfect spheres knew nothing. So, it's the same people. It's objectively. So you can argue against them in one breath and then adamantly defend their philosophical in another breath.
So how are we going to just ignore one of the biggest things that goes directly against science? So today we have people saying the earth is a sphere, and we're reading about a circle, right? And then it says the face of the deep is frozen. Now, what does science say about the deep, right? So we're talking clearly here about the description of the earth being created. And I guess this is the topic, and this is the guy's beliefs. So how do you feel about that? The context, you say you have to know the context. So tell me what the depth is, frozen is, and circle is. These are things that go directly against science. So if knowledge is knowing and wisdom is just understanding how to use your knowledge, and we have wisdom that speaks to us, and wisdom says, when there were no depths, I was brought forth, right? Before the mountains were settled and all these things, before the highest part just of the earth was made, I was there. When he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the deep. So, and it also talks about the inhabitable part of the earth. So all these details, are we going to redefine like each word, or can we just get some context from you on what those things are?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a lot of details in there. I will say that there are a lot of people who call themselves Christians and call themselves biblical scholars that have varying views on those specific examples that you brought up. However, if you're looking for a place where the Bible clearly disagrees with science, the best and most undisputed example is that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. Every Christian believes that. And that is definitely anti-science. Science says people cannot rise from the dead.
Yeah, science can't say anything. It doesn't work like that.
What do you mean?
People can rise from the dead. So, but yeah, it's insane because of the time period, and the conditions, and the corroborative experience that he was seen afterwards at different times by numerous people with conflict of interest, which is an historical attribution of evidence.
Well,
Right.
science knows what's been established, but it can't really tell you how things get established. Things are established usually by some sort of breaking with the natural conditions, a choice, or some sort of supernatural event. Nature doesn't start things, it can continue things, and we can study that, but it doesn't appear to be able to just, start the natural course of things. You're going to need something supernatural to start nature and break that circle, which is where something like religion would come in.
Matthew, let me ask you this maybe. So I can fully say to like the core of my being, the scriptures are 100% truth and cannot be proven wrong. Now,
I'm with you there. That's what I believe too.
Okay, if you agree with that, if I were to flip the tables and be someone that was skeptical of the Bible after you made that claim that you just agreed to, I would say at the very beginning, the earth says that there is heavenly waters above us, a firmament stretched over top of us. We are grasshopper inhabitants within said tent stretched over top of us. The sun and the moon were made after the initial make. The sun and the moon were made after the initial making of the earth on the fourth day. The moon gives her own light. The earth is immovable and fixed. So it depicts like a dome type structure over top of a earth that's pressed down like clay under a sill. And then this is a primitive idea. And when the Bible was written, everyone thought that because they were primitive and they lacked knowledge and scientific understanding and technological advancement. So they believed that, and that's why they wrote that, because it's stories of men that just made up stuff that went around and went on around them at the time, and that's what they thought because they had yet to advance. And that's why it says these things, meaning it is wrong. The authors were wrong. Well, what's your defense?
I would say the scriptures are 100% true, and that we need to properly interpret them based on the context and proper hermeneutics of what was going on at the time, and that each of those verses you mentioned are not meant to be read as a 21st century answer to a 21st century question about the shape of some planet, but to talk about God's creation in general and that kind of thing instead. And so there's no need to take them physically, literally, Just like, Jesus said, "Oh, I wish I could gather up Jerusalem like a hen gathers chicks." Well, it doesn't mean that God is a hen. So, you gotta interpret it properly, is what I would say.
How long do you think God would give us to interpret it?
Wait,
It's
we're
like
having
you
a
got
debate.
3,000, 4,000 years.
He's going to defend the Bible. We're having a debate. Well, I talked to roughly 20 Hebrew scholars that said that the Hebrew authors at the time wrote with the Hebrew cosmology in mind, describing it as they wrote, depicting a literal description, like 20 being conservative. So, like Hebrew scholars.
So you're saying all Hebrew scholars think that the Earth is flat?
I know. I'm saying all Hebrew scholars know that the Hebrew authors at the time were writing with the understanding of a Hebrew cosmology, and the Hebrew words very clearly mean what they mean in context describing such. So I'm trying to figure out if the Bible's real. I realized that it was written in a different language. I go to the scholars that know the most about that language, and this is what they say.
Man, I think that there are way Hebrew scholars that would say that the Bible does not claim the Earth is flat.
Can you name one Hebrew scholar that will claim that the Hebrew author of the time did not adhere to Hebrew cosmology?
No, they understood the Hebrew cosmology at the time. So yeah, that's the context from which they were writing.
And what was the Hebrew cosmology?
That the Earth was flat, and at nighttime the sun went underneath the Earth, and nobody thinks that anymore.
Okay, so it was that the sun went out of visibility range and came back.
No, it went under the Earth for thousands of years. That's what flat Earth meant. That the sun went under the Earth and came up on the other side.
I don't know how they would reach. I don't know how they would reach that logic unless they had a limited understanding of the breadth of the earth or the width of the earth. Because if you know that you live in the east and someone lives in the west and someone is in the north, and these are vast distances, they couldn't believe that when they couldn't see the sun anymore. That I don't see why they would make that determination. I could be wrong.
Simple observation: the sun sets in the west, and then 12 hours later it rises in the east, and so everybody back then assumed the sun went under the earth and rose in the east.
Okay.
And it wasn't until the invention of instantaneous communication and the realization of time zones that people realized, there's places on Earth that are noon when it's nighttime here. And then the flat Earth movement had to change its view and say that the sun stays above the Earth the whole time.
I want you to know
the flat Earth movement.
I want you to know it was very difficult for me to listen to that. It was very painful, bro. Because
which part is
so dishonest, bro. So you're now putting upon Hebrew people the incompetence to think that once the sun sets for them, it sets for the whole world.
Yes, that's what they thought.
And it's really sad that you would claim to still adhere to the belief system that they do. But on another note, they traveled many, many, many miles, and it's all documented.
Yeah, but they didn't have instantaneous communication or accurate clocks, so they had no idea that it was a different time in one place on the Earth than it was.
There were accurate clocks way before the scriptures where the Messiah was here.
How accurate?
Accurate enough to know that when the sun set for us, it wasn't setting for them over there. You just lied on the Hebrew people, bro. You lied on the Hebrew authors of the scriptures you believe were inspired by the Creator to communicate the truth of existence to us.
Right. I also think the Hebrew authors of the scriptures did not know about electromagnetism. They did not know about information theory. They did not know that germs cause sickness. There's lots of stuff they didn't know. I don't fault them for that.
See, this is kind of like what my dad said to me like 5 years ago. Like, well, did Jesus tell him about polio? Dude, that's your argument? Is so we're talking about okay, so the Hebrew authors, they obviously had a Hebrew cosmological interpretation in which they wrote the scriptures from. And if they were inspired by the creator that knows all truth, you're saying he allowed them to write things for us that was supposed to be all truth that were entirely wrong about everything that exists around us.
No, I'm saying they weren't writing about the physical shape of the world. They were speaking figuratively. So even if they were wrong in their cosmology, none of the error showed up in Scripture. Scripture's 100%
Why are you
accurate.
saying they were speaking? Wait, time out. Why are you saying they were speaking figuratively if you just conceded that within the Hebrew cosmology, that would be their literal position?
Because what ended up in Scripture was from God, from God's mind, and He made sure that there was no errors in what they wrote.
Okay, so you know what they meant by the words they used when they wrote it, though.
Yeah, using the all truth is God's truth, and so it's appropriate to look at creation and determine what things mean and interpret Scripture based on all truth.
So were the authors being literal when they were describing the earth?
No, they were not.
But isn't that a wild claim if their cosmology would be literally described as such?
I think it's perfectly reasonable. And by the way, there like the vast majority of Hebrew scholars agree with me.
Before you say by the way and move on and talk about what the people of today believe, because nobody really cares. If the cosmology from the closest time when people were intimate with God, so intimate that he literally spoke to them to give them the Holy Writ, you don't think that if people thought that the earth was flat and it wasn't, he wouldn't correct this? He just let this rock?
And rather have them write about the earth at the same time.
Right. So God also didn't correct their misunderstanding about how germ theory works or electromagnetism. There's lots of stuff God didn't tell the ancient people.
Wow. Everyone knew what electromagnetism was because it's all about vibration.
Nobody knew back then about electromagnetism.
Maybe not the way we describe it, but they knew that vibrations had natural reciprocations. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What about
Take
the
it
Apostle
in,
Paul? What about the Apostle Paul, who likely believed in the globe Earth?
What?
Okay, so we've gone
Wait a minute.
from you admitting Hebrew cosmology was that the earth was flat, stationary, and then you strawmanned it saying it went under the earth. As I proved you wrong, it is not. It is that they're in the firmament moving over top of the earth, and that's what it's always been.
No, it has not always been that. Just look up the main thing. No, people always thought that the sun went under the earth. But you were talking about what the authors of Scripture believed, so that's why I brought up Paul. He was an author of Scripture also.
Yeah, but why would I'm curious. Is Matthew saying that the Bible says the sun goes under the earth?
No, they didn't think that because back in the day they could go to the top of a mountain and just see the sun a little longer, and they weren't dumb at all. They were actually very smart. Hence them being the authors of the most important text ever.
And I want to know why you would say. Hold on for. I want to know why you would say Paul would likely have believed in a globe. What gives you that?
Because he was an educated man in the first century.
Wait a minute.
So
We're
what?
ignoring the fact that the man said figurative when he's ignored what the compass, the face, and the depth are. So he said it's
All
very
those are
general. So we have to go over each thing that's figurative. We have to redefine each word. So this is what I want to ask you. So if we're being very specific, not general, we're speaking about before the earth was, when there were no depths, I was brought forth. This is wisdom speaking. when there were no fountains abounding with water. So what are the fountains? What is the water? What are the hills? What are the mountains? What are these things figurative for? And I'll go on and I'm going to say this to you. So while yet he had not made the earth, nor the fields, nor the highest part of the dust of the world, when he prepared the heavens, I was there. When he set a compass upon the face of the deep. Now again, I'm going to ask you, if you're saying all these things are figurative, you must know what they're figurative for. So could you please tell me what they're figurative for instead of moving on and talking about what other people believe, please?
Sure. The point of that passage is that wisdom was there before all of creation, and here's a list of all the things that were created, and wisdom was there from the beginning.
And does it describe how they're created?
No,
does it give
it's
you
a figurative
what
thing
is a
talking about
compass?
all of creation.
So what is compass figurative for? What is the circle upon the face of the deep figurative for? Is that figurative for a sphere in outer space?
It's the way that the Earth looks from the ground. It looks like from the compass.
You see the depth from the ground, and you see the circle inscribed in it. That's what you're telling me. Do you know what the word depth is?
No, I'm saying that those verses are talking about the pervasiveness and early existence of Jesus Christ, wisdom personified, in other words, and that the point of those verses is not to answer 21st century questions about the exact shape of a planet. It was.
So where are those verses? Because you seem very familiar with them. Because you're saying those verses mean this. So
the ones that you brought up.
So you don't know where they are.
It's in Proverbs, I think.
What's the rest of that verse? What's the rest of the last two verses I didn't read? Could you tell me what they are?
I don't know where they are. They're in Proverbs, but they talk about wisdom being there from the beginning.
Yeah, this is the point. So when you say you know what something is, and you've already conceded you don't know what those words mean earlier. Earlier you told me you'll have to look at those. And I was very specific. I read it to you and I gave you the compass or the circle, the face and the deep. Okay. So we did that earlier and you said you'd have to look at it. Now you're telling me you know exactly what they mean. You're being very dishonest with me. So you guys have a good time.
When was Paul? So you're saying that the globe Earth model was around during Paul's time? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, he was educated in the Roman world in the first century, and so it's likely that he understood the science of the time, which was generally that the Earth was geocentric, not heliocentric, but geocentric is what they thought back then.
And you think Paul, beside the Hebrew cosmology, to adopt this new anti-Hebrew, anti-Bible, anti-everything, anti-sense, common sense?
We don't know much about Paul's scientific education, but he was a very intelligent and very well-educated
Which
person.
assumes so much about what Paul probably believed in and didn't.
Well, I'm just saying, educated people back then were generally believers.
That's another assumption.
That's another. Well, another question to move it along, unless I was someone trying to get
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
No, I was thinking somebody was trying to get a point in just now. It sounded really low.
Yeah, I was just trying to say there's nothing to indicate that Paul would, anybody back then would believe in the heliocentric or that believe in a globe. There's nothing to indicate that.
Right. Nobody was a heliocentrist back in the first century, but the Greek and Roman historians, mathematicians, and scientists.
He meant geocentric. He meant globe. He meant ball.
Geocentric, right?
Yeah, that's what he meant. Ball Earth, right?
Ball. Globe.
Globe.
All right. So my question: when Genesis says a greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night.
Yeah, it's talking about the sun and the moon.
Right. But it refers to the sun as a light and the moon as a light.
Yes.
Not the sun as a light and the moon as a reflector for the sun's light.
Oh, reflectors can be lights too.
But why does it say that God stopped the sun from moving instead of saying he stopped the earth from spinning? Joshua when they were
I don't know. I
fighting.
mean, that's what it looked like from the ground, so that's what he said.
So God is just tricking us into thinking the earth is flat and moving.
It's obviously that's what
He's just being
it
an
looked
ass.
like.
He's being mysterious, right? He's being a dickhead.
No, God is speaking truth
Causing
in
us to
every
be
word of Scripture.
confused, right? He's the author of confusion. That's what you're saying, right?
Obviously, no.
Oh, well, I'm
That's what
confused.
they
We're all confused. You're confused. Some people say it's a ball. Some people say it's flat, or I say it's flat. But somehow God says it's flat. Nah, yeah, nah. Yeah, right.
Well, it's a level playing. Sodom and Gomorrah, amongst other cities or towns or whatever, rested in a great plain. I don't know what that difference is, but when you talk about plain, hey, obviously we know what a plain is. And it's definitely, you can't have a whole ass plane of that magnitude sitting on a globe. It just, I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not, it is what it is. I'm always appreciative of you coming in and having a conversation with us. I never wanted to get to a point where you're being disrespected. I just don't know.
Likewise, let me back up and say my basic bigger point is that I believe that it's possible to be consistent believer in the authority and truth of Scripture, the inerrancy of Scripture, and consistently say that the Earth is a globe. I recognize that you guys think that that is not consistent, but but I think that there are legitimate ways of interpreting Scriptures such that we read it as entirely true, but we also read the book of creation, God's creation, as understanding that the earth is a globe. I think those are consistent, and I recognize that you guys don't.
No, I think you're full of shit, but whatever.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, that you disagree with that, but I just want you to know that there are lots of people who think that it can be reconciled.
I don't know what's going on with you, man.
I think it's funny, this idea of the Earth potentially being a planet, but yet God makes it in a way where it looks like a flat plane of existence that's stationary. But yet, if you think about it, it's not God that fooled us into thinking this. It's just other men that fooled other people. People fooling people. It's not God fooling anybody.
No, I wouldn't say that God fools anybody. I don't think that.
But that's what you're saying. But that's what you're saying.
If God made a globe, and if the globe is moving, then God wouldn't fool us into thinking that it's stationary, would he?
But
I wasn't saying that you were saying that. I'm just saying I think it's a funny thought is all.
Well, the thing is, you said the sun goes under the earth. Why would anybody think that? We don't see any sort of lighting or shadow from underneath the earth upward like you see when you light an object from underneath. People would,
simple observation. You just watch it set in the west.
The light is, say, underneath the earth, so there doesn't appear to be any sort of evidence that the earth goes below the earth at all based off of the way the shadows are cast. It just looks like we're in nighttime. That's it.
That is a theme in ancient cosmology, though.
Right.
Including Egyptian, where you go down to the underworld. You have Horus going down, descending into the underworld. You have Jesus descending into the underworld.
In fact, the Mayans actually thought the sun died every night, and then a new one came up on the east every day. So they thought it was a different object every time.
That makes
talking about the Hebrew people, bro.
But that's irrelevant to you conceding Hebrew people understood it as flat.
I don't want to move away from what you just said about Jesus and certain people going to the underworld. Where would that be in your estimation? With the globe and the mantle, and then obviously the core.
It would be the inner world.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who brought up the underworld thing, but somebody else, whoever brought that up.
Hades.
Where would the underworld be? With the mantle, with the crust, the mantle, and the core.
It would be in space. where Pluto was, right? That's why they call it Pluto, Hades.
Well, I
What do you
take
think,
I
Matthew?
take heaven and hell to be a spiritual realm, not something physical. Because
What
our
about those
soul,
angels that were buried in under the earth in Enoch? I mean, is that physical?
what does it say in Enoch? I'm not familiar with it.
Azazel. When like is buried there, right? Like in the end times, he'll be released. Like in Revelation, where the angel opens it with the key of the bottomless pit, and then Apollyon. That's what they call him, right? Comes out. Is that spiritual as well, or is that literal? Like,
I assume it to be like a spiritual place. I mean, hell is basically separation from God, not necessarily some specific place, some specific.
well, it also says
physical
that
place.
the scorpion-like things are going to come out, and they're going to sting people, and the men are going to cry out for death, but they can't find death. Death will avoid them. So, is that spiritual or is that physical? What do you think?
Oh gosh, I mean that's apocalyptic literature. It's hard to know what that means. The
Sounds
book of
pretty
Revelation is
physical
pretty
to me.
complicated. I don't know.
I mean, what do you think, Elijah?
Yeah, I mean, there is. Uh, I don't know. I have to do more research myself because I haven't personally read the entire Bible and I haven't gotten that far for myself.
Yeah. What about
Just
pillars?
keep it 100. Just keep it 100.
Also, the sun, moon, and stars are set within the firmament. So it wouldn't go under the earth unless it's going within the firmament under the earth. And if there's pillars under the earth, that it's situated on, that kind of contradicts, some sort of firmament structure that the sun would be going in under the earth. That doesn't make sense. It would make the most sense if there was a firmament covering over us, that the sun, moon, and stars go within, over us only, not under the earth.
The sun going under the earth, though, I don't think he cited any actual Bible verses for that. I know that's in Egyptian culture.
Well, I mean, a lot of times these sources get conflated. If we're going to be biblically Christian and go with the books of the Bible as canon, as opposed to some sort of other mystical, metaphysical text or something else, it doesn't appear to say that. That might be from some
Yeah.
sort of other occultic or mystical tome, but not necessarily the Bible.
Yeah, and the circle of the earth is something you'd see if you went up on a flat earth, I guess, but not. See, you're saying that doesn't exist when we go up, because when we go up on a ball, we're supposed to see the circle of the earth fall. You know how the horizon falls and forms that circle beneath us as we go up on a ball. Well, you're
Well,
saying that doesn't exist. You're saying that it's always going to look flat because God made it look like that. What?
Well, I would be tempted to believe the Hebrew scholars, if they're biblical. But the thing is, a lot of Jewish, scholars nowadays have Talmudic influences because Orthodox Judaism uses the Talmud and other texts as their source for inspiration and not necessarily the Bible. So I'm wondering if this, sun going over under the earth doesn't come from Neoplatonism or some sort of other, source of knowledge other than the biblical text is revealed by, Yahweh. I'm wondering if this is from Neoplatonism, Talmud, mystical speculation, man's philosophy. I mean, where exactly do these notions come from exactly?
From fallen, from demons, from aliens.
I just want to know if it's from the Bible. I accept the Bible as the word of God, but some of this other stuff they're trying to kind of fit in there. That's a big question mark.
I'm confused on why it was being said about the Bible being the premise, and then acknowledging that the ancient Hebrews that wrote the Bible understood the earth is flat, and then now saying that we've reconciled that, and you can reconcile those writings with the globe. That's the part I'm missing. It reminds me of when I debated that Calvinist for 2.5 hours, and after the whole long debate of pulling teeth, he finally said, well, they were wrong when they wrote that part. At the beginning of the debate, he said that the Hebrews didn't say the earth was flat or that they understood the earth is flat. At the end of the debate, he was saying that, yeah, they did, but they were just wrong. Like, this is a Calvinist, a sola scriptura, every word the Bible is true Calvinist. Straight up saying at the end of the debate that the Hebrews were wrong when they wrote that.
Right, well, there's going to be a lot of spiritual deception in the last days. I mean, right now, even the Protestants that left the Catholic Church 500 years ago under Martin Luther are being brought back under the Roman fold with the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, rather, where, the Roman Catholic Church is saying, okay, come back, you guys, we're heretics before, but we're just going to try to syncretize this doctrine and make all as one under the Catholic Church. And so there's a lot of, very, questionable doctrine going around to bring us back to the Roman Catholic Church. And the Roman Catholic Church is highly mystical. It likes a lot of that Neoplatonism, a lot of that man-centered humanistic knowledge, a lot of speculation, a lot of Neoplatonism, a lot of respect for the Greek rational traditions and stuff like that, and I don't blame them. Some of the stuff is pretty good logic, but some of that stuff comes with the mysticism and other stuff that may or may not be biblical.
Well, it was Gnostic Pharisees that created the Catholic Church in the first place, so it's not surprising.
It's weird how Matthew you were talking, like saying to us that you understood how it relates to a ball and we did it and you're okay with it and that's all right. We can just go on like this. It's like you're in a trance or something, like what's going on, man? Why are you why Bible and then globe, even though there's nothing in the Bible that says it's a globe? Why not just look for curvature? Why?
Yeah. So you're right. In the end, it doesn't matter to salvation what you think about all kinds of these sort of minor issues, like the shape of the earth. The important thing is that you believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead.
I think it's very important to our salvation.
It doesn't matter if somebody believes the wrong thing about some.
It does matter because God gave us eyes for a reason, and He gave us a mind for a reason. Okay, that's why it matters. So if somebody's telling me a lie and I just accept to live in that lie comfortably as long as I'm comfortable, right? That's not good. That's bad. Very bad.
It's a biblical credibility issue. I mean, the salvation issue is Jesus, but the biblical credibility issue is, okay, if they didn't get the creation account right, this God in the Bible who says that it's, flat, covered by a firmament or whatever, how can I trust the rest of it, even about Jesus or salvation or whatever? It's a biblical credibility issue more than anything.
Right. If somebody doesn't believe the Bible and thinks the Bible might be wrong about Jesus Christ rising from the dead, that's a major issue. But some of these
there's nothing in the Bible, right, that supports the claim that the earth is a ball. Everything in the Bible is obviously that the earth is not a ball. I don't know what a flat earth model looks like, right? But it's not a ball. Like the ball earth model contradicts the Bible's world, God's world in the Bible. So if you believe a ball earth, then where does the ball earth come from? Well, you're going to say that a Big Bang did it because a Catholic priest developed it, so it's okay to think that that's God saying, let there be light?
And it's the baseline. It's the very core of the Bible is Genesis in creation. So you're attacking the very, very core of something, and like Lemon said, you're attacking the credibility. You're attacking the central premise, the central origin.
I believe that Genesis 1 is 100% true. It says that God created the heavens and the earth, and He's solely responsible for that. He made everything, and for His glory. So yes, I believe the Bible is 100% true.
And as a Christian, you agree that Jesus was there for that, right?
Right. Jesus Christ, the second person of the Trinity, was actually the creator.
Okay, so when you're attacking the cosmology in Genesis, You're attacking the very foundation of the whole premise of the whole entire Christian religion.
No, I'd say Genesis 1 is 100% true. I don't think that the specific question and interpretation that the earth is flat is right, but I think that the main point is obviously true, that God was the one who made it.
It's not a ball. Can you accept that?
I cannot. It looks like a ball. God gave us logic and reason.
You don't have to say the earth is flat, but you have to understand there's no curvature. And you can't just say, well, because these guys are smarter than me and they have equipment and what, right? What about our eyes? What about how we use water and everything, the world every day? What about math and common sense and reason and logic?
Right. So you're exactly right that what we need to do, if the Bible is interpreted in different ways, that in legitimate differences, it may be appropriate to use our logic and reason, experience, and look at the earth around us to arbitrate between those two interpretations.
No, you only have done that because somebody told you the earth is a ball. Could be a ball. That's the only reason why you did that.
Yeah, so you're saying, okay, let's look at the science, and I agree. But
Well, there's no reason to think the earth could be a ball.
Well, let's look at scripture. I mean, like the first verse says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And then it says the earth, the heavens meaning the outside, the earth meaning, our existence. And the earth was without form and void, right?
Right.
Yeah, cool. So, where is Earth as a ball involved?
The Big Bang.
Earth was first. I mean, in the heliocentric cosmology, the sun came first, the Big Bang came first, and then everything coalesced into all these bodies. There's nothing like that described in the book of Genesis.
Yeah, it looks like another attempt to undermine even the chronology of Scripture by saying instead of the earth being first, the stars were first, when the stars weren't even, a thing until day 3?
Day 4. The sun
Not
wasn't
only that,
even.
it says it is
sun
finished.
Didn't even exist till day 4.
And it also says it is finished, right? That's the polar opposite of an expanding universe.
It's the polar opposite of evolution as well. Evolution says that we're, still in progress, going towards something and eternally changing. These subtle ways that, undermine, the scripture as an authority and basically ask us to drop the scripture as authority and go at something else potentially.
Yeah, there I agree with you. I don't think that evolution is happening right now. But I do think that the universe could still be expanding, just like if you plant a tree, you're done planting the tree, but it still grows.
No, it is finished. So
Yeah.
do you recognize, Matthew, that there's a war on creation and or the Bible?
Yes.
For example, like when it says that he created fruits with seed that could rebirth themselves, and they're making hybrid stuff and they're making fruits without seed. That's just one example. Do you agree that they're attacking creation on all fronts?
I agree that the main goal of many scientists is to undermine belief in God and the Creator. I don't know how genetic engineering fits in with that. Like, what are you saying? Seeds, fruit without seeds?
Yeah, fruit with no seeds. So you make seedless fruit now, obviously.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
Well, the Bible says that God created the fruit with the seed in order to recreate itself.
They took out the seed so they can make more profit.
Creation.
So they can make more money off of it.
Affront to creation, to the Creator, isn't it?
Not really.
Yes. What's really interesting about that is the plant.
One facet, though.
The plants.
My point is they're attacking all facets of creation.
But hey, wait. Let me just get back to the expanding thing, man. Is it possible for us to have clocks that work if the stars were expanding, moving, and if so, like, how could they be moving? How long does it take to notice a difference in their movements? Like a billion years? Are you serious? You're just gonna roll with them?
No, you can see a movement in the stars year to year. It's very tiny, but it's there.
Really?
Well, how much expansion are we talking about? Because they kind of try to speak out of both sides of their mouth and say, we know the universe is expanding, but then the rate of expansion is so nil. It's like, is this just human error? Is this within the error of the experiment? I mean, it appears to be negligible amounts of expansion that isn't even noticeable. So in a way, it's like they're saying that, it's there, but you just can't notice it, kind of like the curvature that's there, but you just can't see it.
No, you can notice it. Like, for example, Sirius, one of the brightest stars in the northern hemisphere, moves at 1,200 milliarc seconds per year.
Million arc seconds?
Milliarc seconds.
So there's 60 seconds in a minute. So we'd have to take 12 million and divide it by 60. Divided by 60 to get the number of degrees. So for that is, that's how many degrees it's moving. And how much is it moving that? That's per year. How much is that?
It's called proper motion. It's called proper
milli
motion.
arc seconds are all based on the second.
So it's moving that much per year, or how much?
Yes, 1,200 milliarc seconds. So a milliarc second is
a
1,000
milliarc second. Oh, so we got to divide it more. That's a million seconds.
You take an arc second and divide it by 1,000.
Yeah, but how do you get a milli-arc second? You get it from
observation
the movement of the sun, right?
Divide 12 million by 60, divide by 60 again, and divide by a million, and see how much that is per year. That appears to be pretty negligible.
Yeah, exactly. It's very tiny. You're right.
Right, the millisecond.
But it's not zero. Is the point? It's not stuck in one single spot. It's measured.
Yeah, but it's never been observed. It's projected.
No, it's been observed. That's how they came up with the number. They look
really
at
where is it observed?
Photographic plates throughout the years.
Yeah, but you're using that to measure it. You can't use the thing that we're saying doesn't move, right? You can't. We use that to develop the measurements of time, right? You can't say that those things that we use to develop measurements for time, right?
Yeah, most
and
of them
use the measurements.
The reason that they have to update the update the navigation charts is because of this small movement. But we're talking about laterally because that's all they do is move across the sky.
Right, they move across the sky a tiny bit every year.
Yeah,
I mean, so go ahead.
But this is a very precise movement that has obviously happened for all recorded history.
Right.
For the sake of navigation. Just move from one window into another window.
But the thing is, doing the
one quadrant to another quadrant.
I mean, this stuff's so negligible, Elijah. I just am gonna have to call BS. I mean,
well, the negligible part is not the issue. Like, yeah, we see the movement. The movement is there, but what it means is another thing. Like, I don't understand how you can have something blow up and it just perfectly on top of our movement. These things move just enough for it to be a perfect clock. Just enough to know where it's going to move and by how much for the next 100 years.
But when you take 12 million divided by 60 divided by 60 divided by a million, it's 0.00 degree per years. That's like 10 that's 3/1000ths of a degree, which means in 1,000 years move by 3 degrees. There's no way to observe that unless you have an account from somebody 1,000 years ago saying Sirius moved 3 degrees. And that is a tall order that people would even have astronomical records that are that freaking accurate for that freaking long. I mean, this is just, it's hard to believe that this is actually a thing. It's so negligible. It looks like for all intents and purposes, the sun, moon, and stars are motionless and fixed.
Yeah, so you're right. Exactly. You can't see a movement from 1,000 years ago, but you can see movement from 10 years ago, and then say extrapolate that times 100 and see how much it would have moved.
See, that's exactly what I was saying, and that's what he was saying.
0 is what?
Yeah, 0 times 0 is what? Yeah, exactly, Exo. Yeah.
I'm saying it's not 0.
Yes, it is.
What the proper motion of Sirius, the brightest star in the northern hemisphere, is non-zero.
Hold on. Yeah, 0.
Are you serious?
I think that it's just a camera.
That was the best thing anyone has said all night.
Yeah, that was the best thing because we're pointing out the ridiculousness of what you're saying, Matt.
I'm just saying that this has been observed. Are you saying the observations are wrong?
Oh, where has it been observed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever's going on with your microphone, XO, you need to fix it. Jump out and jump back in because I want to hear what you have to say about this.
Yeah, I want to hear
I'd say that the interpretation of the observation needs to be questioned. It could just be a couple arc seconds of heat shimmer or atmospherics as opposed to actual movement. I mean, as far as we can tell, the North Star has stayed the North Star for thousands of years, and the star field hasn't moved. I mean, as far as we can tell, the stars are the same today, yesterday, and tomorrow, all the way throughout observable human history.
Yeah, but they have photographic plates from decades ago where some stars are slightly different place than they are now.
I'd say that it's heat shimmer or refraction off of the dome.
Yeah, but it's moving in a straight line, decade by decade. It progresses in a straight line.
XO's gonna come
Based
in
off
here.
of an arc second? I don't know.
I mean, listen, it's not an argument that they shift. I mean, again, when you're using charts to navigate, they have to be updated for this movement.
Exactly.
Yeah, which straight line are you talking about? Where's this straight line?
Well, for example, if you look up Sirius on Wikipedia, and then you can look up its proper motion, which is a description of how fast it moves per year.
If curved lines look straight, then what do straight lines look like?
They're like curved, just like the level of an ocean is curved.
If you pretend they're curved, then it might work out. You can pretend that you're traveling over a curved surface.
Did you just say that to give us more content, Matthew? Is that just like is that intended to be a joke? Or?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so because curved lines look straight, straight lines look curved. Got it.
Looks do you just go Elon Musk
he
on
does
us?
do this on purpose.
Did you just? You can tell it's real because it looks fake on us. Did you just pull a space? What happened? Are you okay?
Hey, is my microphone working?
I think it was just
better. Go ahead,
Okay, this is I sent Whitson a message, but I guess he's not available. So Matthew Learns or Simps or whatever your name is. Do you know that New Jerusalem's? Do you know that New Jerusalem has measurements in the Bible, and they're 1,300 miles in a square? Do you know that, Matthew Learns?
Yeah, that's right. In the book of Revelation,
do you think that God was joking about the measurements of New Jerusalem?
No, I think it was right.
I think it's cubed.
Okay, watch this. Watch it. It is now. Watch this. So you think the edges of New Jerusalem are in outer space, Matthew?
No.
No, you do. Well, do you think it landed? Is it going to come to Earth, or does Earth get flat when God makes a new Earth? Does it turn flat then?
I don't know if the New Jerusalem is on the physical Earth here, or if it's in some spiritual realm.
Oh, there we go. That. So the Bible's wrong. So no matter what, the Bible's
it's not wrong. I'm
okay.
just saying I don't know.
So the Bible's wrong about everything. Okay.
No,
so
it's
again, there
right
you go.
About everything.
So again, if anybody doesn't know this, New Jerusalem is 1,300 miles long. That would mean that when New Jerusalem comes to Earth and Matthew Simp's outer space satanic religion, the edges of New Jerusalem would be in outer space. Thanks.
Well, what I'm saying let me says it's cubed. It's not a plane. It's cubed. Okay. In the description,
let me say this.
Go ahead.
So, Matthew. So spiritually, there are measurements that. So we live on a sphere now, but in spiritual New Jerusalem, we're going to spiritually live on a plane.
No, I was just saying I have no idea what those verses mean, if they're meant to be literal, figurative. I think they're literal, but I don't know if it means we're here on this earth, or if there's a new heavens and new earth, what the new heavens and new earth would look like. Those are open questions.
So the new heavens and the new earth would happen to be not spherical, or it just be so big that there could be this much flat on it, like a bigger disco ball than the one that people believe it is now. with all of these flat parts.
Obviously, I think that the Bible doesn't talk about the shape of this earth, so of course it's not going to talk about the shape of the new heavens and new earth. So my answer is I don't know.
So the Bible, you're right. The Bible doesn't talk about shape necessarily, but it describes certain aspects. I don't even know why some people would try to use the circle of the earth to mean that it's talking about a shape specifically.
Matthew, how do you stop the sun and how do you stop the moon? That'd be impossible on the globe Earth model to do that, because if you stop the sun, it'll stop moving through the universe at 1.2 million miles per hour, and that would be complete nonsense. So when they stop the moon and the sun in the Bible, that would be impossible. So basically, the Bible is telling you that the Earth is flat. So that means the Earth, and there we go. Welcome
Well,
to
if
that Earth.
it was a ball, God would have stopped the spinning of the earth. It would have said and stopped the earth spinning. But he said he stopped the sun from moving.
Yeah, obviously there's no natural explanation for that event. It must have been a supernatural event, and God can do whatever he wants. So
yeah, that's what I thought too. But then it would have been better if he would have said he stopped the earth spinning. It's not it's not good writing, right? One, and it's not consistent with how God explains things in all scriptures. So he would have stopped the earth from spinning rather than the sun from moving, because on the globe Earth, right? It's because the earth spins that the sun appears like it's moving. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So God would have been more clear if he would have said he stopped the earth from spinning. And that's what it would have read like, instead of stopping the sun from moving.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I see, and that would be an argument for the Earth being flat.
Yeah, and not being a ball, because spinning, right? And it always mentions how it's motionless, how it's immovable, the Earth, and so that's just an English translation, right? Earth means soil, land. Then someone turned it into an object in space in their mind, and all of a sudden it's this thing. And in my language, we say langi, heavens, and lalolangi, beneath the heavens. That's how we explain this existence this plane we're on, the beneath heavens.
What
Lalolangi.
language is it's interesting?
Samoan. Langi is Polynesian too. A lot of Polynesian. Langi usually means heaven. Lalolangi means under heaven, beneath heaven, or the heavens beneath. Lalolangi. But Earth. We use that. The Earth used to be a word to explain the element, right, or the medium of soil, metal, rocks, right? The medium or the element, fire, wind, air, and water, and ether. Whatever happened to that? So, is there a word to explain this ball that we can't find curvature for other than Earth? That's more accurate.
Yeah, I don't know Hebrew well enough to know if there would have been a better way to describe it.
Well, maybe the Hebrew doesn't mean to describe a ball. Maybe they mean to describe this plane of existence, right? That's what we always hear, right?
Or maybe the Hebrew was meant to say something more profound about who God is and why he created the earth, and it wasn't meant to answer 21st century questions about the shape of a planet. I mean, sometimes we ask too much of Scripture.
It answers questions for the 21st century.
Oh, you just two fallacies in a few words. The shape of a planet. Yep.
Well, and I disagree. It answers all the questions from beginning to end. It tells the future, and it's relevant all the time.
I agree. It's relevant to life and godliness and what we need to know to follow Jesus. However, the Bible doesn't say anything about electromagnetism, germ theory, about lots of stuff. So it's okay.
Because it doesn't have to, because that's not what
Yeah.
God wants us to study. That knowledge was taught by the angels, right? The things that cause abominations, wars, all this destruction on the earth. That's all that science and technology does. You think this knowledge that we're teaching our children in school is from God? You don't think it's from the devil? You don't think that this word, the devil took Jesus to a high place and offered him the world. He said, all these things, right, has been given to me, and I can give it to anyone I want. All you have to do is bow down and worship me. You don't think that the ball earth comes from this this angel, that whatever, that the devil, the Satan that tempted Jesus, really?
Right. I think the idea of the ball earth comes from correctly using our observations, logic, and reason to correctly understand how God created the
It's
earth.
the mantra. He just keeps repeating this mantra with no
No, it's
logic or
true.
reason.
That's what I
But you've
think.
also you keep lying, and you also lied about Polaris moving. They never moved. They've never
It comes
calculated
from
any
the
movement of
Catholic
the stars.
Church, and the Catholic Church comes from the Romans, and the Romans, and they named the so-called planet, the wandering stars, after their Roman deities, right? And
Yeah.
so, what do you mean? Like, it comes from the Greeks and it goes all the way back to Egypt. It's Babylon, man. Like, how can you not see that?
Bong, you said at the end of the first part of Genesis, God said He made the stars after the heavens and the earth. They're the last thing made, and He thinks He lives on a wandering star. It also says in Psalms 19 that the line goes out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them that hath set a tabernacle for the sun, which is as a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoiceth as strong as a man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it, and there is nothing hid from the heat thereof. So there is a tabernacle for the sun right there at the ends of the world. It says at the ends of the world, the world.
I'm just going to call that person, because, right, whoever it is that tempted him, right? That's accurate.
It says the sun and moon are two cities in Joshua 10. The sun over Gibeon and the moon over Ajalon. So two cities, the sun and the moon were over those cities. They stopped the sun and the moon over two cities, Gibeon and Ajalon.
Yeah. Josh, you know what I always struggled with when I was a Glober Christian? How are the stars? What does God mean the stars are gonna fall to Earth? Like, how are the? I mean, one star is like a million times bigger than the Earth.
It's going to get claustrophobic, bro. It's going to get really claustrophobic. We're gonna have to be living together, Bong. Sorry.
Yeah, and then I thought, well, maybe they're comets and asteroids, and people, God is just saying the stars because it'll seem like the stars. See, it doesn't make sense, man. And I struggled with that question for a long time.
But Bong, think of it this way, and what you said, Bong, was so true, that the God of confusion, when we know who that is, right? So everything that we experience in reality matches the literal interpretation of the face of the Bible. But he says God was lying about the Bible and creation. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, God cannot be this. God can't be this deceptive, right? Like, who do you know that does this?
Right, and then Bong, one more thing. I'm going to go. I don't have much more time, Bong. I got to go. But he said electromagnetic spectrum radar systems use the electromagnetic spectrum in the military. They have J-stars and AWACS, and both systems show the Earth flat for millions of square miles, all the way across the oceans and the seas. The electromagnetic spectrum works flat. That's all. Thanks.
I mean, if you found out that the Bible actually is not a globe, Earth, right? Like, what would you then? Would that be enough for you to question the globe?
Yeah, if I believed that the Bible clearly and unambiguously required belief in a flat earth, then I would have to reevaluate my stance. However, I think that the Bible is compatible with the globe earth belief.
Well, that's what if it were not compatible, and not that salvation requires you to believe flat Earth, but if it were not compatible with the globe Earth, the Bible.
Yeah, obviously, I believe the Bible over science when there's a clear difference. For example, the Bible says Jesus Christ rose from the dead after being in the tomb, and that is clearly incompatible with all versions of science. And so I say, okay, science is wrong.
Bong, he doesn't even know what science is. He keeps misusing that. He doesn't believe in science or the Bible or reality. All three are wrong.
No, I'm saying science says that you cannot rise from the dead. That's what science says.
No, science doesn't say that. No, science doesn't say that, Matthew. That's the point. You're living in a fairy tale. Show me where science says that. Take your time.
Where in the Bible?
Bro, this guy is so deluded. He thinks science is a girl he met at a bar, bro. We're talking to the most insane psychotic person ever.
Now reading from the book of science, everybody may rise. Please join us.
Should we go? Let's keep it real, through the first few verses of Genesis with this gentleman.
Well, before you move on, Helio, let's keep it real. It has been known.
If you argue against what it says in the holy texture of science, then you are an anti-science.
Let Elijah talk, please.
Maybe he didn't hear me. Can you hear me, Joshua? That was very chanty. I think you got taken over by an evil spirit or something. That was weird. So, everyone knew since the dawn of man that if the motherfucker died, he wasn't coming back. You didn't need science for that. You don't need any method of learning or logic to witness someone die and not come back. What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm saying that the fact that Jesus Christ rose from the dead is a supernatural miracle from God. It's not natural, it's supernatural. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. I don't know why you had to say science says. That was a narrative that was totally unnecessary.
Correct. Now, Elijah, can we just get him to show us what science works for the globe? Because he's never shown any science that works for the outer space globe related. Not one iota.
Yeah, and if we talk from the beginning, which if you're Matthew, you say that the Bible is true. If you start at Genesis chapter 1, everything about the globe just falls apart if you believe God's story.
Where exactly in the Bible where in the Bible does it say it's a globe that you believe? Why you believe it's a globe?
Yeah, the Bible does not say the earth is a globe.
Why would you?
No, but let's analyze it.
We're just
in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
No, Helio, he said that the Bible is compatible with the globe, right? So we just want to know how or why he thinks that. Okay, like where in the Bible?
What words in the Bible?
It doesn't. I'm not even interested.
He doesn't.
In that.
Yeah,
It
correct. He doesn't. No.
Bong,
he said Bong. He said there's science that proves the globe. That's
Well,
certainly not true at all.
Hey,
First,
I got a question
the
for Matthew.
compatibility
Is heaven above everyone the same?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like physically above? The heavens are above, like the sky is above everybody.
Is heaven above you?
It is in the spiritual sense. I think heaven is a spiritual place, not a physical place, because spiritual souls go there rather than physical bodies.
Okay, which day?
So the answer is no, Whitsitt.
Which day of creation
heaven
did the stars and sun and moon exist in creation? Which day did God create them?
On day 4.
So heaven is not a actual place, is what you're saying?
I suspect it's not a physical place, but it's rather a spiritual description of being with God. I don't know, though.
Wow. So heaven isn't an actual place.
Right. Just like if somebody dies, their body is in the grave, but their soul is with God in heaven.
Well, it says they actually rest until they're resurrected.
Right.
Right. To go up.
Hey, Matthew,
Wait, time out, Helio. So when they're
Yeah, let Witsa
resurrected,
continue. Yeah,
when
let
they're
Witsa
resurrected to go up, right?
Right. So you're saying heaven is a physical place, like a certain X number of miles away, however that high is?
You're saying they're not all resurrected up at the same time, like it says. They're resurrected in different relative ups.
Probably so. Yeah.
Wow. And so they are resurrected towards physical existence.
The physical bodies being resurrected up out of the grave will be up relative to which direction up is at that grave site.
Well, they really needed to find the word physical, but wait. So if heaven is above, right, and you're saying it's not an actual place, but you're saying people are actually resurrected up to what? A not actual place?
Someplace in the spiritual realm would be my guess, but I don't know. And I don't think anybody knows, to tell the truth.
Oh, wait, time out. So we do know. He tells us. So whenever it comes to the earth and there's a new heaven and earth, right? Is that not actual either?
I don't know, but are you saying it's this physical place that is like a certain number of miles away from here?
He says that New Jerusalem comes down, and there's a new heaven and earth.
Yeah. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my thoughts higher than yours.
That's why the New Jerusalem comes down.
I was going to ask him, does he believe, Matthew, do you believe that in 1969 someone went from Earth almost 250,000 miles away and landed?
It doesn't matter, Helio. He's agreed that it looks flat, but he's still going to believe it's a ball.
I want us to talk about this, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, can't make him address, like, it can't coexist. They're antithetical. Since the fundamental is antithetical, none of it can coexist. So are you going, every time you're faced with where it cannot coexist, are you simply going to appeal to like ambiguity and shuffle your feet?
Okay, what can't exist? What are you talking
Your
about?
belief system is contradictory intrinsically. The beliefs cannot coexist. You cannot say that your New Jerusalem comes down and there's a new heaven and earth and you're resurrected.
On earth. That's
what
it says. On earth.
Right.
And I heard him say earlier that it could be somewhere else, but that's not what the Bible says.
So when it says that heaven's above us and everyone looks up instinctively to know that the Creator's above us, and everyone forever has known that, and all the people that sacrifice their lives to put the gospel out there, Yeshua himself included,
You're saying that people looking up is a specific direction, like 90 degrees from the horizon, is what up means, or is it saying looking up to the higher realms and the higher spiritual reality? Is it
up is what up is for everybody that exists, which is above them, above their horizontal. That's what up is for everyone that's ever existed. And you're saying that they're looking at an idea.
Well,
I'm asking the question.
The problem is that because on a globe model, right? That is the problem. If you think about a flat Earth, right? It is perfect. It is perfectly compatible with the Bible. at how everything works. Lights less than things in the sky, and then even higher. Who knows, right? Who knows what's above that? But on a ball, you have to do this thing where you're like, well, that's not possible, so I'm just gonna think God means spiritually, or some kind of like, you know what I mean, like parable. Like it doesn't work on a ball. That's the problem. It's because you have to think about it on a ball.
Right, you take all the word of men, and then you go and see what's left in the Bible that you don't have to say mean what it says.
No, I take God at His word, look at His creation, look at logic and reason and observation, and come together with what is the most reasonable explanation of truth and the way that God made the world.
All those things prove exactly what we're saying, and all those things prove that. You don't feel
I get what you're
the
saying.
earth moving. You see the stuff in the.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, that if everybody on the earth, on a globe earth, is looking up, they're all looking different directions. You're right. Somebody in Australia would be looking down when they're looking up. So
No, you brought up logic.
Down or up.
You brought up logic and observation and experience and nature, and all of those things show that the earth doesn't move, is flat, and the sky moves over top of it. All of those things. You said the Creator talks to us through logic and experience and nature. In fact, empirical observations, all of those things show you that the earth is flat, stationary, and the stuff in the sky moves over top of it in a cycle. So you're saying that we can't trust that or the Bible.
Helio, that cat meme is the best one ever. No, I'm saying that we can use those things, and you and I disagree about where the logic and reason and observations lead, what conclusion it leads to, but we agree that we should use those.
Razor? Do you think Occam's razor is a good idea?
Yeah, generally it's a way of establishing
So
truth.
don't you think what you're doing is the opposite of Occam's razor?
So yeah, Occam's razor says that you should generally prefer the simplest explanation that can describe the phenomena.
And what would be the simplest explanation, right? If we went up 100 points, if we observed
No,
a
it doesn't.
flat,
No, it
flat.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Without too many assumptions.
Hold on. Not the simplest explanation. That's not Occam's razor. It's the explanation that has the least amount of assumptions.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
You just got destroyed. What are you grateful for?
No, an accurate description of what Occam's razor
And what
says.
would be the first assumption, right? Like if you see the Earth, the horizon is flat, and you go up, and the horizon stays at your eye level, what would be your conclusion?
The simplest explanation with no other information based on that observation would be
Without
that the Earth is
assuming
perfectly
anything.
flat.
That's
Okay.
not Occam's razor.
And if it's not curving,
and
go ahead.
Occam's razor is just a heuristic fucking trick. It means nothing. You go at Occam's razor with quantum mechanics experiments, fucking through. Occam's razor is nothing. That's just nonsense. It's just
except other than making them acknowledge like the logical default.
He says that the Bible is somewhat compatible with the Pope, and we're trying to figure out how.
Where's the scriptures at?
He says they're all wrong, bro, but they're right at the same
All
time.
the scriptures are wrong,
correct.
but the Bible's compatible. That makes perfect sense. Must be Matthew learns.
Let me not straw man him. He says they're all figurative.
Oh, no, it's not all. That's an all or nothing fallacy. No literature is all figurative or all. Well, there's some historical books that are all historical narrative and literal. But to say the Bible's all figurative is just numpty dipshittery from Evos or us.
All right. So to be fair, let me not straw man him again. Like all the examples that we're bringing up that say describe the Earth that don't work with the globe Earth are automatically figurative. So they're all.
Let's put some up and let's take a look at them.
I need to go pretty soon. We talked about this for an hour already.
Yeah, it's getting late early.
Dang, man. What happened?
Yeah, so the bigger picture is that I make a claim that it is possible for a literal, true, inerrant view of Scripture to be compatible with the globe view.
Well, you can't take figurative language literally. That's another faux pas. You're FUBAR, man. You might want to go now.
I want to actually, before you leave, I want you to see if you can maybe answer the question you couldn't answer earlier. Still, you can though. But when it says that the earth is immovable, and then you brought up, over here in this same Hebrew word over here, it's talking about a person when it says that they cannot be moved in righteousness, is the same as if that is the earth making some sentient decision morally. And I asked you for how any other way you could even propose it would be explained in that context. You then conceded the Hebrew author at the time did literally think that the earth was flat and closed and stationary, but that he was being figurative, but you don't know what it figuratively means.
Right. That's accurate.
No, you can't say something's figurative. There's got to be some type of, metaphor, simile, synecdoche type, some type of something leading you in that context. You just can't say something's figurative. There's clues to see if it's figurative. Simile, metaphors, right?
Oh, yeah. But you acknowledge that the author literally thought that was what the earth was like, though.
I suspect he probably did. I don't know for sure, but you're right. He probably had a view of Hebrew cosmology.
So how is it even close to logical to claim that he literally thought that and wrote it describing the earth, but actually wasn't being literal, but you can't even think of a viable alternative interpretation?
Oh, yeah, because I think that he was saying that the earth is sure and steady in a metaphorical sense.
But you just said that he literally thought it was that.
What do you mean a metaphorical sense? How can it be a metaphor?
Wait, Matthew. You just said he literally thought it was that, though.
I don't know what the author believed, but in God's inspiration of Holy Scripture, he doesn't ever make mistakes. And I think it's possible to read that verse in a figurative way and say that verse is still 100% true because God wrote it and it's still compatible with the globe.
But you're saying the author wrote it meaning it not to be literal, but simultaneously literally thought that.
What about when God says to Job, "Do you know where I keep the snow?" You think he's being metaphorical or literal? Like, do you know these things, Job? Tell me if you do. Surely you were there. God was really funny when he was talking to Job.
You are bastardizing the text, bro. You don't
So the
you don't
storehouse
have any
is for the
hiccups
snow.
doing this?
Yeah.
You don't have any hiccups doing this?
So obviously there are no literal storehouses built in the sky for the snow. It's a figurative way of saying that there's
How do
snow.
you know?
Oh, yeah.
Because nobody's ever observed any.
That doesn't mean they're not there.
It says you can't know that. It says the heights of the heavens and the depths of the earth are unsearchable, Matthew. We covered this in the beginning. And you claim you know it's 30.
Fair
you claim
enough.
you know it's exactly 39:59 and that it changes some.
Well, where'd the snow come from?
I got another one. Let's make it simpler. Revelation 29. And I posted it here. And they went up on the breadth of the earth, encompassed the camp of the saints about in the beloved city, and the fire came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Guess what breath means?
Spread out flat.
Yeah. Is that metaphorical?
Yeah, probably so.
Of course. One more before. Let's do a full salad here. How about where's the bottomless pit? Real quick, where's the bottomless pit, Matthew?
It must
Metaphor. The bottomless pit is metaphor being separated from God. Is hell.
The whole thing's not real, is what you're saying.
No, I'd say the Bible is true. You guys are trying to ask 21st century questions about the shape of this. Where's hell? Where's heaven?
Why you keep on just saying phrases? So you're saying the Bible's true, but all fake at the same time?
The Bible is true, and your definition and your description of it is probably incorrect.
Quantum, earlier he said Polaris moved, by the way. Let's get to that. Polaris moved.
Why 21st century
another lie.
questions?
Another lie. Can't wait to see
Polaris
it.
has proper motion.
So the Bible can
There it is,
predict
see?
the future, even the end of the earth, but not the 21st century specifically. Why not?
Because it wasn't written to 21st century people originally. We
Oh,
have to
okay.
look
So
at its
only from
original
beginning to
context.
end. So beginning to end of the world minus the 21st century, because God is an asshole to the 21st century people, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's
I'm
another
saying
huge
that
lie.
God does
That's
not
pure
describe
Satanism.
Because he's a
electricity,
dick to
magnetism,
21st
germ theory,
century.
and
Right.
the shape of the planet.
Right. Why do you keep saying that? You
It's
keep
not,
there's like a
planets are
fifth time you kept
stars.
Wait,
saying
I'm
that.
The sun
trying to
Did you read
understand
that
why would the
somewhere?
Bible say "went upon the breadth of the earth" and that be not literal? Or when
Because
it's
it's
going to
talking
just
about the whole earth.
How is that a
wait,
metaphor?
Matt,
Do you know what a
yeah.
metaphor is?
Right.
No, not right. What is a metaphor?
It's saying something looks like something else, as if it uses saying this is something like God saying, he is a hen that gathers his chicks. He's not actually a hen that gathers chicks. It's a metaphor.
Now, a word or phrase for one thing that is used to refer to another thing in order to show or suggest that they are similar.
Right.
How is that passage, breadth of the earth? That's non sequitur then. How is it showing that two different things are similar?
The point of that passage is that it's talking about the entirety of human existence, everybody.
No, breadth of the earth. That's not talking about existence.
Bro, you just making stuff up right now, bro. You getting paid? You got a
No,
script? You gonna sell us a movie, bro? Can we get
you want-
premiere tickets, Matthew?
it's like he's one of those Christians that are like undercover and wants flat earthers to totally destroy the globe from the Bible or something. That's what you want us to do, right? You want us to make the globe incompatible with the Bible, right? I mean, because that's what it takes for you, right, Matthew?
No, I'm basically hoping to help other people who would say, hey, the Bible is false because it says the earth is flat, and saying, no, it's not false. You don't have to, the Bible does
Wait,
not
but that's
imply a
not
flat earth.
that's wrong. If the if the earth is flat, then the Bible is false. That's the opposite. If the earth is a ball, right, then the Bible is false.
And wait, Matthew, so how are you convincing us of that if every time we ask you for an explanation, you say you don't know?
Because I don't understand everything about Scripture. What do you mean?
So I debated you a second ago and saw if you could defend the Scriptures, and very quickly you got intellectually eviscerated. Although I happen to know the Scriptures are viable, you couldn't even walk with me for a second, Matthew. It's recorded.
Okay. I believe the Scriptures are true, inspired by God, and inerrant. You and I have different
But they're always wrong.
interpretations.
You just keep lying.
But they're always wrong. Exactly. And we went straight to the beginning.
We have different interpretations of specific passages. I agree with that.
Well, you just have the same conversation over and over. What does heavenly waters mean, Matthew?
I would have a different interpretation than you do, apparently.
So heavenly waters isn't literal. Is firmament literal?
Firmament is not a literal, hard, firm thing.
Rakia, you're gonna have to say Rakia.
Matthew, you know what you're doing, Matthew? You're doing what what that snake did.
It's so nuh-uh, right?
You're twisting God's words. You're saying,
hold
did
on.
God say this?
No, his argument was nuh-uh.
That's right.
Nuh-uh. Yeah. God didn't really. God, you're not gonna die because God knows when you eat the fruit, right?
What's the
you're gonna
definition of
open your eyes.
firmament then to support? You need to support that trash that's coming out of your mouth. Go ahead and post the definition of firmament, please.
Sky. Firmament is synonymous with sky.
Wrong. Yeah. You sure about
Matthew,
that?
wait, weren't you present whenever I cited it earlier, Matthew?
Hold on.
Rakia means sky.
You sure about that? Post citation, please.
Am I wrong about it? I think
yes.
I'm wrong about it.
Yes, you are most definitely wrong. So post a citation that supports what you just said.
Correct. Sky would be Shamayim. Thanks for playing.
Genesis is not. Are you saying Genesis is not literal when God is describing how He created the world? Are you saying that's not literal? When He created the first man out of the earth, that's not literal. What do you think?
Hold on. Why are you going other places? Firmament. Do it. Firmament right now. Support what you say.
Yeah.
Not compatible.
I'll do it. Firmament, Strong's number 07549, Rakia. From that AV firmament. Number 1, an extensive surface. Solid. Expanse, firmament. Expanse, flat as a base. Support. 1B, firmament. Vault of heaven, supporting waters above. 1B1, considered by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above. Brown Driver Briggs. Masculine, Genesis 1 extended surface. Solid. As if beaten out. Job. Vault of heaven, firmament, regarded by Hebrews as solid. Looks like you're wrong.
Solid.
You are right that I'm not a Hebrew scholar, so I can't say anything more than that.
Well, then you made a claim. You can't support it. That's it. You're
okay,
done.
that's fair.
Well, good thing the information's right there, so you can acknowledge it now.
Yeah, Matthew. Physics says solids are physical, not metaphorical or figurative.
So, in conclusion, our literal experiences in reality and the Bible that match are both wrong, according to Matthew.
Exactly. But then he says his scripts about 21st century questions over and over. And actually, we can trust our logic and nature and God. But then we say all that shows us this, though, what it says. And then sophistry.
And science, Matthew. We're still waiting for the globe science. You said globe science about 25 times. Can you find some of that at least?
Or actually, I don't want to even
so that's a whole different direction of the conversation, and I really do have to go. So maybe sometime we can talk about this. I mean,
Grand slam home run. Good job.
I've appreciated
before you go, I want to know. Before you go, I want to know. So, like, if the Earth or if the Bible is literally describing the Earth, how do you think the Creator feels about people running around and defending the lie that it's wrong?
If those verses were meant to be literal, then I think the Creator would not like it if we were wrongly interpreting them as non-literal.
And defending the lie that says they're wrong.
That's right. If he meant it literally and we were getting it wrong, I think he would be upset.
I think we should go through the first book of Genesis. I mean, the very beginning of Genesis with Matthew one day, and we can suss this
Sounds
out.
good.
Do you think that the Creator is someone you would want to not be happy with you?
I recognize that as a rhetorical question. Obviously, we want to get it as right as possible, and we want to not anger God.
Do you think he feels pretty strongly about his word?
He obviously does, yes.
Do you think that he feels pretty strongly about those who protect and defend the legitimacy of his word?
Yes, obviously. He has lots of strong things to say about that in Paul's letters.
Right. So how does he feel about those who attack what the word says?
He calls them deceptive wolves in wolves in sheep's clothing in some of like 1st and 2nd Timothy, I think.
Right. And how would he feel about those who boldly go out and speak the truth that the scriptures say and you attack them?
Yeah, if you're going contrary to scripture, then God is not happy with you.
Yeah, that's what you're doing, Matthew.
That's where we disagree.
Let's roll with the renowned Bible scholar 24 minutes after the end.
Not interrupt, man. Can we get back to flat Earth, boys?
Hold on a
Can we
second,
get back
panel now. Dr. Mike.
Yeah, we're on flat Earth, noob.
No, but just the religious discussion, bro.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Whoa.
Panto, that's quantum. Chill out, man.
Yeah,
Okay,
we're almost there, Panto.
Yeah, Panto.
This is more important than your cartoon.
Yes. It's very important to try and get God's word correct.
All right.
And I try that.
That doesn't mean you fuck, Matthew. That means, is your name Quantum Eraser?
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. At 24 minutes after the hour, Dr. Michael Heiser, renowned Bible scholar. Let's see what he has to say about this. The issue is literal creationists are actually only active literalists. As I would call them, consistent literalists. If one was truly consistent in interpreting the creation description in Genesis 1 at face value, along with other creation descriptions, you'd come out of the round flat earth completely full of dome and ear supporters. It's over.
Yeah, he's right. If you took it 100% physically, literally, that would be the interpretation.
He said truly consistent with interpreting Scripture. And all the Scriptures associated with this in both Testaments is what he said.
Folks, can we get off the subject? Maybe take
Yes. No, we're still talking. Stop talking. Stop interrupting the important conversation. No, stop interrupting. Stop. Get back to your own religion. Religious zealot. Stop talking.
What do you mean? I'm not religious.
Yes, this is your religion. Yes, stop attacking with your religious zealotry.
I'm not attacking anyone, man.
Right
I'm
now.
just saying.
Yes, you are.
It's
Bro, can I speak, please? Can I speak without people speaking over me, please? I'm staff here as well, man. I'm allowed to speak as well. Every time I speak, you're speaking over the top of me, man. I'm just trying to butt in. I'm trying to be polite about it, man. Can we not just take it biblical? But that's what I'm saying. We shouldn't be these kind of conversations. People get out of their prime.
We have been talking about this for a couple of hours. So
exactly, man. That's why I came. Other people are speaking about it on YouTube and.
No, I got you.
There's a biblical room, boys. We shouldn't be if we're going to be sticking to the rules and taking the server forward. Someone that joins the live stream YouTube chat will be put off because they're globers. They think they live on a rock flying through space. They think they evolved from a monkey. If they hear biblical talk, they just think that's what they thought about.
Check this out, though, Penta. Hold on. Check this out, Penta. The reason we had a glober Christian. That's why we were talking about it. It's not. Yes, of course. We have different rooms.
It's been going on for hours, brother.
Well, he's checking. He's checking out. That's what I was saying. Just let it flow to the end here. And yes, it's about.
It's been going on for hours. I've listened on YouTube back and forward.
Okay, we were just explaining that the texts say describe the earth as we observe it. And that's what we were talking about. We weren't just like talking about
all the Abrahamic religions dictate, or that's what they explain in the Islam. They say that it was like a carpet. Like, I know a lot of the points, but still, man, if a newcomer jumps on YouTube, they should be they should be hearing stuff that when we're laying it out, the flat Earth, how obvious it is. I'm not trying to be an asshole, man. You've been at it for fucking hours.
No, you're good. You're good, Penta. Yeah, I agree.
It's like the sexuality topic as well. That always looks bad for us, for newcomers on YouTube as well, man.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, you're right, Penta.
They just think that's what they thought of us anyway. And
a newcomer should hear the Bible. That's much more important.
Well, not if they don't know shit about it. It's not
exactly. They're here to learn. Exactly.
Yeah, but they're not going to learn.
Without the Bible, flat Earth is a suicide cult.
You wouldn't even believe in flat Earth if it wasn't for the fucking Bible.
No, I believe there's a creator. That's obvious. A creation needs a creator, so I accept that. But the Abrahamic religions, they all have got truth in them. But it's not to say that they've to be taken literally. They're all allegorical and metaphorical.
Well, no. There are scriptures for each.
That's an all or nothing fallacy, by the way.
It had to be.
Yeah.
No, but I know there's a creator. That's all I know. I'm not going to be ignorant enough to say this is the book that I believe. All the books they're all speaking about the same God. The three.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Sorry.
Yahweh.
No, they're not. They're not speaking.
That wasn't even what it was. So Yahuwah, Yehovah. It doesn't matter. But
no, we were talking about the Bible, not the other thing.
But I mean, who's bringing God into it? What we were talking about is creation, about Earth, about how it's flat, right?
About the Creator and the Bible.
So this is how it started. I was like, dude, I've been thinking about it. Most Christians still claim the Earth's a globe, and the Bible blatantly says that is not the case. If we can figure out the psychological issue with getting them to understand and accept the information, then we will be able to get everyone to wake up, because it's very similar. It's them trying to hold two contradictory beliefs at the same time, and thus they have cognitus. I literally, it prompted it, and then Matthew Learns was here as if it was time for him to give us an example of, like, you have to be blatantly dishonest the whole time. If there's a way to break the conversation down so blatantly where they have to blatantly lie, you might can break the cognitus. I think they're a perfect test subject, right? Because they claim to believe in the Bible, and then once it's brought to their attention that it says the earth is not a globe, they still believe it is a globe and believe that it's real. So they have cognitus.
That's why we were doing that with Matthew. Yeah. So Panto, I mean, we were talking about it for a while, but that's why we were doing that with Matthew.
And I will say, like, obviously he's not going to, like, obviously that dude's not going to keep it real. I mean, he's not a great test subject in the sense that he'll go down swinging. But anyway.
See, the thing is, finding out that the Earth is flat and stationary is the best tool you've got to show someone that there's a creator. Because I thought I was agnostic. Sorry, I thought I was atheist. I thought I was guaranteed I was an atheist. Then I found agnostic, and I thought that was a more descriptive word for me. But then once I found out that the Earth is what we observe and what everyone observes, I knew then there was a creator. There had to be. That's obviously the antecedent of a creation. Needs a creator, surely. So
right,
flat Earth's an easy way to bring it. You can bring loads of people into it to show them there is a creator when they just find out the simple information.
Yeah, bro. That's why I travel the U.S. telling people about the Earth, bro. I don't. Do you see my point though? Like, it's a good example. We have people come in here of all walks of life that are like instinctively zealots or globe Earth defense attorneys. And I'm saying, if you like kind of are examining the psychology of people, if someone can be brought the information about how the scriptures blatantly describe the Earth to be a flat, geocentric, stationary Earth, and claim that it's not simultaneously, right? Like, it's not about the information. It's not necessarily about the truth. It's about their state of mind, and like, how do you glitch them in a way, because they're like robotic clones, to really be honest. It's a great, because like it's a perfect example of our problem across the board.
Yeah, and the overwhelming amount of flat earthers that are religious are typically Christian anyway. Granted, the majority of Christians don't believe in it, but the ones that are religious that do believe in it are overwhelmingly Christian. They
religious.
believe in Christian God.
I'm Christian. I'm not religious.
Same here.
I'm just trying to draw a correlation here, just using that word. That's all.
Yeah, I don't like.
I think most of the religious ones that have internet access are Christian. I think there's a lot of Muslims out there that are flat earthers, and I've met plenty of them.
I haven't met any.
But how can you say you're not religious if you believe the stories in the Bible?
I didn't say that they
Then
weren't.
how can you?
I said the majority of the people in here tend to be Christian. Right?
But this is not even about. It's I guess what I would. It's a middle ground that you already have with those people. I've traveled the U.S., bro. I talk to all kinds of people. Like, trust me, I want to figure out the best psychological approach to being able to wake up a mass amount of people to the Earth. But it's a little more complex. It's a little more.
It's easy. It's easy as fuck, man. You just lead them to the same conclusions you came to quite easily, Socratically questioning them, and they have to come to the same answer. And do they experience it, like motion? Do they experience any curvature on the Earth's surface? It's simple, and then you ask them about the pressure differential, and it's laid out simply to them.
The truth is simple. I'm talking about the state of mind that doesn't allow people to honestly view the subject and the information to understand and grasp the simplicity of it.
Yeah, religious sellers wouldn't want. They don't want. They'll defend it to the end. So regardless, no matter if you give them evidence, where factual evidence or religious evidence or anything like that. Well, I said religious, but scripture evidence. Regardless, they if they're religious to the shape of the earth, then they don't give a shit what you say.
Oh,
Like,
they
what's so
think they're like,
powerful about it is if I found out somehow that the Earth actually was a magic spinning ball, like if I found out definitively, and like I would then know the Bible cannot be right. Now, like I mean, we didn't know that. We didn't even. Most people don't even think about it. But once you know, it's a different ballgame. So that's the truth, right? Like that's what's so beautiful about the scriptures actually is that if you remove any type of like faith-based religious motivation and you just examine the evidence and try to find the truth, then you're like, oh, bow. You keep finding yourself back at the same place.
flat earth opens you up to every different avenue there is. It completely tears away what's holding it together, man. As soon as you show them.
Which it's cool, right? You know instantly if people really believe what they claim they do. It's a middle ground because when I was young, I used to be like, bro, this whole Bible church thing is whack because all these people being fake, don't even believe what it says, and it's lame. But you realize that's not a fair representation of them, the scriptures. That is. So I mean, take it or leave it.
That's blaming the recipe for the burnt cake.
Telling you. The beautiful middle ground.
No offense, but is it not kind of hypocritical to like forget or to discard the globe for the lack of evidence for it, but then believe in pages in a much altered book that's been going around for thousands of years that they decided which books were in it, and there's thousands of different versions. Like I don't get how you can just believe. That's what I've questioned and questioned this all my life.
Good question, man. I'm trying to tell you, like, what I did was I didn't just believe. I consistently tried to test it and prove or find where I could prove it wrong. And if you honestly do that diligently, you're not going to be able to do it. So, like, as a truther, you're thin faced with acknowledging that. I mean, that's honestly what happened to me. I actually, if anything, had a bias against the scriptures because of the way I was raised. You come around full swing 2022, you can't prove them wrong, bro. They're right about everything, and you name it, not just the earth. Right, so interesting. You have to, as a truther, one must just acknowledge truth without bias.
But just because they're kind of biased, just because they've got one on their side, like with trying to word what I was saying there, man. It's because I'm smoking a joint at the same time, man. Fuck's sake.
Well, it's all good. It's just like how would you prove it wrong, right? What's your answer?
That's what I was going to say. So just because they were right about something, that doesn't give them any more credibility in saying that the Earth was flat. Like it could all been written after it was deconstructed in the sky, the reverse engineering, and then they made the books. The whole Gregorian calendar might not be anywhere near correct. It might be centuries out of date. Like we'll never know these things.
But my question is, how could you prove the scriptures wrong?
Don't have to. That's like the same. That's a global argument.
Well, no, I'm asking, like, if you ever thought about it, right? Because, like, when I look at something and I want to know if it's true, my instinct is, well, let's see if I can prove it wrong.
But if you can't, doesn't it necessarily mean it's right?
Well, okay, but they told me there's a globe. Let's see if we can prove it wrong very easily, right? People claim this book also many translations, denominations, doctrines of men, deceptions, misinterpretations of translations. Couldn't even say all the stuff wrong with modern Western religion representing the quote unquote Bible. But the point is, like, if you test the validity of them, it makes a lot of claims. So it should logically be pretty easy to find a claim that you can falsify. That's all I'm saying. Like, my honest spiritual journey is I went that way. And when you honestly do that, I mean, let me know. I mean, everyone's different. Right? Everyone has their own journey, but you let me know where you end up because I've yet to be able to falsify them.
I mean, they're right though, bro. Does that know if I'm inconsequent? I'm not really a hot shot on fallacies, but is that not that? Just
No,
because.
yeah, I understand. And then this is where it gets anecdotal. So, like, well, knowing that and trying to prove them wrong and having this, like, basically restored viability, I started taking it real and, like, talking to the creator and reading what it says. And I started getting answers. As in, like, literally, I would turn the book to the answer. Like, a day later, I would literally get the answer to the question. Prayed for a wife. Immediately opened the Bible up to Hosea 1:2. The Lord said unto Hosea, go take unto thee a wife and children. Right after the first time I've ever prayed for a wife. And that's actually because my friend was like, just tell him what you want. And I described specifically what I wanted. And, like, that's anecdotal, but that's real, bro. Like, but so that's
bro. In the law of attraction, bro. Sorry, I didn't mean. I wasn't trying to interrupt. I just thought you would hear me.
That's pretty
positive
crazy, though.
thinking.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I mean, sure.
Putting in complete. Sorry.
No, go ahead. Is that what you want to say? Like,
No,
my mind did it. My mind did it. Like, my mind subconsciously knew that there were 2,200 pages in the book, and I knew that if I opened it up around the 45% mark, that my eyes would go straight to the center of the page where Hosea 1:2 says, and the Lord said unto Hosea, go and take unto thee a wife and children.
Like Neo, bro.
So what do you do?
Like,
so
I
what
went
do you
and
do?
I went and took a wife, and we're gonna make children, bro. What do you think?
So did you collapse Kai's wave function? Tell her I said that, man.
Will do.
She's an amazing singer. What's it, bro? That song, I can't remember the name of the song, but it's like talking about the situation we're in. I can't even remember the chorus or nothing, but it's amazing. Like, I heard it not long ago.
So I used to when something like that first happened to me, I thought a lot like kind of what you are thinking, like, where I thought how to statistically analyze it. I was like, what's the statistic probability of this, But it just didn't cut it for me. Like, the statistical probability is not looking good. It doesn't explain it. And then it was reoccurring, like, dear Lord, help me apply discipline to my convictions. Amen. Open the Bible straight to a verse in Proverbs. He who hates discipline despises himself. First thing I'm reading in both the scenarios, and there's more than those two. And so I encourage people to you test that. Like, Austin's making crazy claims out here. He's got some book magic. Well, like, go try it and be honest. And I'm not saying just go grab the Bible, open it up. Oh man, it's supposed to answer no, the creator did that, bro. Like, just be real. Like, no, the creator's real. Right. So who cares what people say about him? Just be real. And the whole point is, like, there's no hiding anything. Like, anything you can think of to not mention or be real about or something, like, he already knows that. So that's the whole thing. You have to accept that and talk to him and be real. He wants you to talk to him, actually, and he like answers you, and like, you can call that the law of attraction. But I personally,
any newcomers just in the door that's got any questions about the flat stationary Earth we live upon?
All right, well, just saying, like, you can personally talk to him, bro.
Any newcomers just unmute. I know there's got to be something, man. I mean, I've even back years ago I seen a tunnel of light and a near-death experience, and I was getting pulled towards that light. It was quite vivid in my memory. So I know there is something. This was long before I found flat Earth. Like, I had this experience at 25. I only found flat Earth about 7 years ago. So, but I know for a fact there's a creator. I'm not gonna just jump on a book
Well, yeah, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Like, just be honest, bro, and just ask the creator. My point is just that everyone should know if there's a creator, like you can look at it like we're in a net farm and he hates us. That's ridiculous, bro. That's just so insane. Like, have you not even seen the earth, bro? Did you forget what life is, bro? Like, we live lives on the earth that's beautiful, and one seed makes 100 of the same thing with tons of seeds in it.
Look at how intricate the fucking animal kingdom is, and the insects, and just germs and bacteria and shit like that, man. It's fucking alive. Everywhere's alive.
And it is clearly a benevolent source that provides, right? And so it's a beautiful thing. And if there's a benevolent source that provides, that created you and everything that provides, he loves you, man. Like he wants you to talk to him. You know, like
Right, man.
he's not leaving you hanging. You know what I'm saying?
Feels like it.
He wants you to talk to him, bro. He wants you. He's
I've tried, man.
like he wants you to big bro him. He wants you to like. That's what my friend told me when I was telling you that story earlier about the wife thing. I never prayed about a wife, bro. But like my friend who studies the Hebrew a lot was teaching me a lot of stuff. He was like, dude, just tell him what you want. Like he wants you to basically man up and tell him. You have to tell him first.
Told them repeatedly over the years when I've been questioning this stuff. I've tried, and I got ignored.
I said I wanted a wife younger than me, wants to make babies, is understanding and willing to follow the Torah and Hebrew cosmology, etc. And like bow. So I'm just telling you, man, like you're not out here all alone in some like cold, hard, heartless ant farm. That's not, the creator loves you, bro, but like people are crazy wild and their free will does crazy stuff, but just talk to him. All right, I'll stop preaching, but I'm just saying, just talk to him. It changed my life when I realized you're not writing some formal letter. There's nothing you can hide. Just cut all the stuff that people taught you, because everything you were taught about how to talk to the creator for the most part is to make sure you can't connect to the creator and just be real. That's the only rule. It's like just be super real, and it's how efficiently you acknowledge what is already known, which is just the truth that you cannot hide, the more efficient your communication. All right, we'll pass the plate around in a second.
It's good to be a newcomer. I want to speak. Got some questions. Anyone?
I want to talk about NASA.
Assholes.
So much material on them.
I've got a 6.5 hour video of all the best NASA bloopers if you want it.
Yeah, post it. Is it a new one? I got somebody to share it with.
Put it in Livestream.
Did you see the when they released the James Webb? Did you see how fake that looks? It's so funny, dude.
I meant to go to that freaking lunch, but we had to go to state.
Like it literally looks like a video game. It looks like Dead Space. Them releasing the satellite like some shit in Dead Space.
Yay for human advancement, bro.
It's literally like for like 50 seconds and then it shuts off. I'm like, really? That's the best you guys can give us?
You know, seen that with Leonardo DiCaprio, Don't Look Up, where it's an asteroid gonna hit the Earth, and these evil companies, they plan to split the asteroid into loads of asteroids so they can mine it. It's quite funny, like.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen it, like. It's on Netflix at least.
Yeah, it had a funny ending.
I'm trying to think, I'm stoned, so I can't really remember how it ended.
So Whitson, you going to start a podcast? Because Quantum's not going to do it. One of you guys has got to start a podcast. I'm sorry. You'll reach a lot of people like that.
If you take a look in Livestream voice text, you'll see that. Oh shit, I don't know why it never posted. The link to that 6-hour video. There you go, it's in a Livestream voice text. It's got plenty.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Massive. It's heavy, really. Some of them are fucking hilarious, man. There's a couple of different guys narrating it as well.
Yeah, looks like Whitson dropped out, so.
Let me see if I can find a customer in the lobby.
Either those punk ass left too.
Let's see
Michael
if I can
Heisner
bring this guy with no
wrong.
rules, see if I can check him in on a live stream. I've not done that for a while. Hopefully it doesn't scream the N-word.
What's up, Whitson? You still there?
Nah, he dipped.
Oh, okay. Well, this might cast some spirits out anyway, fraud. But just to put out there, Matthew Learns cannot learn the Hebrew because a word such as sky in Hebrew, which is shamaim, means literally when dissecting the word shamaim means the water is there.
I know. We've called Shami.
Did you guys like go over the verse in Joshua with him? How do you make sense of that one?
Oh, he lied and said that's just how they experienced it, and God was just joking. No, listen, God wrote the Bible and made creation that perfectly match, but you can't trust either one, and you can only trust these Jeffrey Dahmer people on TV.
I wouldn't trust them to cook macaroni and cheese.
Yeah, because they use the powder shit with water. It's like going to like Panera thinking you're getting good food, and they give you fucking Velveeta mac and cheese that you can buy at the store, paying $6 for it at Panera. It pisses me off. It's not even real cheese.
If they cook it on the ISS, one can be real water.
No, on the ISS you're drinking heat. Sorry. Chugga chugga chugga.
Yeah, it sounds like Panto's internet connections interfered with Don Pettit's coffee machine.
You chugga chugga, Panto. You need to fix your mic, dude.
I call him the pet tat. NASA's pet tat.
But Michael Heisner was wrong in his interpretation because he doesn't understand the Hebrew, because it doesn't say Earth is a circle. It says Earth has a circle. So the Earth isn't an object.
Hey, that movie that was mentioned a moment ago with Leonardo DiCaprio, being some astronomer or whatever. It was supposed to be, warning people that an asteroid is going to come and destroy the Earth in 6 months or some bullshit like that. The whole movie, it has just so many scenes in it where it's almost like the expression that's on his face in some of those scenes, it's almost like a meme within itself. Like he's taking it so seriously. He's doing a good job making it look like he's being really serious about it. This is very important, everybody. An asteroid is going to destroy the Earth. But it's just like, I don't know. It seems like a meme within itself, almost, the movie. And the name of the movie is Don't Look Up. And that's what we're always telling them to, not do to find evidence for the shape of the Earth. You can't look up and be like, oh, look up there in the sky. The Earth is a ball,
Yeah, that movie was stupid.
They're trying to program people. They're telling them not to look up subconsciously if they accept the words that's coming to them. Then obviously that would just be programmed into them. Depends how many people it reaches. But it could have been better. Honestly, some of it was a bit shit. It wasn't as good as Wolf of Wall Street or like production.
Yeah, it had just a few good jokes in there that were worth laughing at, that you would laugh at, that I would laugh at, but just a big portion of that movie, like more than 50% of it, just seemed like just really annoying ass propaganda. That's what I'd call it.
It's just bad casting. I mean, you could have done that with lesser actors, but can act just as well, and gotten a better laugh out of it. There was no need for Jennifer Lawrence or Leonardo DiCaprio for that fucking movie. It wasn't some like Oscar-winning performance type material. It was just, blah. And like that black guy, I literally thought that was Don Cheadle until I fucking turned the damn movie on. I was like, it's not fucking Don Cheadle. It's like, this is fun. This guy sucks. So no, it was just
there's another season of Space Force coming out.
What the fuck is Space Force?
You haven't seen the first season of Space Force on Netflix?
It's not them puppet things, is it?
No, it's yeah. There's a second season coming out very soon. It's what's the guy from Office? Not Office Space. What the fuck is the name of that?
Steve Carell.
Steve Carell, yeah.
40-year-old virgin.
Yeah. There's another season of Space Force. If you haven't, The Office. If you haven't seen the first season of Space Force, go watch it now because the new season's coming out now.
It's like a show that makes fun of Space Force.
Yeah, it's so and Flat Earth is brought up. It's like he's testifying before Congress and they're talking about Flat Earth and shit, and it's funny, man. So yeah, you got it's hilarious.
It's a good.
Guarantee you, all those liberal freaking retards wouldn't have made fun of it if Obama came out with the Space Force or Biden.
I spent like 3 hours last night watching the newest South Park stuff about the vaccines. I watched that shit. So freaking hilarious, man. The new South Park stuff is so freaking hilarious.
Cartman has kids.
Yeah, but it has like adult freaking Cartman.
It seems like they've sort of set it up so that both sides of the political paradigm have their own quote-unquote Space Force for the brainwashed masses to root for. Because on the right-wing side, you got Donald Trump and the Space Force. All right, American pride, the Space Force. And then on the left-hand side, you got NASA with a bunch of leftists.
Those are characters on the scene. Yeah, we get it. It's funny. I mean, if you can't laugh at it, then you're gonna die.
Or you're dead.
You're already dead.
What's your favorite brand of bullshit to believe in?
Yeah.
I'm singing the Lawrence and Philip song in my head. I don't know why.
God dang it.
Is that Uncle Fucker one or no?
Shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker.
Uncle yesterday. Uncle Fucker. Check my balls.
Suckle my chocolate salty balls. Put them in your mouth and suck them. What?
Here, would you bother if I checked somebody in from Cogdis in here? Just in case they scream the N-word, we can pause them. No, just for because they might scream the N-word. I don't know if...
Well, I mean, it's worth a shot. I mean, shit, whatever.
I've rattled their cage, so hopefully someone answers. It's worth a try. Might be amusing, entertaining.
Who is it?
Nah, nobody's replied yet. I pinged,
okay, cool.
Pinged them all. I'll check lobby again. The last guy didn't want to come.
They're scared, Panto.
What did you say? I said, check my balls, Mr. Garrison.
Suck on my chocolate salty balls. Put them in your mouth and suck them.
We got some good memes, but I don't know why this one Jimmy the Space Crab Genius posted. For some reason, that one gets me. I'm gonna have to share that with some people.
Still get deployed to a fucking desert. That's hilarious. Yeah.
I made a good gift for an invite. I called it Globevite on the bot. I'll post it in the live stream. Was on the bot as well.
What do you think? Mouth and suck 'em.
What do you think? That's all right, yeah.
Wait, what did I miss?
Glub, 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 glub.
All talk.
I made a few different ones, but I couldn't get it looking right, man. It took forever.
Oh, you made this one that I'm laughing at. Good for you. Well done.
We're talking about balls that look flat.
We're looking for the flat. We're looking for the flat balls.
What? I know, right?
Yeah.
Play the Martin Phillips song.
For any staff members that use the bot, there's the command for to invite people. Plus, anyone that's listening, drop it over the Facebook Flat Earth pages if you can, folks. If we can try and sort of push people like a bit of proactive, like basically spamming the invite if we can, peeps, because I spam it everywhere I go on the internet. So if we, as a server, if we all honestly, man, I've asked for silver, gold, the mod room.
Yeah, but I think we're stuck at 25,000 member cap.
Nah,
for right now.
I think we're working on that. We're gonna get. There's no way we're stuck there.
We're too awesome. Yeah, we need something like
the numbers. The numbers have jumped back twice on me. I've looked at it and it's went back to the same number. And if you look at welcome, you can see a stream of people coming in constantly. Well, every 5, 10, 20, half an hour, like you get a new person.
Yeah, if Discord fucks us like that, man, that's fucked up, man. They have to go over 25,000. I mean, there's plenty of Discord channels that.
Well, just make another one.
Way over that. No,
there's a way
no.
There's a way to get it unlocked because there are servers that got like 80,000 members.
Well, we're going to be one
and
of those.
And we meet those requirements. I mean,
yeah, there's no.
We're also boosted, so.
Yeah, but we're way over boosted. We have like 50 boosts and 30s.
Exactly, that should account for something, right?
Yeah, it does. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but don't worry about that. If we're limited to 25,000, that's going to change pretty soon.
Well, I saw one that was at 62 earlier. Yeah, it's like jumps.
So,
Yeah, I
that was
think I
about
remember. I
4,
mean, I
3
was
or 4 hours
hearing a
ago.
while back, like there's a server out there that's got like over like 250,000 members or some shit like that. That's
Why they would limit
They
us?
bought.
You know, that's just crazy. But yeah, I wouldn't even worry about that. We'll get it fixed if that's the case.
Yeah, because somebody tried joining earlier and they couldn't.
So the fucking ISS is traveling at 17,153 miles an hour, right? And I'm watching this live stream shit that they have. Dude, if it's going at 17,153 miles an hour, you're not going to see the shit that they're showing on the fucking screen. It's going to be zooming past so fucking fast. This is ridiculous.
Hey, haven't you downloaded the ISS app on your phone and watched it zoom across?
Dude, bro, I mean, you wouldn't see anything. It would just be everything would be a blur. Everything would be a blur.
I don't know, man.
It would be like, you remember when Superman went around the Earth backwards? You know what I'm saying? Like,
hit the Earth turned the
you
other
couldn't
way
fucking,
and
you couldn't
reverse
see him
time.
anymore. Yeah, you couldn't see him anymore. Dude, that's an astronomical rate of speed, dude. That is fucking, and it looks like it's just a regular plane ride. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is fun.
Shit.
So this is the common sense that people lack these days. To just do a little bit of research, a little bit, you know, just a little, dude. Just shit don't add up.
dude, as bad as they're making everything, it doesn't even take research most of the time. Just a little common sense will do.
Just a little bit.
These Globers have made common sense an oxymoron.
Oh, not when
well,
black.
Actually, that's unfortunately that's been demonstrably the case for a very long time. Common sense, I don't know if it's ever been common. It's more accurately described as uncommon sense.
Gladphobe, I made a video for you.
Well, go ahead and DM it to me, bud.
Okay.
All right.
Damn, now the screen's gone. It's all black now. I mean, there's no air resistance up there, right? So it should be just streaming by like fucking like light speed, dude. Like, it's fucking. Oh my gosh, it doesn't make any sense.
As far as the range, what they claim about the ISS, it's going to be a light in the sky, as if you should see it at all. Because they have some LEDs at the bottom of the ISS, they're like shining down on Earth as it's cruising across the sky? And do they have reflectors? How would you even be able to see the ISS? I mean, like I said, just download the app. You can tell where it is, and then it's zooming across the sky. Do they have LED lights like shining down, or are they claiming there's reflectors of the sun, and they're not even close? They're not even far enough away from Earth to actually reflect the sun's light. It's retarded.
Don't mean to interrupt.
Tell
me what you think.
There's no way you should get a picture of fucking 17,000 miles an hour. There's fucking no way. I'm sorry. You're not going to catch that on a telescope. Fuck that.
You would die inside a little thing like that, man. 17,000 miles an hour. The human.
Yeah. Well,
Helio.
Yes.
How do I get the command list again for the memes and links and stuff?
I don't use the bot, so you're gonna have to ask someone else.
What do you need to do?
Pato?
What do you need?
The command to type in to get the list of commands for the bot? Or
I think if it's for memes that you're looking for, I think it's just exclamation mark space memes. I think, and then we have one for the commands.
Oh, okay. I think that's it. The memes, right?
And then it should DM you a list of them, which is completely uncategorized, out of alphabetical order.
Yeah, you
and
probably get like 200 of them.
So good luck. None of them are. The list will not make any sense to you, guaranteed. If you get it.
So yeah, I had to alphabetically kind of do it. Want a list or commands for the bot? You just want a list of all the memes and the videos.
If you want individual memes and a command that exists with that, you're not going to find it that way, man. So you're already going to have to know.
Yeah, that's what it's memes list. I think that's what it is.
Okay, cool.
List memes video.
There might be a space there or something too. Or I mean, no space. It might be all one word. It's been a long time since I used it. Well, there you go. He got it.
Look in live stream voice text.
All right, does it send it to your private?
It drops into DM, yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, well, I didn't know that. That's pretty.
Like I said, it's completely 100% useless though. Like you're literally just gonna get
that's list. What was it? List.
Yeah, you get like 200 freaking memes. That's what I'm saying. It's crazy.
I'm stoned at man. Jesus Christ, I've wrote that like 3 times. Holy fuck. Right. It's a list. What?
So I don't use it. I have all that shit on my phone or my computer. I just freaking send them a meme if I need it. I don't use the bot.
Like it would be maybe useful if it gave like a preview of the meme next to the name, but it doesn't. So you're just like going through and just randomly picking memes and then seeing what it looks like.
Nah, the worst thing is there's like 400 of the Globe Logic. See the ones that Martov's been sharing, the Globe Logic. There's literally 400 of them, and it means they're even more diluted when you're trying to find something.
Only 400.
All you can see is fucking. No, it's like 460 or some shit. So when you look at the list, that's all you can see. You have to look through fucking pages and pages just to fucking find something. It's a pure slow process.
Hey, I have a link to over 1,000 memes. You want a link to that one? It's on my Google Drive. I have a link to over 1,000 memes.
One.
I don't know if anybody
it has Eric Dubay, but also a lot of the other ones that I've collected too.
I don't know if anybody has the patience or the taste to do it, but we really need to sift through those too. Like not all of those things are winners.
No,
we just keep on adding. We just keep on adding mediocre memes. Like
that's why I prefer to just go ahead and post a meme that's relevant to the conversation.
Post that link for me, Helio. Helio, give me that link, please.
Oh yeah, I'll do that. Hold on, let me find it real quick. Here, I think it's right here.
I'm looking for the word magic.
I think this is it. Hold on.
Probably time for me to take my new snowboard boots off. I've been wearing them all night, trying to break them in. Feet hurt.
Let your feet dry out, man. I think this is it. Click that and let me know if that's the right one. That's
Hey, Lou, did you use socks? Lou.
Yeah, I'm listening. What?
Did you use wet socks?
Wet socks? No.
Yeah, you should put
No,
them
dude.
inside your boots when you're breaking them in.
No, wait. If I really wanted to accelerate it, these are heat moldable. But I was told, like, unless I have a lot of, like, pressure points or whatever, to basically just try to naturally break them in. You can kind of break them in too much, where you sort of destroy the lining and create too much loose room in them by doing that. I was gonna do it. I was gonna do the heat molding, but I actually called a place about it just to get their expert advice on whether I should or not, and he said I shouldn't. So
just meant
no, they're
That's
I don't think I want to get. I don't think you ever
as
with
damp
any
as
boots
get
really want to
when
get the
when you've
inside.
been skiing wet.
You never want to get the inside, the linings of your boots wet.
No, of course not. I mean, that's why you wear those type of boots. You know, of course.
Yeah.
Hey, but I'm pretty sure that's the right link if you're looking for that one, Panto. That is the right link to that meme folder. I mean, there's like 1,500 memes in there.
To your drive, because remember there was an Eric Dubé.
Yeah, there's a subfolder
There's an
in
Eric
that
Dubé.
drive.
I had
Yeah,
one
there's
that
a
had
there's a
No,
Dubé subfolder.
I don't.
What?
When
you click on that link and you get to Google Drive, there's one that says Dubé. Click that. It has all the memes that I downloaded from his Google Drive. Okay.
Panto, you're roboting like a motherfucker.
Just thought you may have it. I know. Sorry.
Anyway, that is the link. That should work.
Hey, I've got it. Yeah, bro. Let's see. I'll put it in my little collection. Every time I check someone in, I give them the bundle of links. So that's another one to the collection.
Yeah. Just share that link with them. I mean, they can't. I have it set up. It's a secure folder, so they can access that folder and all those memes. So yeah, anyone can access that, and they won't be able to. They don't have permissions to manipulate anything in there. So yeah, there's thousands of memes in there. So yeah, good to go. Well, I won't say thousands. Over 1,000. So, there's a subfolder. It's most of the memes that I've collected over the years, and then there's like Eric Dubé shared over 1,000 memes that he collected or made over however much time, and that's a subfolder in that drive, and anyone can access it. So, because I downloaded it when he shared it on Facebook, so all of that's in that link I just shared.
So Panto, do you board? Obviously, you're talking about breaking in boots and shit.
Oh no, I've been skiing when I was younger. But I used to.
You're breaking up so hard, man. It's impossible.
What the hell, man? He was sounding pretty good earlier. Now it's all jacked up. Panto, jump out and come back in.
Am I back now? I should be back.
Yeah, you're back.
I think
that's better.
My internet is just coming and going, man. Get Wi-Fi. Or it's just the thickness of the walls because there's boosters all along the hall. So if the walls were not quite as thick as what they are, I'd get a signal no problem. But it comes and goes all the time.
Sounds good now.
It's a fucking lack of satellite.
Oh, the fucking satellites.
This shit is so fake, dude. I can't stand it. Fakest fucking 24-hour live shit I've ever seen in my life. So fake. It's supposed to be over the Great Lakes right now, and it shows clear skies on the radar for the weather map, but on this thing, it's nothing but clouds.
Oh yeah, no, you for as far as the clouds, you would want to go to satellite imagery, not radar.
Well, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at both.
Yeah.
Look at Bong testing out the bot here. It's like, ooh, it's working.
Hey, since I keep posting it over and over again in the server, Panto, I'm going to send you a couple pictures of my new gear. I'm freaking just so stoked about this. I got to wait for the new bindings to come because they're step-on, the boots. But like, I can't wait till these bindings come on Sunday, and I'm pretty sure I'm just going to go snowboarding all day Monday, probably by myself. Just probably hit the lift like fucking 30 times or more.
Hey, is it just me, or does snowbirds kind of look like Haagen-Dazs ice cream sticks?
You'll have to show me the comparison.
Because they're fat at both ends and skinnier in the middle, like a snowboard is.
Okay. The Haagen-Dazs stick. Show me one of those.
Fuck. Come on, Google, be friendly. Hagandaz, right?
All right, I'll put up my new board. You do the Haagen-Dazs stick. We'll compare. All right, so there's the new board.
She's showing me the fucking ice cream. God damn it. No, you're gonna do this, aren't you? Fuck.
Actually, what I'm blown away with, which is new, like, because I've been writing an old board. I mean, they put a lot of research and shit into different shapes and stuff like that. And where it's, how it's skinnier in the middle, like you said, it actually lumps out like 3 times across the middle. So it's got this kind of squiggly shape on the profile of it, which is really interesting. But that's supposed to be for being able to like dig your edge in deeper for carving on like ice and shit like that. That's the reason I bought it. Can't wait to see how it works.
I didn't know GNU was still making boards. That's cool.
Yeah, I like to just call them GNU.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it at all.
No, you actually said it right. It's just pronounced new. It's pronounced new, but like if I say I bought a new board.
Yo, guys, I got that new.
Well, you gotta stop.
Oh, son of a bitch. It's like an impossible thing. It's like unobtainium, and I've seen thousands of them. But yet, to try to find a picture of one on the internet? Oh, hell no. Yeah, I'm not able to find it, man. Just like half the sticks are stuck in the ice cream bars. Yeah, fuck.
Yeah, this board, as far for my riding style, it was like, this is the 2021-22 season. It's the brand new board, and it hits all kinds of lists for like, oh, okay, those sticks. Yes, it is very similar. Yeah. You're just talking about the ice cream sticks, not the ice cream itself.
Yeah, and I can't find just the stick. It
Spiral
just keeps showing me the same
Spiral beat
thing. Thank you.
Yeah.
God damn. Yeah, like those ones right there.
Those are tongue depressors.
No, those things are like. Well, never mind.
No, that's what they do.
They're like
puts your tongue
gherkin
down.
pickle size.
Oh.
They're not even like the length of a regular popsicle stick.
Dude, and it right now it's like I'm fighting it off, but like the whole idea of eating ice cream off of one of those things every single time, it puts shivers down like through my body. For some reason, like wooden spoons across the tongue, and just the thought of it makes me get a shiver through my entire body. I can't believe I just said that without it happening.
Is it because you ate a lot of that kind of stuff as a kid?
No, you know those cheap ass fucking ice cream cups that come with those sticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The stick falls
Fuck
apart
those
right
things.
away. Breaks.
Dude, you
first
get
bite.
splinters in your tongue.
Man, whose dad is that throwing that freaking snowball? Oh, shit. Run. No, Dad.
That's maybe one of the funniest moments in a father's life, right there.
That kid is like,
you better run.
You can only do that to a son. You can't do that to a daughter. You can't.
That's probably right.
You know he's sitting there laughing the whole time.
It's like it's like icy and shit too. Like it's from friggin'.
It's a brick.
Yeah, it weighs like 35 pounds.
Like, my
He's just trying
turn.
to break his kid's back right there. Look at it, Ben.
Yeah, that kid threw a snowball at his dad. His dad's like, all right, my turn. Catch.
At least it's no longer a full moon.
Yeah.
At least there's
I felt that one for sure, that full moon.
Anyway, just to finish what I was saying, I know I just keep talking about it, but like, this new board, like the reason I bought it is like all the reviews everywhere. It was pretty much rating it up there with one of the top boards of the year from all the companies, and it's a decent price too. Like at least for my riding style, it's good for the powder and for like carving and speed, like in icy conditions, even like packed snow and ice, keeping a good edge through that. So around here,
carbon fiber wrap on the bottom.
Where I live, it's a lot of like icy conditions typically. So like that's kind of important to me. But if I do get out west and I hit like 4 feet of powder, this thing's nails it through there too. So
does it got like an aluminum edge, or is it buffeted with carbon fiber?
It's a metal edge. No, I don't think I've ever seen a carbon fiber edge. They're always, you have to sharpen them and shit.
Is that soft snow or something like that, right?
It's powder.
Yeah, powder. Powder's like freshly dropped, uncut snow.
But if the sun's hit it for a couple of days, it tends to get real hard, crusty ice on it. Then when it snows again, then you start walking on it, and then all of a sudden it gives way. That's when you sink into up to like your chest.
Yeah, I went over the ropes alone one time out west and got pretty far away and did really well for a long time. And then since I didn't know the terrain that I was going to be facing, it leveled out, kind of almost went into like a valley kind of a thing. And it was, I have no idea how deep that snow was. It was way deeper than I am tall. And I sunk into my neck, and it took me I could have died out there. It took me hours to. Well, first I had to dig out myself to be able to reach to my board to unstrap, so that I could then use the board to set on top of the snow to try to pull myself out, and then use it also to kind of like pull myself towards a tree where I could then try to pull using only strength, climb the tree so that I could try to restrap into the board and on the flat, hopefully get a little push in this powder to get going. And I had to do this 3 times, only making it like maybe 30, 60 feet, each time, before I could actually get out of there. And eventually, the mountain was about to close. And I would have been left out there. But I ended up making it out to I finally got out, made it out to a road, and I had to hike back like a couple of miles to get to where the car was and everything. But that took everything out of me, and it could have been real bad. After the first time, I realized, okay, if once I do get in this, I got to make sure to stay close to the trees. Like, don't go in between them. If you think you're gonna, lose speed and sink in, make sure you're near a tree so you can grab onto one, so you don't have to sink all the way in. I did that a couple of times.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're on a surfboard, you have to be careful not to accidentally get, pulled out to the ocean. That almost happened to me once. That was terrifying as shit. I was pretty tired, paddling, with my arms on the board as fast as I can, and be like, oh no, get back to land, get back to land. Especially since it was like midnight. Wasn't anybody out there but me and my brother, and one friend of his.
Yeah, doing it middle of the night too. Yeah. Nowadays, I've got a good 2-way radio set. Like, if I do next time I do head out to the mountains, I doubt I'm gonna go over the ropes and do that shit by myself, but I'm gonna bring one just in case anything happens. Like, make sure I can radio to ski patrol. Like, hey, I broke the rules. Can you guys come and find me? I just need these bindings to get here, though. I really want to go. I want to go this. I've got 2/3 of my fucking setup. I just want to go. And I would transfer over the bindings and boots from my old board to it, but it's such an old board that the eyelets for mounting the bindings are a completely different pattern and shit than what they used to use. I'm just looking back to like, pre-flat Earth, looking at when you're at the top of a mountain peak and you look off into the distance at that beautiful scenery, like I suppose it's hard to know really how far you're actually seeing unless you decide to throw up Google Earth and like check it out. Like you have maybe a landmark that you can recognize or something, but I guarantee you those distances were beating the shit out of the curve fucking predictions.
So this is why I like the idea of sandboarding, because it's like snowboarding. Snow is kind of rough because it's pretty damn cold. With surfing, if you're in a tropical place, it's warm. But if you're in the Pacific Northwest, then you got to wear a wetsuit. It's damn cold. And then like with skateboarding and longboarding, if you eat shit and you're not wearing protective equipment, you hit the asphalt at 20 miles an hour. That's rough. But with sandboarding, it's like the only thing that can really go wrong is if you get sand in your eyes or your nose, your mouth, and there's protective equipment for that, So it's like as long as you got that thing, the gator on your head and the right goggles on, like,
Yeah, but
nothing that really go wrong with sandboarding.
All right, first off, it sounds like you're a little bit of a wimp when it comes to cold temperatures. But secondly, and I can agree with you. I think it would be a lot of fun to do it on the sand also. I know like along the Mississippi, we like years ago we took like a family houseboating trip as a family reunion down the Mississippi River, and we stopped at a sandbar for an afternoon where they had these huge freaking dunes of just the finest, softest silica sand. Like, and we were all running and jumping, like they were like so steep, like and doing tricks off of it and shit. And the landing was always just like nothing. Like even snow is because snow packs, whereas sand doesn't. I mean, unless it's wet, like dry sand dissipates off. It's an even softer landing than on the snow. I could imagine that, yeah, boarding on the sand would be a lot of fun, but even the biggest sand dunes aren't that tall. So you got kind of a lot, and there's definitely no chairlift like to take you to the top of it either.
Well, yeah, that's why a friend of mine and I were contemplating renting a dune buggy in Florence, because they have dune buggy rentals there and places where you can like bring your own dune buggies if you have one. And so the whole idea is that we use the dune buggy as the ski lift to go to the top of the dune, right down, and then just go back up with the dune buggy over and over again.
Yeah. And you've done surfing. I'm a little bit jealous. I would love to try that out. I've only seen the ocean seen the ocean twice in my life. Both times I was pretty young. I think it would be fun to try surfing.
Ryan, all you have to do is walk up that hill like 3 times, and you're like, "Fuck this! Let's go back to camp."
Exactly.
If you're talking about that big ass hill that I think you're talking about, where it's got like a tree and a little lake at the bottom.
Oh well, yeah, I know that one, but that's
just
not the biggest one. That one,
no, I know
which one you're talking about, but
slope, yeah.
Well, yeah, but that's not when that one's like not really that steep. I mean, it's sort of big, but what I mean is like there's plenty, like just a few miles to the south of that you can walk to that are 3 times as high and twice as steep, or almost twice as steep.
You know, the ones where you take one step forward and you go and you move like half a step back.
Yeah, I know that. I know what that's like.
You got to like crawl to get anywhere. It's like, God damn it, this sucks. And the whole time, like the wind's like whipping that sand in your face. Fun times. Yeah, definitely. sandrail or at least like some sort of a quad or sandrail or something, you know. Or maybe even like a rope lift, like a winch type thing. So you can ride the board all the way up.
I think that would be more difficult in sand than on snow, and it's not that easy going uphill on it, even like a rope lift. Like it can't be. They do have rope lifts, but usually on more bunny hill kind of slopes. You know, they're usually not terribly steep when they do that, and they'll just do it like throughout the terrain park. You know, like so that you can just grab it and go up and grab it and go up like real quick without waiting in the line. And
I've seen people sitting there with kites, and these kites are like pretty much airfoils. They have it's like a sandboard. It's not a snowboard. About roughly the size of a skateboard.
Yeah.
And it's got like one binding on it, and your other foot's like kind of free, but you can like slip it in.
I was watching some. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Like they'll sit there and they'll fly these kites, and they'll start zipping across the wet sand where the surf is, and hit the water and like jump up in the air and get some air. Looks fun.
I don't know if you've seen snow skating. I was never much of a skateboarder, so it's not really for me. But basically, it looks like a skateboard deck, but it's got a bottom. You know, instead of trucks and wheels, it's got a bottom that's like a snowboard deck. So you can just take it, you know, kind of in like urban areas or whatever else, downstairs and rails and shit like that. After you got a fresh snow. That looks like a lot of fun if it was, you know, but that takes a lot more technical kind of riding too. Obviously, not being bound in, and you got to be more versed in like skateboarding and snowboarding.
Yeah, you got to be stuck to the board, grip tape and sticky shoes and shit.
Yeah, snow skating.
How that would work in the cold? I'm pretty sure the glue wouldn't work that well. Same with the grip tape. I'm pretty sure.
You can take the trucks off a deck.
Up.
Yeah, you can take the trucks off a deck and do it, but it's not even fun.
You'd have to wax the bottom of the board and everything.
And you wouldn't keep it under you. It's like
we lost him mid sentence.
But I have seen I think there's snow boogies or something like that. They're like shorter snowboards, but they're wider though, almost like a wakeboard.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, like a boogie board is what the snow boogie. That's why it's called a snow boogie. It's more like a. Yeah.
Those look fun.
Actually, my daughter has.
You're breaking up real bad, bud.
My daughter has a little sled, like more of a knee board. You know, that's called the snow boogie. Actually.
I remember going snow sledding, or not sledding. They were like discs.
Yeah, saucers.
Yeah, but
Saucer
I didn't have that much fun with them. Right, I had more fun on the sand dunes with them.
Dude, no, you want to see the most awesome sled? So check this out. This is what I bought. Give me a minute. It's gonna take me a second to find it. This is what I bought for my daughter. I could go out. Actually, I probably have a picture of it.
Yeah, you're a little better now. Glad.
Good. Yes, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
The only thing I want to say was...
you join me in a different server, a debate in a different server, would anyone want to join if I can set it up?
Sure, where's it at?
I've not had a reply yet, but I'm just waiting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll go. That'll be fun.
Cool, man. Need some wide variety of people's knowledge, man, because mathematics and shit like that's not my bag.
Oh, it's not really mine either, but I mean, I can argue flat earth.
Math sucks.
Yeah.
That's the good thing about flat Earth. It measures your flat regardless.
One becomes two. You know how I know? How else can you tie your shoe? You got one shoelace and you got two ends.
Yeah, I had to teach myself how to tie my shoes because every time somebody tried to explain it, I was like, that doesn't help at all. I'm not going to try that.
No.
Nope.
Yeah, I had to go through plenty of knots and undoing the knots. Wallet on my foot until I got it right.
Okay, so what I wanted to say that whole time is really quick. We used to take the trucks off of skateboard decks and do trampoline tricks with it and shit. That was fun.
Oh, yeah, trampolines, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Duct tape a old skate shoe to the damn board so it's like a truck. Or not a truck, but like binding.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, and then you could do like flips with it and shit.
Yeah.
We were trying to do flip tricks, like a million
Jump
kick
off
flip.
the roof. Climb up on the roof.
We didn't do that. Well, actually, we couldn't. We probably would have if we could have, but it wasn't near any roofs.
Oh, one time I jumped off the roof, landed on the trampoline, and they bounced me, right? They sky bounced me. I went up so high and landed back on the trampoline, and like enough momentum when I hit the trampoline, it like bottomed out. My back hit the ground.
Oh, that's.
All right, so this is the. I'm posting it right now. Sorry, I didn't need to cut you off for this, but this is the sled that I bought for my daughter last year, and it just looked like way too much fun not to buy it. It's like retarded fast and dangerous. My daughter is not ready for this fucking sled. I'm not ready for this fucking sled.
That's kind of an oxymoron, isn't it? Retarded fast. Doesn't retarded mean slow?
No. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You've been very. That's very interesting of you, Orion.
That looks awesome,
dude. It is. Okay. So it looks fun and it looks fast, and the moment you the moment you get on that thing, it's like, holy shit! How do we stop? There's no brakes on this thing.
Where's your anchor?
Yeah.
You need a fucking grappling hook and wrap it around a tree. Hold on. The sled might stop, but you might not.
No, this thing is really cool, but it's like dangerously fast, not retarded fast. Thank you, Orion.
It looks like you can steer it, though.
Yes, it's steerable. Yeah, it's steerable. But it doesn't have brakes.
I'd be bitching if you could adjust the camber on it so it slices in and so the front wheels get dug in and or not the front wheels, the front blades are digging in instead of towing. So it's constantly like self-correcting. So you don't have to fight the terrain so much. And then like the back wheels have it cambered out, so it's more like
the steering has like a spring in it, so it's kind of self-correcting and centering.
Yeah.
So I mean, it mostly just goes straight, but if you need to turn it, you can. They tell you that the only proper way to ride it is head first on your belly.
I'd lay on my back, like on my ass, with my feet on that steering bar and use my feet to steer it.
Right now, because I'm trying to go on it with my daughter, like, she sits in front of me between my legs, and I sit on my butt and steer it with my feet. But that they tell you that that's not the way to use it. The first time we went, like literally, it took like 20 or 30 feet, and all of a sudden I'm like, whoa, this is starting to go really fast. And I started digging my heels in as hard as I could into the hill, and I was kicking snow, just spitting up into our faces, and it was still, I swear to God, we were going 40 miles an hour with me trying to stop this thing.
Did it come with any warnings or?
Yeah, lots of warnings, actually.
Yeah, I figured.
Jesus.
It's a lawsuit.
Did it say you might want to get a life insurance policy before riding this toy?
That'll raise your insurance premiums, bro.
Right. All I see is risk. I don't see any reward here, Lou.
Pay straight cash for that. If you put that on your card, they're going to be calling.
You know, there's few professions that you cannot get life insurance for. One of them is an undersea welder, right? And I believe another one is a test car driver or a test driver for these sleds. Yeah.
And then there's also recreational sled enthusiasts.
Oh God.
Then let's see, bobsledding, ski jumping, just skiing in general, parasailing, skydiving. Where do we start?
Bungee jumpers. Yeah, you got to sign all
They're
these
the worst
waivers.
kind. They want to actually hit the ground slow enough to where they survive.
Hit the ground slow enough just to break their neck, just to get zipped back up again.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where, like, it was Christmas time, and I like to spoil my daughter, and then I saw this, and I was like, oh, that's something I would want. I'm like, you know what? I do want it. I'm going to pretend it's for my daughter.
Just going to say, you know that was for you the whole time, sucker.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure your old lady saw right through that.
Mine would have definitely. She would have made me feel shitty for it too.
You know she ain't never gonna ride that thing. It's too damn fast, too dangerous. You ain't never gonna let her go unless she's wearing a football, like linebacker gear.
Yeah, no, they that's one of the warnings. They tell you that they strongly encourage you wearing a helmet.
Wear pads too.
Do they make a ski helmet?
Does this company make a ski helmet? I don't know, but
No, I mean, does any company make a ski helmet?
Oh, fuck yeah!
Probably
Dude,
use
if you ever go to nowadays, if you go to any ski hill, like, you're a freak if you're not wearing a helmet these days.
I don't know,
Just show up there with a motocross helmet. Use the visor.
Now my go-karts is different. I wear a helmet when I'm riding go-karts.
Yeah, it's a $250 sled. Okay, like this beats the shit out of all the other kids with their plastic crap at the fucking hill. You know what I mean?
Says, it looks like at least a week in the hospital.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I said a week in the hospital, or just a coffin by itself. You just put the coffin right on top of this thing and just put yourself in.
Oh shit!
I would love to take it though. Like, if I could get, I don't know if any mountain or anything. Like, if I were to take it out west or something, like, I doubt unless I worked on the hill that they would let me take it up on the lift with me. But I did see a video of somebody who on one of these ski resorts took it down a green run, you know, like a little what they call like
the kiddie hill,
not the catwalk, but like, yeah, the cat path or whatever. They're basically just access roads that take you to the top during the summer. So it's a gentle slope that goes on for a really, really long time. And even in that, like, it was the green run, the beginner like runs. The lady who was riding this thing in her video, like, she was digging her heels into the ground to slow herself down, like, all the fucking time. Like, it just keeps on picking up speed because it's like being on skis without ever turning. You know,
he's going to take that thing to Pike's Peak, and he's going to sit there and say at the top of it, he's going to say, "I'm Clark G.W. Griswold Jr., and I'm here to attempt the world land speed record on a sled."
Land speed record, yeah.
All right,
Bingo.
let her rip. Wow. Oh shit!
But I think that would be the most fun though, is to take it on something like that. One of those roads down a mountain,
It really looks to me like you're supposed to lay on it forward, and you're supposed to put your hand on the
They
front
tell you
bar.
you're only
So that's the reason why nobody could ride it properly. They were being a pussy, and they weren't
you're
riding.
only properly supposed to ride it skeleton style. So you're supposed to go first on your belly, like you said, skeleton.
I could see you riding it that way, but I can imagine being terrified though too. Like if there's kid in the way and you're like slam, you could just take somebody off right at the knee.
Don't they call skeleton road luge?
Something like that.
Where you're on like a bodyboard, just like centimeters above the ground.
Yeah, I think they do that with wheels too, right? Like, but skeleton is actually it's similar to bobsled. It's a snow sport first, actually, where they do it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought you meant like that's what they call this kind of board thing.
We got
it's called the Yukon Hammerhead Pro, is what that is.
HD.
We got the big foosball game coming up.
Yukon Hammerhead Pro HD. Yeah, that's the one.
The fact there's like 5 adverbs after the name. It's usually a sign there's danger.
Yeah, I kind of went all out with that fucking sled.
But
you know,
after kayak and just ride the kayak down there.
Oh yeah, there you go. Just attach a kayak to the bottom of it and just zip out over a lake, and if you ain't got to worry
I didn't
about
know.
it
I
because you
didn't
hit the
mean drag
ice, and then you just
with the
hit
amount of
water and
speed. Yeah, if you could find like a snowy slope that ends in water, I bet you if you were to hit that water at full speed, like you get a good transition, you could probably skip across the water. You could probably skip across the water for easily a good 50 feet or 100 feet. Like, just
you get like a couple GoPros on it, like GoPro facing back at you as you're doing it, and another one facing forward. You can probably make a viral video that way. Do it.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any place that's gonna like allow me to take it, like to really utilize it. That's the problem. It's kind of like buying a Ferrari in fucking Wisconsin, you know? Like,
okay, go to Honeyman State Park. Go to Honeyman State Park in Oregon, right? It's in Florence, Oregon. This is right there,
trailer
Lane County.
In
Beautiful area. And you just take the thing on the sand dune and you slide down the sand dune into the lake. Got Lake Cleetwalk right there. And the lake is creepy. It's like you look down and you see trees that are still standing.
Dude, Helio Skeptic found the world speed record.
Yeah, did you watch? I told you I saw videos on this fucking thing before. Yeah, did you watch it?
Fuck no, I don't think I've seen the world speed record one, but I've seen other videos similar.
Yeah, it's like they're riding down this fucking, and it's just like they're riding past people, and it's just like the whole time you have to be going, get the fuck out of the way! I can't stop.
That sounds like it. That sounds. It needs to have a blowhorn on the front.
Yeah, exactly. Wah, wah, wah. I'm coming.
Just set it up with a air ram.
What's
and
that freaking video?
have it like crazy. A siren, so when you're zooming down, there's like.
Helio, bro, can you hear me?
What's up?
You don't want to hit it.
Yeah, but do you want to go over their server? Just get them a member but more members in their own server. Take the bot or your account over there. Record. You up for that?
No, actually, I have to go to work.
Fuck.
I just jumped back in when you guys were talking about that. I'm eating, and then I'm going to go to sleep. Where are you talking about? What server are you talking about? I may be able to do it this weekend.
I'm trying to get them to come over here, but we usually like outsourcing and going to other servers. What the fuck was that, man? What was the screeching down the mic?
Somebody's
shit!
Laughing. Are you talking about another room in this server? I can't.
You're breaking up a little bit, Panto.
A lot.
He's talking about another server. He's set up a debate in another server.
Yeah, which one? Where is it? Just if you post it in the live stream voice text, you don't even need to tell us.
Yeah, that would help.
Oh, we've got one in here though. CBA, no rolls. Just came in from the lobby.
Hi there.
No rolls, so I don't think they can speak. But yeah.
Well, they can probably unmute.
Dude, that's like almost as flat as it gets when you're going in the mountains too. And look how fast they're fucking going.
Yeah, it's crazy as fuck, man. You got to have some big balls to go that fast on that little thing. Crazy.
My internet going, man.
Like if you go that far, you're gonna have to know it levels out at a certain point because there's no brakes. Like
that is practically level. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
We've got CBA and Crypto Bear, both new people in the chat. No rolls.
Listen to this guy giggle the entire way down the fucking hill.
Yeah, he's rolling by people like 2 feet from him. He's probably like, "Hey, get out of the way! I can't stop."
Could you imagine hitting a deer?
Oh man! Oh, you'd be screwed.
Oh no, you're kind of low to the ground.
You'd hit his. You know what?
You take his legs out from underneath him.
You might just chop block him and freaking just cut underneath.
Hey, you cock block.
I'd hate to, hit a deer leg, with my forehead. That would not be cool at 50 miles an hour.
Oh, that's why you got to wear a helmet.
If you're going fast enough, you'll go underneath him before he lands on top of you.
Oh, that would be.
There's this hill up in
Just go
Reno,
between their legs
North
and the
Reno.
deer would be like, "What?"
There's this hill that I would love to take this thing on, and it's steep as F too. I mean, it's steep. You'd probably be doing 150 by the time you hit the bottom of that sucker.
Yeah, I mean, if you're comparing it to this soft slope, like if you take it on something steep, oh my god.
Yeah, you'd definitely be in trouble. You better hope
Dude,
you
the amount of water that's coming out of your eyes, you definitely need to wear goggles. Your eyes would freeze.
Yeah. No, you definitely need to wear a helmet and goggles. Like literally,
Christmas vacation. Sorry, Audrey's eyes are
frozen.
Or she can't see. Her eyes are frozen.
Dad, did you bring a saw? It's one of my favorites.
What's really funny is I was looking at them and I'm like, these skis on the bottom of this thing could maybe use a wax job.
I see you adding sandpaper to the bottom of those.
Garnish. It's semi-permeable, but it's not osmotic. You see, it wraps and it seals the crunch in.
Yeah, it's a cool video, man.
Yeah, I guarantee you that's not the speed record. That was a pussy slope. The speed record, nobody has the fucking balls to do it.
It needs to be like a ski slope and like a launch. Like,
It kind of looks like it's not even going downhill at all. It looks like they're pushing themselves uphill or something.
Still cool though. It looks like fun.
I was snowboarding in BC. I was going down a mountain and they had a blue run. The blue run is like pretty steep. It's not like a black diamond or anything. But
yeah, it's intermediate. Blue is intermediate. Yeah.
So I put the app on my phone to measure my speed. And on the first run, like this wasn't the fast one, but on the first little hump, which was snow, I got 68 kilometers an hour. And then when I went to the blue run, which had a section of like really packed snow and like a little bit of ice, I clocked myself and I was like ass to the board, holding onto my board, like crouched down, like I was like doing it all right. On one side of my blade on my snowboard, I clocked myself at 96 kilometers an hour, and I was flying.
Holy shit!
What is that in miles?
It's probably like 60.
Yeah, it's in excess of 60 miles per hour. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 60 to 70 miles an hour. Yeah.
It's definitely cooking. Yeah, I think I've hit.
You're gonna need a
I've got a
master's for
cousin.
that one.
I've got a cousin who his job was working. He was like he was the grounds manager at Beaver Creek, Colorado. So his job was literally like to just snowboard all day and like tell the crew like what needs to be groomed, what doesn't, and like all that stuff. And when we were out there, he was just like, "Hey, ride with me. Follow me if you can." And this dude's like practically pro snowboarder, and so just trying to keep up with him, we were bombing some of these fucking runs, and all of a sudden there was one where I don't know, I the fastest I've ever gone. I didn't clock myself, but I would guess that it was about the same speeds you're talking about. And all of a sudden there was like a really hard dip and turn where it was like almost a 90-degree turn. And when I hit it, like there was so much G-force, like just because it flattened out so fast after a steep part. Like my leg muscles, I got pretty strong leg muscles. I mean, I climb ladders for a living and shit. Like, I like couldn't even hold it. I bottomed out basically. I had my knees went to my chest, and it was also around a turn. And I somehow at that full speed managed to like do like 360s at that speed, and it kind of like fell off the edge of the trail. And he like stopped. He turned back and he's like, "Holy shit! Like, are you all right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine." He's like, he was laughing at me, but but yeah, like, man, we were really fucking hitting it. We were cooking.
I clocked myself doing that 96. Picture a Y, right? And this other guy on skis who was like flying down too, coming in the other way to meet up at that single spot. And there's a slight bend, not like 90, but there's a slight bend. And like I'm crouched on the board. There's no more muscle strength. This is all like bone structure. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jeez, it was insane. And he comes flying around, the look on his face, the look on my face. I'm like, dude, like, get out of my way. And slowing down from that, boy, was that fun though. You got a whole mountain, and you get to the point where you stand up, and it's just carving, carve. You can't hit the brake right away. I tried hitting the brake, and it really didn't do shit. You're going so fast, you're just.
It sounds to me like you. It sounds to me like you're the more boarding style that I have too, where it's more about just less terrain park, more speed and carving. You should take a look at the GNU Essential Service, the board that I bought. It's super highly rated for like for carving and like edge, like through icy conditions and shit like that. Like you might want to take a close look at this thing. The GNU or New Essential Service.
I like my board. I love my board. For my foot stompers, I got little lobster claws on it. It's fucking dope. Red board, nice and bright, shiny, glossy. Flexibility is fucking mint. Sorry, I'll cut down on swearing. Construction worker, my bad. Yeah, no, I love snowboarding.
One more time. So actually,
I won't do the parks like with the half. Like I'll go in there, but I prefer traversing through trees, like not clipping her, but like just.
It's fun. Yeah, the trees are fun. There's a little bit of added danger there, like, but you can kind of take your time through them. It's definitely fun hitting those wooded trails.
You want to see a fun one? YouTube Spanky's Ladder at Whistler, and
dude, I'd love to go to Whistler. I've never been to Whistler, but
it's beautiful, man. You could die so easily if you just take the wrong. Yeah.
So there's a picture of my old board next to my new board, and then there's my new boots. I'm waiting on the bindings. They're the Burton Step-ons.
Oh, nice, nice. Oh, those are skinny.
Actually, they're size 12 wide.
Are they? Okay, it's just a picture. Yeah, I'm a 12 and a half or 13 wide, 12 inch fucking freaking shoes.
Yeah. So the board on the right is the new GNU. It's a 160 wide. The one on the left is a Burton. It's a 162 wide board. Some Tech 9 strap-ons.
I'm like working right now, so I'm like peeking every now and then. Whistler was definitely fun. I went to BC, went all up the Okanagan Valley, Sun Peaks, Mount Baldy, Banff. Oh, let's go more.
Dude, like I've been sitting around like pretty much overstressing. Anxiety is a thing for me these days. Like I'm normally pretty good at dealing with stress and anxiety and shit. But dude, with the world that we're in right now, I won't lie, anxiety has been fucking hitting me. And like instead of buying guns and ammo and shit like that and just raising my stress level, I thought it would be worthwhile to buy some new gear and just hit the fucking slopes.
Hit the slopes, man. Don't let that stress take over you, man. It's just stress, man. Just stuff. It only beats if you let it beat you. You know, I'm not trying to sound all like whatever here, but straight up, word. It is how you make it.
Yeah, you gotta have your stress relief. You gotta do what makes you happy.
Yeah, you do. That's why I bought a brand new 2020 Dodge Challenger last year. But hey, man, if the world's coming to an end, I might as well spend my money. Why save it?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, when I was thinking of pulling the trigger on this stuff, it's like I'm like, man, my money could probably be better spent on provisions. Yeah, but on the other side, I'm like, no, this is what just something inside of me just really wants this, you know. And like, I've been thinking about buying a new like OLED TV and shit like that. No, that completely disappeared. Fuck the TV. That's where all this negative energy comes from. Like, no, we're going outside. We're gonna do something.
See, if the world ends, everyone's like, "Oh, get guns, get ammo, this and that." Yeah, sure, like you got a bit, but see, the real trick is go out and get yourself a cat key. When the world comes to an end, I think having a loader on standby is pretty helpful.
Well, dude, no matter what, if it's that bad, a gun only buys you just a little bit of time, not much. Like your chances of dying actually go up because you have a gun.
Yep. Like if I'm in a loader and I see a guy like in front of me and he's got a gun and he's like, "Yeah, I'll rob you and take your stuff because the world's ending," I'll just lift my bucket, block all his shit and run him over, scoop him up, make sure he's dead, and then when he's finally dead, I'll just take his guns. Robot is bad, bro.
Talk YouTube, man, for all on Discord.
I heard it on Discord. Other than that, nothing.
I'm saying don't talk about killing people on Discord.
Nobody's talking about really. Nobody's really talking about killing people.
That's what he just said. He said run them over in the car and kill them.
In that story, I'd be self-defense. Because I'm just in a loader, man. He's the one with the gun pointing at me, shooting at me.
Don't talk about shit like that on the live stream, man. That's what I'm saying. Jesus Christ.
It's not that terrible, man. You can't, remember guns and violence and all that is the only okay thing.
Why do you keep talking about it?
You're sort of the one who really is making a deal out of it.
Yeah.
No wonder.
There's a Terminator.
These divisive topics, they could get us shut down, man, or they could lose Helio's YouTube, glorifying it and presenting
Dude,
it.
I don't know if you missed something, but literally, I was saying instead of buying guns,
No,
and
you,
ammo,
the other guy,
the
other guy. Well, no, you, man.
You're listening to this mumbling, whatever. Instead of buying all that, I just get you a cat key or get you a machine key, get it set up, or you know where it is. Hop in a machine.
Anybody want to talk about flat Earth? Any newcomer?
Yeah, Banner 103. I don't know if he's unmuted.
Surely somebody wants to ask a flat Earth related question that's listening.
Yeah,
don't worry, we don't bite.
His mic is better than everybody who's trying to talk. Let him speak.
Who? I can't hear anymore.
All right, who's trying to ask the flat Earth question? Open him up. Question is, how do you snowboard down a flat Earth?
You get a buddy in the truck and a long rope.
At least it's not up like the globe over a curve.
Actually, what I was able to do twice, I used to own a house on the lake up here in Canada, and when the lake froze over, there wasn't much snow anywhere, and I had a sled. I had a Ski-Doo 600, and I had my snowboard, so I'd get a buddy to hop on the sled and go out to the lake and just get whipped around on this massive, perfectly frozen flat lake, because the way our weather came about, everything kind of just frost froze, so there's no, it was like a skating rink, the lake. And then we got some snow in there. Yeah, you just on the back with a long rope and get yanked around. It's pretty great.
I bet that would be a ton of fun too. I've never done that, but I've got an uncle who has a couple of sleds. We just got to find the right location, and I got to talk him into doing it. Hey, pull me around for a while.
My old man used to pull us around behind the snowmobiles like that too, and I do that for my daughter.
I got a Polaris Ranger UTV that I used to clear the plow and shit. And if the snow is not too deep, it'll still grab pretty good. It's 4-wheel drive and everything. And so actually last year I was tugging her around the yard doing circles, towing her on her sled. That was pretty fun, but the problem is there's just I can't legally do this stuff other than in the yard, and the yard is a decent size, but it's not great. I need a big open fucking field or a big open fucking parking lot to be able to take and go do the shit without the cops fucking with me. Fuck the police.
You can legally do it on the water, on the ice, the lakes. You can do that. You can do whatever you want. Well, at least that's how it is up here in Canada.
Yeah, I think you're right, but I can't even drive it to the lakes legally. I have to fucking put it on a trailer and tow it there. Like I'm in a land of lakes. There's like 10,000 lakes in the state or more. We don't even know how many lakes there are. There's no matter where you are, there's one nearby, but I can't like drive the UTV there because it's not street legal.
Guess how many lakes are in my province?
Look who's back.
Guess how many lakes are in my province?
So provinces are way bigger than states, man.
Yeah, no. In Manitoba, there's 110,000 lakes. In Ontario, there's 222,000 lakes.
Yeah, around here,
we're running out of water
in the Midwest near Lake Michigan. Like we've got like Minnesota, their license plates say "Land of 10,000 Lakes." But in Wisconsin and Michigan, we actually have more lakes than even Minnesota does. We don't even know how many. Like they don't all have names.
Oh, that's like up here on my old trap line. It was a 6 mile squared township, and on that township there was 310 lakes, and only 5 of them were named.
Yeah.
How many shoal lakes do you know about? Because there's a lot of freaking shoal lakes. I'm trying not to swear, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't swear. We're on the live stream.
Yeah, I know.
A little bit of swearing is fine. Just don't overdo it. It's fine.
Filthy mouth construction worker.
Fuck shit. Yes.
That's fine because you're roboting. All I heard was nuts. I was in gem server there. Fucking oh my god. Dallas Dave is just talking about clones non-stop, man.
Hey Lou, do you think you'd ever try one of these if you had the chance? These Metro Board X's, I guess, be plural.
I don't know if I would anymore, but there was definitely a time where I would. I used to have a mountain board, what they, like an off-road skateboard, basically, that's meant for downhill. It's supposed to be similar to snowboarding and shit. I had one that had a design instead of 4 wheels. It was so like I have one in my basement. Like actually, like it's got 2 10-inch all-terrain wheels in the front and one in the back. So it's a 3-wheel design. And the 3-wheel design was tons of fun because like I had a friend who owned a sports shop, like that he wanted me to actually test the stuff out for him before he sold it. And the 4-wheel design, it cut and turned like a little too hard, and it grabbed a little too much. But the one rear wheel design was a ton of fun for me. And what's funny is like the ones that are big nowadays, they're all the 4-wheel design. But the one that I liked was the 3-wheel design. It just felt more like snowboarding. Like that back wheel, you could really push a lot of lean into it and like kind of skid the corners, drift the corners. It was a ton of fun. What you're showing has more of like an inline skate wheel, which is more for like, smooth surfaces and shit. But yeah, there was definitely a time where I would try something like that out.
Well, there's all-terrain wheels on the one I have and this one here, but you can change them between skating wheels and all-terrain wheels. But yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I was taking mine down like steep, freaking grassy hills and shit, and just carving on the fucking hills. It literally across the grass. It would just slide. I mean, it was a little bit rougher than snowboarding, but it had a similar feel. It was a ton of fun. Actually, I'll go downstairs and grab it. It's got deflated tires nowadays, but and they're probably dry rotted, honestly, because I haven't used it in so long. But I'm gonna go downstairs and grab it. Take a I got this thing for free too for demoing it.
Something I think that's worth noting about this particular design, this Metro Board X, this really new type of electric longboard, is that, and this is one of the main reasons why I bought it, is because it has two motors as opposed to normally they have one, electric motors. But with the rear truck, it's designed to elevate the motors above and behind the longboard so that they're sticking out the back upwards. And the reason why this is relevant is it makes it so there's more clearance space beneath the board. Also, it looks better too that way.
Dude, what the fuck? Where is this thing? I hope I did. Maybe because I didn't use it for so long, I might have actually gotten rid of it. I might have thrown it out, which would be unfortunate. I'm not seeing it down here in the basement. I got my old avalanche snowboard. Oh, you poor little girl. There's I might have actually recently got rid of it. I was doing some house cleaning earlier this year. It's kind of getting rid of stuff that I didn't need to hoard anymore. I think I got rid of that motherfucker.
Yeah, I definitely know what you mean, though, by those sharper turns, by having 3 wheels instead of 4.
Yeah.
I can imagine that.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It had a lot of action. I think that adoption. It would have been cool to show you. Like I said, I had a friend who started up on a skate shop / just sports equipment shop, whatever, and he had a few designs of these things that he was testing out. And this was back in the very early days, like when mountain boards were coming out. And he wanted me to. He gave me like 3 different ones to demo for like a month or so. And I gave him my input, and then the one that I told him I liked the most, he said, keep it. I had to give him back the other 2.
So I think it's kind of funny that I'm still wondering with this electric longboard that I have what the top speed really is, because the only way to find that out would be to put on a lot of protective equipment, like the sort of things that NASCAR drivers wear, that sort of thing, and then tighten up the trucks really tight. Go to like an airport, where there's no airplanes on the runway. You're free to do what you want, and then test it out there. But I don't know. I would only guess that maybe the top speed would be somewhere between 40 and 60 miles per hour, but that's just a guess. I really have no idea.
Well, I was looking at like electric skateboards and shit. And there are some out there that are retarded fast. Okay, again, correct me. Go ahead, do it. There, there. Like I think I saw one that does like 80 miles an hour. Like it tops 80 miles an hour on a fucking electric skateboard.
Yeah, but you can't turn very easily unless you loosen the truck.
Anybody who has the balls to ride a fucking skateboard at 80 miles an hour has a death wish.
Especially on asphalt.
Right. And then the thing that I was reading about the reviews of it was that it accelerates extremely fast too. So like, like if you're not ready for it, you hit go and that thing's just gone and you're laying on the ground.
I'm pretty sure still to this day the quickest vehicle in the world, the one vehicle that has the highest acceleration rate, is the electric motorcycle, and it's got the fastest or the quickest they've ever clocked it at is 0 to 60 in 0.95 seconds, which is absurd.
Yeah, that's where electric vehicles shine, is off the line. They have the highest torque, like especially compared to like internal combustion engines and shit. It's not even comparable. Dude, with that mountain board I was talking about that I must have thrown away earlier this year. I hit my head really hard with that one time too. So I had funny. I've got a few stories of bad freaking head bumps. But with that one, like I was playing with it with a friend in an area where there's a short but steep. I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 feet down, where it was nice and steep, and then it dropped off into there was a curb, and then it went into an asphalt parking lot near a school. And we were just cruising, going around the neighborhood looking for places to ride it. And we were like, oh, let's hit this up here. And I rode it fine down the hill. I made it off the curb, but the moment the thing hit pavement, it like accelerated on me, basically. Even though this isn't an electric board or anything, but there was way less friction. So I guess I wasn't ready for it, and kind of got leaned back, and the board took off under my feet, and I hit really hard off the pavement. And my buddy I was with thought I was dead. I woke up like 5 minutes later, and I thought only seconds had passed. And he like was standing over the top of me, like everything was black for a little while. And I felt this sensation of like blood rushing out of the back of my head, but there was none. It was weird. So I put my hand on the back of my head before I could even see. And like I kind of like all of a sudden vision started to come back, and I had my friend standing over the top of me, like, "Are you all right? Are you all right? Are you all right?" And yeah, I've had a few ugly experiences with stuff like this. We didn't used to wear helmets unless somebody forced you.
I once got in a bike accident where I clipped the back of a car as they were pulling out into another street, and I didn't see them like coming around a corner, and I was like going too fast or whatever. And like, even with the bike helmet, I was still knocked out cold. And, that just seeing nothing but just the color black, or, just seeing nothing but darkness and hearing nothing but silence for like a few minutes or a few seconds. And then you wake up like a few feet from where you were before, because the woman whose car I hit, she dragged me out of the street and onto the sidewalk so I wouldn't get run over.
Well, with that one where it said it was all blackness, was all blackness when I was coming to, like, I literally had like an outer body experience with that one. Like I saw myself on the pavement before all of a sudden it went back to black again, and I started to come to. Like, it was pretty fucked up.
I learned that day that when you get a concussion, it doesn't really hurt so much at first, but give it a few hours and you'll have probably the worst headache of your life.
Yeah, I've had 3 concussions. So, yeah, like in a lot of like professional sports and stuff, by the 3rd concussion, they say you're out, no more. You're not allowed to play anymore. That's the way they do it now.
Well, yeah, but remember back in the day, they're like, "Oh, concussions is just a conspiracy theory." This and that, blah blah blah. Oh god. Yo, you ever ride one of those mountain roller coasters where it's like a single person thing on a flipping rail that goes down the mountain?
Well, like a monorail kind of roller coaster deal? No, I've never seen anything like this. Sounds interesting.
I think it's less fun if there's no one with you, because then you can't hear other people screaming.
Well, it's like a single person. It's like a barrel, a steel barrel, with this hand brake in it. That's all you get is like this one hand brake, and it's a rail. It's a track, like a rail, a single rail that goes down the mountain. It's like one pole, not like 2, like a roller coaster, but like one pole, and it goes down this mountain, and it's deadly. I've never been on it, but
that sounds like tons of fun because it's on a track. I would be like the kind of person who would be like, well, why would I ever use the brakes? This thing is stuck to a track.
you can get charged because there's videos of one kid doing that, and he didn't hit the brake, and he just full sent it into the back of this woman who was going slow, and he was being impatient. He's like, "Oh, come on, come on!" He's like, "Ah!" You could hear him just getting mad, and he full sent it in the back of this lady who's doing like 2 clicks, and he's doing like I don't even know, like 60 or like, and you just see her whiplash and then like go limp.
Literally. Oh yeah, no, well, it's something like that. Like if I knew there was nobody going to be on the track in front of me though, like there's pretty much nothing to worry about if you're attached to a track, right?
Oh no, whiplash is whiplash, bro.
No, I'm saying if there's nobody else, like if you're, like the reason that this accident happened is because there was somebody else on the track in front of him going slow.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, if there was no one on the track, I don't think I would ever use the brake. If I knew, like if I inspected the hardware beforehand and I was like, this is solid. This will hold me plus like 5 other me's for like 4 G's. Yes, I am not touching that brake. I'm just gonna fly down that hill. Even though there's signs that slow down, like caution, slow down. Screw
it. Yeah, maybe you might tap the brake when it says slow down for a second, but no, you're not really gonna, like, if you're an adrenaline junkie, you're just gonna be like, no, I'm attached to a rail. What's the worst that could happen?
Well, I see that was my theory too, but I just thought like because in BC you could be doing 100, then a sign will say like slow to 20 for this turn, and you're like, what the hell? And next
Aren't
thing
those
you know,
the famous last words of people that get hurt really bad?
Yeah. Well, why do you think I've had the accidents I've already been describing to you guys?
Like if there was a 90-degree turn on the track where it was like, hey, slow down, the G's are too much, I'd be like, hey, legit, I'll slow down for that. Like a sharp right turn or something because the mountain's weird, or you know what I mean? I'll slow down for that, but anything else, hell no. In fact, I'll go there with some oil, in a spray can or something, and just have it right over the wheel, right? Have it right over the track and just spray the whole way.
I'm sure the people who go after you really appreciate that.
Yeah, their brakes won't even work. That's a hard no.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like tons of fun. It's like doing the bobsled, but instead of possibly flipping it over or going flying off the fucking track, like you're literally attached to a track. Like it would be like, so what if I freaking go 900 miles an hour? That sounds like fun to me.
Yeah, bring goggles.
I've also found that on those really steep water slides, keep your butt cheeks really, really tight, or you're in big trouble.
No, the goal is those water slides, dude. You're doing it wrong if your butt's hitting the water. You gotta arch your back. Your butt is out. You're riding only on your heels and your shoulder blades.
Yeah, but
Bro, when I'm going over the side of something that's like 90-degree angle straight down, I'm not thinking about keeping my ass up, bro. I'm thinking about keeping my ass inside between the two bumps.
You literally want to be sitting on the water underneath you in the slide. You have your heels, and that's when you come out. Like when you're a kid, you have those red marks, like on your shoulder blades. Like it just killed after a while. But hell yeah! But if you're fat, you just go down. If you're big, there's like the bullet. I'm sure you guys, it's like a well-known type of water slide, right? The bullet.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, 2 humps and then a straight drop.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. And then it's like a free fall for like maybe 3 seconds.
Oh, it's deadly. My dad was at a point. He was a bigger guy, and holy fuck, you got air. Never heard my dad scream like that when I was younger. Oh,
my dad always set a good example. Like all this adrenaline junkie shit that we're talking about. Like, there's no wonder why I freaking started being it. Like when I was like 5 years old, we went to a water park. It's actually the world's biggest water park. That's what they claim anyway. In Wisconsin, it's called Noah's Ark, and they had like these big. They had these big zip lines and shit, and they said no inverted tricks or anything like that. Well, my dad read the sign and went, "Hey, watch this," and he freaking he went first, and yeah, he friggin' as the zip line would catch, he did a like a double backflip into the water, and it was awesome. But he got ejected from the fucking water park right there in front of me, like that. You're out of here, you know. You know, it's like that's the example that I got as a really young kid. You know, like, hey, rules aren't for us. Watch this.
Well, at least you didn't watch your father get killed or get maimed or something.
Yeah, well, actually, I never watched it happen, but he's nearly died many times. And I've got a couple of times under my belt also. We're both, yeah, like I said, it just kind of maybe runs in the family, but.
Well, I've never died, but I've come damn close to it. Like by the skin of my teeth, you know.
My dad, when I was a kid also, when I was really young, probably like 4 years old, it's one of the earliest memories that I have is my dad in a neck brace for a long time. and a back brace and shit because going snowmobiling, sledding, whatever. They used to always go, bar hopping from place to place to place, and they would, as the night went on, they'd be going faster and faster and racing each other from place to place. And my dad was less experienced on a snowmobile than his twin brother, my uncle. My uncle was leading, and there was a certain turn where he barely hung on and almost clipped a tree. And but he was leading by at least a quarter mile, and he kind of like had this like sixth sense where he was like, "Oh shit, Joe didn't make it." That's what his name. He was like, "Oh shit, Joe didn't make it." And they were twins, so this is a weird twin story. And so he turned around and went back to check. And then he got there just in time to witness my dad not make the fucking turn and collide into the tree at about 70 miles an hour. The sled went into a fireball.
Ouch.
Yeah, the sled went into a fireball. He mostly glanced off the tree, went flying through the woods, and he had a lot like third-degree burns on his foot and up his leg and stuff like that. And he broke a bunch of bones, including his neck. Didn't get paralyzed, but that was just one of many instances of near-death experiences and shit that he's had.
Damn. That's worse than the ones I've got.
It's really weird how like my uncle said Joe didn't make that and turned around and then witnessed it happen.
No, sorry, I had to talk to my boss. Have you seen those skate skis?
Yeah, those have been around for a long time. Pretty neat.
Oh yeah. My buddy got him because he's not a snowboarder or anything or skier, but he's like buddy from back in the day. He was a gangster type of guy, right? So he got these snow skis because he thought they'd be easy and not look goofy and whatnot. At the end of the day, we're all waiting for him. We're like, yeah, no, he went up there to do one last run, and we're waiting. We're like, fuck, he's not coming down. So we start going up there, and he's walking down. Finally, his face is red as shit. He went full speed into a tree.
Have you seen the split boards?
The what?
Split board.
No.
So it's a pretty new thing. It's kind of like those skates, except for it's a snowboard that you can split in two and it skis.
Damn. No.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So like you get to a flat area or whatever, and you can kind of use them like you can skate with them a little bit. Cross country skis you can put a lot easier. They're good for if you're the type of boarder who likes to hit the back country, and like where the lifts don't go. You do a little hiking first.
Oh, now I get it. I was thinking split in half like the two other ends, but split in half like skis. So what? One binding is on each one, and then you just spin it around, and that's not bad. Yeah, but You'd have to.
Yeah, actually, I haven't looked enough into it to see exactly how that works with the bindings. Maybe you have to like unclip them or whatever else, but yeah, it's called a split board. It sounds like something that you might be interested in.
Fuck, this sounds cool. I've never broken a bone in my life, eh? Yeah,
unlike me, I've shattered my heels. I've broken my left tibia and fibia. I broke my right arm, like right at the elbow joint. Like I even broke the growth plate or whatever. I broke my fist at least 3 times. Broke my nose twice in fights. Got my jaw broken. Got a couple of cracked ribs.
You just didn't learn your lesson the first few times, huh?
Well, I know I did. What I learned is that my body heals, and so who gives a fuck, right?
Yeah, it probably just made you think you were more and more invincible, right?
Yeah, right.
Keeps licking, keep on ticking.
It's like this guy who I worked for a couple of years ago. He was a retired firefighter, but he big into like cycling, and he's got these he does Ironman competitions and shit like that, triathlons, and like and he was showing me his bikes like in the garage. I was looking at them and was like, wow, those look really nice. And then I didn't realize how nice they were. Like, we're talking like $13,000 frames. And I was like, oh my God. And he was like, yeah, that's nothing. He's like, oh my God, that's nothing. The wheels cost just as much. Yeah, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And like, $13 frame with $13,000 wheels, like, and then he went on to tell me about how he's been hit by a car while riding 4 times. And I was like, why would you keep riding? And he goes, my body heals. It's my frame I'm worried about.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. That sounds like a typical dad.
I just seen this video, and
I only skinned the front part of my nose off, dude.
Yeah.
Someone was like, I can't believe a tractor is like $100,000, and then it pans to this like other people's like $100,000. Dude, what can you get for $100,000? He's like, fucking tires.
A new hip.
Man, tires on this machine that I'm on right now are like $8,000 a piece. That's cheap.
The really funny part about the retired firefighter who has, all this money and bikes in his garage, the house was a tiny little piece of shit. I guarantee you there was more money and bikes in his garage than his house was worth.
Yeah, some people are like that. Some people are like, wherever I live, it could be cheap as hell as long as there's a roof and a bed. You get that behavior though from more criminals.
I did tell you he worked for the government, didn't I?
Oh, my bad.
Just kidding.
How
He's a
dare you?
firefighter. You know, why are they so different from the cops or the politicians? They're all criminals.
Yeah,
I mean, just look at the just look at the history of firefighting. Those were gangs back in the day.
Yeah, I'm sure there was plenty of cities that were taken over by the firefighters. They would just start fires and then tell everybody, well, we're not going to fight the fires until you give us what we want.
Exactly. Exactly.
Otherwise, shovel buckets on your own house.
Firefighters don't care who you are. They'll rescue you. So that's kind of good.
Well, maybe
you are what you did.
Not. I wouldn't say that that's always the case, and there's definitely not the history of firefighting. That might be what they pretend to be nowadays, but there's a reason why they have to go through very stringent psychological testing. There's a lot of people who apply to be a firefighter who are pyromaniacs, and they've been known to, out of boredom, go and set their own fires just so they have something to do, something to put out.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, otherwise they're just washing their shiny fucking red truck every day of the week.
See, I want to be on
just a little bit
of polishing their chrome axe. You know, like that's.
I think there's a little jealousy going on here.
And then at the same time, going out and begging like a pander on the side of the street with a boot, saying like, "Hey, your taxpayers pay for me and my shiny truck, but would you like to donate?"
Taking their calendar photos. No, if I was a firefighter, man, I'd want to be on the back of one of those quad steering trucks. That'd be sick.
Yeah, snow park ranger would be the best.
Quit beeping at me, man. Shit.
And no, it's not jealousy that you sensed about the firefighters. It's something else completely. Animosity would maybe be more accurate.
Pure hate.
Well, it usually only takes one bad experience to spoil it for somebody, but you know, I would just.
No, I've never had a bad experience with a firefighter. It's just they've got it made. We after 9/11, we propped all firefighters up as heroes, and most of them have never fought a fire in their life. They're literally just freaking getting paid taxpayer dollars to freaking slide down poles and fucking polish trucks and axes. Like,
no, well, wait a second, Lou. So
that might be a little bit unfair
with the taxpayer thing that you're saying, you know, tax dollars and all that. But how many do you know of that are firefighters that, you know, call themselves heroes when they're definitely not? Like, how many individuals?
No, they don't call themselves that, but we were trained. They don't necessarily all call themselves that, but I mean, they will. Okay, they'll wear the T-shirts and shit that say it. Like, I'm a hero. I'm a firefighter. You know, I don't know what the exact slogans are, but like they just painted all firefighters as being heroes because they're firefighters.
Okay, I get that, but for a second there, you were saying that as if it was their fault that was happening.
No, it's not necessarily their fault. It's more of a societal problem.
So what you're saying is society's the problem.
Well, yeah, but I'm not gonna freaking continue to fluff their ass over it. I'll tell you this. Like, the guys at work give me a hard time. Like, they think because I'll go on like a 10-minute rant about firefighters, Oh, and you guys are already seeing it. So like they know it. Like they're like, hey, you want to
keep it up another 5 minutes, and you'll have.
They're like, hey, you want to piss Lou off? Let's start talking about firefighters. You know, like, no, I don't know if you guys have it, but like Firehouse Subs, like a sub shop, sub sandwiches. These people have also piggybacked on that whole fucking idea. And they'll tell you that a certain part of every sub that you buy is donated to the fire department, to the firefighters, the heroes. But if you actually look at the fine print, first off, their subs aren't that good. They're like mediocre at best. Secondly, they're not very good portions. You're gonna pay like premium prices for a shitty portion for a mediocre sub. And then they tell you that the reason why it costs a lot is because they're paying firefighters. But then you look and you find out that 1/100th of every cent goes to a fire department.
Might as well just not even bother donating, bro.
Is that a millionth of a cent? I'm not sure how many zeros that is.
A 1/100th of a cent. So it's a penny on the dollar, I guess. Or maybe.
Oh, no, it'd be a millionth of a dollar. Maybe I got that wrong.
I think it's like 100,000. It's like a penny on every $100,000 spent.
I thought it was like 1/1000th of a tenth of a cent or something like that. Isn't that what the coupon said? Right?
I'm sure it was like a tenth of a cent or something like that.
But I'm just saying, there's this whole culture surrounding like this whole propping up firefighters as heroes. Ever since the whole psyop of fucking the inside job of 9/11.
Yeah, that was a really bad.
The worst part though is that the sandwiches were terrible. That's the worst part.
No, the sandwiches were, like I said, they're average. They're just average tasting subs. They claim they use better quality meat. I don't believe them. You know, the portions aren't any bigger. The service is definitely not great. But they decorate the place with all.
Are you talking about a Subway or a sub shop?
Not a sub shop. It's a sub shop, like Subway.
Firehouse Sub Shop. There's a
Firehouse
chain.
Subs. It's like a Subway.
Not very big, but it's kind of like a Subway, but it's more like a Charlie's Subs or something like that. But it's firefighter style or whatever.
Oh, but it's still a franchise, you say?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, it's still a franchise.
But they charge premium prices for this shit, and it's really like not any better.
Yeah, there's probably like sodium nitrate in the meat. I mean, a lot of places have that would surprise you.
You know, one place that I do like that, I don't know whether you guys have ever heard of it, but it's called Mod's Pizza. It's basically these little small pizzas, and you pay like a plain price, and you can have whatever you want put on there, and they have like hundreds of toppings. And they put like crust toppings and stuff, all kinds of stuff. It's like really, really good pizza. But it's like a really thin crust dough. No, I don't work for them. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone so far. But
you're right, though. They're probably popular because there's one that just, was built right near where I live. And I never went in there because I don't really eat pizza that much. But
I've never heard of that pizza joint. So we probably don't have one around here.
I'm not sure. I forget where you live, but I live on the.
I'm in the Milwaukee area. I'm in southeastern Wisconsin.
Oh, then you probably have plenty of good deli sandwich shops all over the place over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good places to go. Yeah, and Firehouse Subs isn't one of them.
No, I would agree. Even though I've never eaten there, I'll take your word for it. Subway isn't all that great
the Antarctic subs, they'd be collecting money to save the penguin.
Yeah, right. The penguins should be saving us.
The one that I'm yet to go to that I've been hearing from a lot of people I know people I trust is Jersey Mike's. Like we've got, I definitely have to check that place out. Jersey Mike's is supposed to be pretty damn good for a sub shop.
Is Burgerville like just a West Coast thing? I think it is. Are there any Burgervilles where you are, Lou?
I've never heard about Burgerville either. No,
I've never even heard of it, but that doesn't mean I probably didn't see one at some point in my life. I just wasn't paying attention.
It's kind of an anomaly because it's a franchise, and I think they're just here in like Oregon, California, and Washington, I think. But there's like a few where I live. The thing is it's like almost like a McDonald's in its uniformity, but it's the exact polar opposite as far as the actual content of the food that they use. Like they have like real beef, real bread, real butter, that sort of thing, like real food. And if you're ever on the West Coast and you're trying to find like fast food or something, go for a Burgerville.
You want to know a place that gets way overhyped that really sucks, honestly, in my opinion? Chick-fil-A. Fuck Chick-fil-A.
Yeah,
man. Just a few days ago.
The line is like 500 cars long.
Dude.
Yeah, it's crazy too, like that. It doesn't make any sense. But yeah, just a few days ago, like
I'm like, do you want to eat dinner on time, or do you want to eat tomorrow?
And like I saw them pull out some Chick-fil-A and put it on my dining room table and start eating it, and I like immediately just turned to them and say, oh, you guys got shit fillet. And they're like all mad at me.
Dude, honestly, I mean, I don't know if you have it where you are, but you want to know what's a better chicken sandwich than Chick-fil-A? You'd think Chick-fil-A would have the best chicken sandwich. It's a chicken fucking sandwich place. Culver's chicken sandwiches. Way better than fucking Chick-fil-A's.
I've not heard of them.
That's a Wisconsin. That's a company that started in Wisconsin actually, and now they're national.
There's a local like smoke shop place that does smoked meats and things like that, barbecue stuff. I forget what the damn name of it is right now, but they do some really good sandwiches. You can like order, you can order it for like catering and all that. They have these huge pans. It's really killer barbecue sauce and stuff. Of course, I am from Missouri, so that's why I like Kansas City barbecue.
Dude, we love some barbecue up. I think everybody loves barbecue. Actually, I can't just put it to a reason. Everybody loves some good barbecue.
Well,
it's just that there's so many different styles of barbecue, though. I think Memphis is probably one of the more well-known styles, though.
There was this place in Missouri called Joe's Barn that we used to go to when I was a kid. And they had sawdust on the floor, so you could just dump whatever you want. So if you spilled anything on the floor, there's no worries, because no big deal. And I remember it was like a smorgasbord place. It's all you can eat, but they had like barbecued meat, and they would just bring you like, a serving of it at a time, just whatever you wanted, like pork ribs, all kinds of crazy stuff. It was awesome. But I think at the time in the 80s, it was like $30 a person, so that was a lot of money at the time.
The only problem with barbecue places is like you can't like, especially if you're a guy like me, you're a blue collar worker, construction, who you're supposed to be taking a 30-minute lunch or whatever, like it's impossible to fit that in even with a fast food joint. But it'd be nice to be able to go and get some good barbecue real quick. There are no like fast food quality barbecue places. It's like if you're gonna get barbecue, you're gonna have to sit down.
Well, there you go. You got 10 grand laying around. Maybe you got to get yourself a business start.
Dude, seriously, if somebody can do this,
Arby's and stuff like that, but it's not necessarily really barbecue. I know it's more like roast beef. It's like, really, come on, deli sliced.
Yeah, that doesn't count. I want someplace
if it lasts longer than 6 months in the refrigerator, there's something wrong.
Don't get me wrong. I mean, some Arby's is a weird one. Like people love it or they hate it.
I do like
I
some
think
of their
Arby's.
stuff.
I think Arby's is a pretty good place for a fast food joint, honestly.
It's
But
underrated for fast food, yeah, but it's overrated
yeah,
for good food. You know, at one time, Pizza Hut was even a good place to eat.
Pizza Hut.
Remember
Oh
the
yeah,
dark?
dude.
Remember the
They
dark,
had
the
like the
dark
buffet
dining
where you
room
could
with
just
the little
you
red
could drop
candles
in
in it?
and yeah, but they got rid of that too. Like
I liked
actually,
that kind of
I saw
environment.
a
That was neat.
I saw a YouTube video about that. Like what happened to Pizza Hut? Basically, they're going broke. They're disappearing. Like
Yeah, I
their
think you're
whole
right. I
thing
think there's
where
so many places now that are out there that it's so hard to compete and get their share of it.
I also like myself, even though it's a lot of MSGs and shit. I like Chinese food. I don't mind going into a China buffet for lunch. You know, grab a plate, serve yourself, eat. Unfortunately, the people I work with, they're always like, "No, I don't want. I'm not doing that." And it's like, well, fine. You know what? You go in there. There's a China buffet over here. You know where to find me. But like, unfortunately, like, yeah, most of the time it's like, no, I'm just gonna make sure I'm with you guys and eat with you guys, so we start and finish at the same time.
Yeah. I like big risks, so I like to go into those kind of places and just to see if I can spin the wheel of food poisoning.
Do you guys have pizza ranches by you? Is a restaurant chain called Pizza Ranch?
I've not heard of it, but
I'm wondering how big it is. We only got a
I don't
couple
know.
of locations around here.
You heard of Godfather's Pizza?
No,
You never heard of that? Godfather's or
no.
Spanky's?
Well, I'm just letting
Spanky's is a
about
decent
Pizza
place
Ranch.
around.
Pizza Ranch. Its strongest point isn't even the pizza, but what it is
Okay. Oh, you can eat?
it's a it's a pizza restaurant, all you can eat buffet. So
Yeah,
like
I like those.
you literally just but so you grab a plate and they got like 10 different types of pizza out there. And you can take a slice of this and a slice of that. But here's where they really shine. They got a really good salad bar, kind of like an old
I was gonna say the
Panzerata
salad bar.
or like a Ponderosa or something like that, right? Like back in the day. Um, so they got a big ass salad bar, and they also have really, really good fried chicken. Honestly, I go there for the fried chicken and the salad bar. I don't even eat their pizza. Like the fried chicken is literally maybe some of the best
Are we
fried
getting
chicken
off
I've ever
subject?
had.
We kind of went like
Yeah.
off in a.
Well, how do you explain fried chicken on a flat Earth anyway? I mean, or a globe Earth. Seriously,
Mm,
it just doesn't
I
make sense.
explain
It
it by
breaks the
eating it
mold.
and then letting you know later. That's how I usually do.
Yeah. All right. Until
That
somebody comes
alligator
in here and
etouffee is pretty good.
complains, I'm down. I'm down with talking about food. And they're like, whatever. Food,
No,
extreme
I want
sports,
to know.
whatever.
I want to know what you want to talk smack about next, Lou. Who you want to talk about smack next about? You know.
I'm not. Well, I already. The last person I talked smack about was firefighters, and we
Yeah,
can go back.
Exactly. Who's
we
the
moved
next
on from
group?
there.
Who's the next group?
I don't know. Who can we attack next? There's all kinds of like 3 and 4 letter entities that we could pick on, right?
If you're gonna say 3 letter, I only have one in mind.
The NBA.
No, 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 no. It starts with a J, ends with a W. But we're not going to go there though. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do 3 letter organizations, we got that all day.
Well, I said entities because it can be anything. I mean, it could be, you know, my wife calls me asshole, so I don't know what you guys get called, but we spell that ASSO, asso.
An asshole. You're an asshole.
Yeah, or some bitch, you know, or
son of a bitch.
Really,
Yeah.
really sheedy. The real sheedy things that I do on the beach.
Trying to think. I mean, really, firefighters are kind of like that's kind of my bread and butter. Like, it's the one
You're not
thing
gonna
I
let go
bitch
of that, are you?
about. It's the one thing I bitch about that nobody else does. Like, I feel like I'm really owning my own ground there when I'm doing that one.
Oh wait, what about the mailman? What about the post office?
We could probably do
Really,
the post office.
haven't they alienated us enough with that one?
I've got something with the post office. Okay, uh, so I've
Hey,
got
that's
one of
the only
those
that's the only people
I've
that
got
can
one of
actually
those
arrest cops.
mailboxes that I got one of those mailboxes that opens in the front and the back, and nothing that ever goes in my mailbox is addressed to me personally. It's all like to the current resident, or it's to old residents, or it's just junk mail. It's like 3 times a year something lands in my mailbox that actually I wanted to get. Because otherwise I pay my bills electronically like every other normal person nowadays. like, uh, but it's like my mailbox would just get stuffed full of junk mail, and I only check it I check it once the back door busts open because they've been shoving it in so fucking much, and the mailman would get really angry at me. He'd be like, "Fucking take your mail!" You know, he'd yell at me as he was driving by.
Yeah, I gotta sit there and feed it in the damn
Yeah.
slot.
um, and so what I did is I put a
You should
garbage
put a
bin. I
box of
put a
tissue on the
garbage bin
porch
on the
for him.
back of the
Put on their
mailbox.
postman tissue for crying post.
I just put a garbage bin on the back of the mailbox, and I made sure to put a sign that says garbage. And so that when he puts new mail in the front, the old mail falls out the back and lands in the garbage bin.
That's hilarious. You might want to have a sorter though to sort out the junk mail. You know,
Well,
check for the postmark.
it didn't take long after I finally did that. Where all of a sudden now, I don't know if the postman must have been like, "Hey, the majority of this stuff is not like meant for him. You know, like we have to, do the whole like change of address or something for all these 11 past residents or whatever it is that he's getting mail for." So now finally, all of a sudden, it's cut back. But literally, it took me doing that. And I joked about doing it for a while. And then eventually I did it and it worked. Like all of a sudden now I can check my mail once every like 2 weeks and it's not even full. But it used to, yeah, it used to just overflow when a windstorm came, it would start blowing around the neighborhood. But it was really funny, when I put the freaking garbage freaking bin behind it. And he just knew what was going on. I'm putting it in the front, it falls in the back, and it says garbage.
Is it just me, or do you feel like a little kid just like you did when you were like 11, 12? Like most of the time. I mean, like, I don't know. I find it hard to try to like really take things seriously when things are so upside down. You know what I mean? Like when I was a kid, I used to think, my grandma was crazy when she said, the world's coming to an end and all this. But now I'm starting to agree more and more. It's like, if anything, I'm starting to think maybe they were wrong because they really didn't know what they were talking about. And it's actually my time, but I don't know. Maybe it'll get past me too. Hopefully. But I'm ready for it.
I think this is just how it is. I think when we were kids, we used to look up to adults that were in their 30s and be like, those are responsible grown ass adults.
Yeah, exactly. Right, but they weren't. They were just big kids with expensive toys.
Right. Well, I remember even some of my uncles. Like my mom is the oldest of 5, and I remember her younger brothers, my uncles, when I was only a teenager or a young teenager. Like and I would say something about like you being an adult, and like my uncles especially. I remember this still. Like he was like, I'm still just a kid. You know, like, what do you mean you're still just a kid? You're 36 years old. Like, yeah, no, I'm still just a
I
kid.
remember
I've
when
never grown
36
up.
sounded old too.
Yeah. But I think it's always been that way. They just we just pretend. People as they get older like to pretend. It's like playing house and
I'm
shit.
holding out. I'm holding out. I'm just gonna stay a kid as long as I can until he gets me killed or thrown in prison. Well, maybe not thrown in prison. I don't really think I'd survive, but
Dude, if I was pretending to be a grown ass adult, I wouldn't have bought new snowboarding equipment. No. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go out there and shred the hills and act like a fucking kid. I might not hit those fucking jumps that injured me when I was a kid. Because, you still learn life lessons, but what was fun then is still fun now. And don't forget it.
absolutely, yeah. Some of it better, more so because you can afford the toys.
I'm too grown. I have to sit behind my computer and fucking argue with people who think the earth is a globe 24 hours a day.
I know, right? I'm pretty spoiled though. I used to get spoiled by my mom, then it was my grandma, and now it's my wife. But I'm well loved, at least that's good to know.
Seriously, when are you guys going to tell us to shut the fuck up? Come in here with a Glober. I'm literally just
For
pushing
somebody, but I
boundaries at
haven't
this
been
point.
checking my DMs, so maybe I just haven't gotten the message yet.
No, it's literally just nothing. Like, otherwise, if you and I don't talk nonsense like we're doing now, it's just going to be dead, or somebody's going to start playing music
Somebody's gonna
on
play
repeat.
music. Yeah, not that I don't like some of the music, but so yeah, I prefer to just baloney. Just talk about whatever. I mean, if people get personal, if it gets personal or something, yeah, we got to change the subject. Unless somebody comes in here and wants to talk about something else, feel free. We're right here. I'm just trying to kill time, keep something on the air. Well,
I
not
mean, we could
really. I
talk.
mean, I don't feel responsible, but I like to be on here just like anybody else does.
I mean, it's a good change of pace, even though it's a similar topic. Like, often Battle Mod or God Rock, and they'll talk about drag racing and like engines and shit like that. But we've kind of heard that one plenty now too. Like, I think it's cool that we're talking extreme sports and stuff like that, or even fast food.
Well, anything that gets people interested, maybe they'll come in here just to talk about that, and then we can on to the next subject. I think that's how some of it happens.
On the extreme sports idea, I was gonna tell you, I wasn't just thinking of using when I was thinking about going sandboarding again with that friend of mine, and we were talking about renting one of the dune buggies and then using it as a ski lift. I was also wondering if it was possible. You think I think it might work, but you just have to have a long enough line because you wouldn't want to be right behind the dune buggy because you wouldn't want sand flung at you or anything. But I think you could just tie a line to it and just get on the sandboard. And there's different kind of sandboards, but I think the ones that I have already would work well for this because you lock your feet in. But I kind
What
of
do
want to
you
get one of
use
the
for a
lightweight plastic
sandboard
ones.
anyway? How is it different? Like, do you wax? The wax wouldn't be needed, really. Like, what's the bottom of a sandboard like?
I swear it's almost just like a regular snowboard, but it came with wax to put on it, but we didn't really feel like the wax was really doing anything. Like and as far as what I can tell with like instructional videos online, the wax I think it's just useless. But it's just
whatever wax
handle it.
Whatever
what I was gonna
wax
say
you
is
put on the bottom
you
of
could
boards is going to get sandblasted off immediately. Like, there's like, I would think smooth and dry and hard would be the way to go, right? Like,
well, it kind of depends on like either I think it's a combination of skill level but also just like the incline. So I think wet might be better if you're more on foot. But ultimately, like I just haven't had enough practice to really know about it. But what I was going to say is much like how people go wakeboarding oftentimes, and they just leave a line behind, you go and have the boat pull you. Like I feel like you could do the same thing in Florence with a dune buggy, a rope, and one of these sandboards that I have. And
Dude,
I just think it'd be really cool to basically do the same thing as wakeboarding, but just on the sand in the desert.
Dude, have you seen any of the videos of wakeboarding where what they're doing now, where they don't even use a boat? They have like a course, kind of like a terrain park or something like that, and they can do this in like 1 foot of water or less. Where they have drones fucking tow them.
Oh yeah, I've seen a brief video of that.
Dude, that is really fucking cool. Like you're able to go places that you would never have been able to go before.
Are you talking about jet ski drones? Or are you talking about airplane drones?
I'm talking about an actual flying drone that is what tows you.
Well, I guess that would work if it was big enough and had enough.
Yeah, it's a
torque,
big,
yeah.
expensive, powerful drone. They're custom built for the job. Like only the very rich can afford one. But there's videos out there of it. It's really neat.
Yeah, the police in my city have one. It's like a $200,000 or $300,000 toy.
Yeah, they got, and along with that, so then they do drone. So they do drone wakeboarding, and they do drone kind of like what we're talking about snow skating. They do wake skating, drone wake skating. So you're not even strapped into the board. It's like a little skateboard that you freaking get towed a drone, and then you freaking skateboard on the water with it.
Sounds like fun. At least when you fall in the water, it doesn't hurt as much. But it still hurts.
Until you fall in fucking 6 inches of fucking gravelly water. Yeah. Sounds like tons of fun.
Well, when you fall and when you're doing 65 or 70 knots or something, it's quite, you want to keep your cheeks together, your face together, your ears together, any hole in your body, keep it down, trust me. If the wind don't catch it, the water will.
Yeah, these are like, these drones are, a couple $100,000, and just like any drone, if you've ever flown a drone, they're pretty easy to crash too.
Well, as long as it's not like one of those racing drones, then you're probably not going to have too much trouble because they fly themselves.
No, when you crash a $200,000 drone, it's a bummer.
Yeah, it's a bummer when you crash a $200 one. I mean, what are you talking about? My wife about shot me when she found out I bought one, but then she realized that I got it free from the neighbor, and then she wasn't so mad.
She's like, you could have been spending that money on clothes for me.
I could have had a new ring. This little piece of shit right here.
Fucking reminds me how much weed I smoke. That's what she reminds me. You could have smoked that. She's like, you spent $112 or something in 3 days on your video game. She goes, you could have stayed high for 2 weeks on that. I was like, are you kidding me? You're giving me a hard time.
Now, when you crash the $200,000 drone and she starts bitching at you, you just be like, bitch, you should be asking me if I'm okay. I could have died.
That's funny, right? When you said bitch, there was somebody blew up a fireworks or something outside, and it was really loud, and it scared the shit out of me. So I literally jumped to you saying bitch. I just jumped like 3 inches off the ground.
I nearly died. You're worried about the drone I crashed?
I hope those drones are waterproof. It'd be too bad if
Not
they fell in the
waterproof.
water and
If you get them out of
electrocuted
the water
somebody.
quick, usually you can shake the water out of them, but they don't last too long.
I'm guessing that the ones that are made for wake skating, I'm guessing that they have pretty good water resistance.
They probably just tuck and close up before they hit the water in case of.
But they're not really waterproof, but they're rated to withstand up to a certain depth for a certain period of time, just like your watch or whatever else.
It's probably one of those little airbag buoys that pops when it gets to a certain altitude. Like if you get too close to the water, it'll pop out, and that way it doesn't sink to the bottom, but they'll recover most of it.
I mean, if you're in open water, it actually makes way more sense just to do like the kite. You know what I mean? But what I was seeing is that they're taking it through like rivers and stuff, like really low rivers, through the trees and winding down them and stuff. So that takes really good
Catch a
piloting.
bungee cord or something, and like have some kind of like parachute, wind parachute as well. Yeah, you could get some wicked whippings and throw yourself and jump over stuff, all kinds of crazy stuff. And of course, land in the water and hope that you don't kill yourself.
So you know how you've seen people parasailing before? I've never done that myself, but I'm just wondering if there's like some way you could like incorporate a design in there with the parasail where, you either have one of two things or both, like a safely, placed gas bag of hydrogen to give you more lift. So when you go over a wave, you can go like even further, and they go pretty damn far already, Like, I don't know how
Bro,
far
have you seen
exactly,
those
but like
vacuum
70 yards
those
or something.
pumps that blow water up the tube? Then you have like a little thing that you stand on that you're strapped to, and then you decide where the water is squirting out, and it basically makes you levitate over the water. It's like a jet ski that follows you around.
They call them
freaking cool, dude.
What do they call it? Yeah,
I can only imagine what they cost.
They're weird. They're weird. I've actually seen one of those on one of the lakes around here. Some rich motherfucker had one.
I would have ran down there and said, "Hey, I'll give you $100 if you let me try that."
Yeah, but they have a hose attached to it, right? So it's like a jetpack, but you can't go very far with it.
Yeah, it's like
20
a
feet
fire
up,
hose.
maybe.
A fire hose under control, basically, is what it is. There's like these little things when you lean forward and sideways, it makes the little jets change angle, so you can basically hover around. It's like water hovering, or I don't know what they call it though.
Hey Lou, you should ask your local firefighters if you can let them, if they would let you borrow their fire hose and let you do that, because then you might have a better outlook on them.
I live across the street from
you knew that was coming, right?
I live across the street from a very bored volunteer firefighter department. If it's cool enough, I'm sure I
now
can
we're
get them
starting to understand what's going on here.
I live.
The psychology's coming out.
Yeah. They got the shiniest trucks though, bro. It's incredible.
Well, if there's not a fire in a couple of weeks, and your fire truck was shiny,
couple of weeks,
wouldn't you feel kind of guilty? You know what I mean?
know
Like
if
when
they've
you
seen
start
a
to feel
fire. I don't know if they've seen a fire in a couple of years or even a decade. Honestly, like I think they only respond to old ladies having heart attacks. I'm pretty sure that's the only thing they do.
No, there's cats getting stuck in trees. There's dogs getting stuck in trees chasing after the cat. There's what is it? What else is it? Horses and animals that get out.
After the dog.
There's skunks. There's mosquito abatement. There's all kinds of fun stuff to do for the city and the state.
Once in a while, somebody has a bonfire without a permit, and they come over and they fucking squash your party. Like I think that's the only fires they're putting out.
Yeah, they are fun spoilers, that's for sure.
Quick, someone over there is smoking a cigarette in a non-smoking area. Get him.
Hit him with a fire hose, Tim.
Drag him out of there and beat the crap out of him in front of everybody. We need escape. And if he fights back, feed him to the alligator.
And then the park across the street is called Fireman's Park, right? So like, once in a while they'll have a thing going on over there, and shit,
Lou, you got it bad, bro.
I went like 50 fucking yards away from anybody to go smoke a cigarette when I was over there with my daughter for some event they were having. And like 3 fucking firefighters in uniform came over to tell me how I'm not allowed to smoke in the park.
That would probably make me mad enough to hate on firemen for a little while. But I don't know if it would last that long. I mean, it sounds to me like everything in your neighborhood says fireman on it. Like you have Fireman Drive and you got all this. It's like, wow, man, I feel for you.
Yeah, I was gonna say myself, is he on Fireman Street or something?
You get triggered much, bro? Do you get triggered much, bro?
Dude, when it starts to build up, I do.
Now, see, all the things that I heard about you, Lou, make sense. Now they make absolute sense. I'm just kidding.
I'm glad people are always talking about me. It just means I'm important.
No, they haven't. They haven't really. I've just given you
Yeah, I get it.
There's only one person I've heard everybody bitching about, and it's usually one of these Globe guys that I don't know why they're still in here, but
we need them. Without them, we literally talk like this all night long. And
some
in
of them
fact,
are
it's not
bossier
like
than the
that.
damn
This
moderator.
is a breath of fresh air. We talk about really, really stupid stuff most of the time.
Well, they don't really leave us much choice, do they? I mean, just going over and over and over the same stuff gets kind of old.
Yeah, you can only talk about the flat earth with people who agree with you for so long, right?
No, I don't really mean that. It's just like, there's only so much that you can, like you can take, like, I mean, yeah, I'm new and so I'm like into it and I'm here a lot, but, I'm sure that I'm going to get sick of it after a while and it's going to become repetitive to me,
Yeah.
I hope not, because I like it in here, but,
that point for me. My main reason why I'm still in the server is because there are, at least there's a good group of like-minded people, even though we don't all agree on everything. We all kind of form our little cliques